Sorry, bud.
And welcome back inside the broadcast booth here at the Marriott Crystal Cove Hotel, Resort, and Casino. Ali Najad alongside James Dempsey, and we're looking a little bit casual. And I've got a very good explanation for why that is. James, do you want to take a guess as I reach into my pocket?
Well, we're gonna
it's cash game time, baby. We're playing Pot Limit Omaha, 4 cards. I'm fired up. I've been waiting all night.
You got that money you owe me?
No, I don't have that money.
said
I don't. This is prop money.
You didn't have anything?
Real. Don't worry about this. No,
this comes out?
No.
Yeah, I'm psyched for this one, Ollie. We're settling in. Hoodie, relaxed trousers.
Yeah.
It's going to be a long night.
Yeah.
It's going to be PLO. It's going to be high stakes. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a lot of bluffing. There's going to be a lot of running good, running bad, pain,
Talk to me about those stakes, by the way. 100, 200 PLO, as I understand it. And if history is any indication already during this Carmen series, we've seen rapid escalations during the cash games. Our original stream was a 25-50 no-limit hold'em when we did our first cash game of this series. How long did that last, James?
I think 2 or 3 hands.
If
was
that.
It 2? Albert Daher was the one who came in and said, guys, we need to move this up. He's on the table today as well.
The Lebanese legend.
So the 100, 200 might not last for too long. I mean, I kind of hope it does. I think the lower the blinds in Omaha, he's pulling funny faces, guys. Bear with me. Sometimes the lower the blinds in Omaha, the kind of more conducive it is to bigger action. People are more willing to 3-bet liberally, more willing to peel those 3-bets. Just build it up slowly. Then maybe as the stakes get a lot deeper, maybe we can raise the blinds. But I would like to see some deeper stuff early on to allow these guys to really flex the muscles post-flop.
Well, we're not far from getting a look at the cast of characters that are assembled around our feature streaming table, where we are going to play, indeed, a little Pot Limit Omaha. Strap in, get ready. Several hours of coverage coming your way as we send it out to that feature table stream. There's a look first at the loveliness within which it is all ensconced. That is Crystal Cove. Such a beautiful building there right here in North Cyprus. Weather was a little bit dicey, a little bit choppy out there. The roughest seas we've seen so far. Might that be emblematic of what's to come in terms of the action within the Crystal Cove? As the Whitecaps were everywhere. There is our lineup here for the Pot Limit Omaha action.
A little blowy out there, Ollie. Maybe that forces everyone inside, though. Maybe why these guys are willing to play it for all in the afternoon.
I'll tell you what.
Nice atmosphere.
Just because we're starting at 4 doesn't mean these guys got a good night's sleep, because legend has it that this game goes overnight with regularity. Who knows if it isn't anything more than a nap that's been enjoyed by the folks here as you get your first look at Zeki Soyirgaz. 40K buy-in there. Albert Dar.
There's your boy. And there's a hand.
Oh, yeah. Double suited. 3 Broadway cards and a little wheel dangler.
Ollie, straight off the bat, this is a huge hand in Omaha.
Gonna shoot it up.
Queen, suited to the king, suited to the ace.
Pot size raised to 700.
Yeah, interested to see how these guys go. I assume everyone's going to open for pot pre in these unopened pots. Here we go. Raphael with the Jack 10, 8, 6 double. Ollie, these are the hands that look very attractive. Now, in reality, they're not as good as they look, but if you get a nice loosey-goosey game, nothing wrong with playing these hands.
Indeed.
And Ahmed behind with a suited ace himself in the big blind. Going to peel, and straight away, Albert Daher with the nut flush draw, gut shot, backdoor clubs. No pair, though. It is, in fact, Raphael from the small who's got top pair, and the bad open-ender, the 10-8.
But just notice how, in spite of having no pair, 43% to win the hand from this point forward for Albert, who has the action checked to him by both blinds and then follows through for a not at all insignificant 1,500 as you see the stern look.
I was about to say, it might be 43% to win the hand, Ali, but I'll take even money about it. He's going to put these guys under pressure on that board. And you see there, this is the problem with those Jack 10, 8, 6 doubles. You know, he's flopped a pretty good piece of it, top pair in the open ender, but can't really play out of position to a bet in that three-way pot, so just has to give it up.
Well, you can play, but perhaps not profitably would be the better way to describe
there we go.
The situation from that point forward. Wonder how long it's going to take for the wheels to get a little greasy. out here in this pot limit Omaha game. You saw Albert. He was the favorite at the book to be the opener in the first pot, I'm guessing. Doesn't play just any 4 cards, but obviously he is an action player.
Anyone was opening that one, but I take your point.
Yeah.
It's a monster hand to start off with.
7.
And yeah, welcome to everyone who is joining our stream, Ali. And I hope there's some of you out there who may be not as familiar with PLO as you are with the 2-card variant. If that's the case, I'm glad you're with us as we, we'll touch on how the game's played.
Open to 700 from the double-suited King 10-5 deuce from Raphael Schreiner.
Oh, this is a lovely hand to come out with a raise on. Ali squeezes one up, Rafa popping it up, Salim peeling. Again, I can see already Palim's the kind of guy who wants to get involved in these, Salim pardon, he's going to get involved in these pots, but a perfect squeeze spot for Ace, King, Queen, 10 with a nut suit. That is another very big hand.
Schreiner's open, sent into the muck courtesy of that 3K as Salim Suner wants to see a flop. And the thing about these rundowns is they rate to be very unintrusive with respect to our opponent's holding. And on the 10-9-5 board, he's got the bottom end of a wrap here. The jack would be a bit devastating, given Rafael Asiliani.
Yeah,
Asilani, rather.
He's caught a piece, but it's a very bad piece. It does actually continue the wrap further down, as you see, like the sort of the deuce 3 run out would even get him further along. But this, obviously, a board that favors the squeezer. And I'm not entirely against these peels with hands like this, but I'd like to be a little bit deeper. You see, we're starting just 100 blinds deep as that additional wrap card or going lower draw materializes in the form of the deuce.
Note the check back from the pre-flop 3-better. Pretty astute with respect to his interaction on this board. Maybe not looking to open the action.
Yeah, he can't really bet fold. He doesn't want to bet get it in, so elects to check back. And
yeah, it does have the pair of 10s.
And also, if you do catch the second pair or you catch even the jack here, there's some level of disguise when you check back. And then occasionally you get this sort of situation where you've got enough hand that can still call when your opponent does decide to stab.
Board does pair on the end as all of the straight draws whiff.
Yeah, this is
Backdoor
great.
spades doesn't come in either.
This is a great card for Salim, really. I mean, you unblock all the high straight draws. You have no hand. Oh, he's actually just going to give it up. And not even show. There we go. I feel like kind of got to follow through there. Your opponent just doesn't have boats as played. 3-bet pre. I don't know whether he's thinking our opponent's got aces or kings and won't fold to another bet. Possible.
Maybe you had the best hand.
But I feel like we've got to stab on that one.
That's what I was
Turn
thinking.
pairing the 9 is one of the better cards for our perceived range. Well, our perceived value bets, I should say. Obviously, we do have missed draws.
4, 6, 7.
This is what I wanted to see, Ali. Some loose stuff early on, get those stacks deep, and then we can play some really fun pots later on.
Sure.
Omaha, more so than Hold'em, does lend itself to
Yesterday I told I
deeper
had one
stacks as
10,
Rafa looks
and
down
the
at a
guy
monster.
opened quads.
Ace double king queen with a nut suit. I mean, are these hands real, Ali? I've seen some pretty.
The guy had quads. I said that I had a 10, but there was 2 10s on the board, and he had quads. He caught me.
These guys have clearly been playing a little bit, Ali.
Not strangers to one another, as it is a fairly small fraternity of individuals that will work their way into this specific strata of game. And Zeki has woken up with 2 aces up against this Rafa Schreiner open.
Yeah, and I mean, aces versus kings is a common occurrence in Omaha, of course, with 4 cards. And not as common as some people might think, but ace, king, king against aces is a far rarer occurrence, Ali. When you've got that ace in your hand, your kings are so much more valuable. And what decision for Rafa here? I think probably just plays his cool hand. Particularly Comrade's got very good. He's open under the gun, but there are, and you're up against a small blind 3-bet. There are some situations where you may elect to just 4-bet here, only 100 big blinds deep, and an ace in the window, followed by a jack. So Rafa picks up What the gut shot to Broadway. That's the queen of spades. No other spade, unfortunately, from his point of view. Zeki, the top set on a very coordinated board. But Rafa's not going to put his man on a set of aces now, are they? Holding the blocker. And yeah, like it's going for big chips here. I mean, we want to bet big on this kind of board. Ace Jack 8, it's so draw heavy. I mean, he's gone nearly pot. I would just go pot, but these kind of situations are the ones you just bet max.
4,300.
And yeah, Rafa, look at that, just calling. Not just because, I mean, he's got a gut shot, but he also, like I say, has the ace blocker. That's actually a terrible card from
Yeah,
C.
he's drawing dead, courtesy of an 8 on the turn, which pairs the board.
Yeah, and it's just hard to give Zeki, like I say, the set of aces. But it's a hand he's going to rep with some frequency, having been the 3-better from the small blind. I doubt Rafa can let this go just yet. Depends on the sizing. He's even come up with the check. Zeki waving the flag. Now, Rafa, yeah, just going to check back. He's got so much of this. And Ali, there aren't as many scare cards for him, right? A 10 gives him Broadway. A king would, of course, give him a boat. So a queen would put straight on the board, but obviously he has one of those. 9-10, a small issue. And, of course, spade's kind of obvious. So he's got all the right reasons to check that back. And he won't enjoy this now, seeing a bet. The bet check back line. What's he gone? 6.5. So we're looking at half pot. Say his opponent does have some misdraws, and Rafa has a lot of misdraws himself that perhaps he folds. Some of those might have bluffed turn. Suspicious. And yeah, it does just look it up with that.
Yeah, none of the draws got there, and the ace-king was obviously somewhat strong on that particular board. We do block the set of aces, so one can't necessarily fault Rafa too much for calling as played and keeping his man honest.
Yeah, a lot of these games, people 3-bet from the small blind just have aces, and therefore people like to rep aces as they go down through the streets. And when you block that, you have to call some of the time. But it is weird because the king, king, queen part of our range is also part of the reason we don't want to call, because you want your opponent to have some of those king, queen, 10 hands. King, queen, jack 10, for example.
Sure. I think to be honest, it's much better.
Other hand is very shit.
For the table and for the TV that he will play. Maybe we can ask him. Like he just fell asleep. He just.
Ali, they're already looking for another.
Seat open. James?
Just woke up. Going back to what you say, Ali, these guys, they take it deep into the night.
Jacks?
I like it. I'm a nocturnal creature myself. Oftentimes, it's those games that go overnight early in the morning that tend to be the best in the room. So everybody's stuck and steaming, tired, not making the greatest of decisions.
I saved 6,000.
So then, kings, okay kings. Pops up to 700 Zeki with a double suited hand, pretty raggedy one, but suited to an ace nonetheless. Starts to flick it in from the button. Albert, queen, queen, jack 8, that hand's not bad. He's going to come along from the small. Rafa relinquishing the big. There's some connectivity. This is the first time I've not seen a monster hand, Ali.
I don't know. Kings and queens are both in there on a 10-high, 2-heart flop. Nobody has the flush draw.
Yeah, it's a pretty scary board for all, though.
Albert's got the overpair with the gutter to a 9. Jack 8 working for him. And then Salim with the kings. Gutter of his own. Checked all the way around. Board pairs and a heart shows up. That could be a freezer.
Yeah, like I say, I don't think anyone's particularly thrilled with that flop. It's so wet. No one has a big draw. Albert, in fact, the only one who had kind of any real draw gut shot for nuts. Salim had a smaller gut shot. But those kings, you say, still best as we go through down to the river.
Jack comes off now.
Yeah. I mean, Albert does have a hand that could bluff, but there's also, I think, you could check and hope to win. You don't have to bluff every spot. He's got a heart. He's got a jack. He's going to...
What's he barreling here? 2,300.
He's gone pot. And
Yeah, full pot.
this will work, Ali, against the hands he's up against.
You never know, James.
Yeah, you're right.
But it does work.
Shouldn't get too committed to my thing, but that one would be pretty wild if it didn't get through.
So nice maneuvering there from Albert. Giving everybody a little grin there. There's guilt.
Not enough space. When you throw enough.
Thief is the accusation. And it's not a misplaced one.
It was not a tough call when I had check 10.
Ollie, I have to give a lot of credit to the barista here in the poker room.
Go on then.
The man's an artist, has to be said.
We're listening.
Fine coffee, and the latte art, albeit on occasion frustratingly time-consuming,
Ah, yes.
is glorious to look at.
You one of these people that likes to Instagram their coffee designs?
So you decided to play, huh?
Do I strike you as that kind of person?
No, but you know, the way in which you spoke more about the cosmetic aspects of the coffee was of some concern.
Hello.
Perhaps you were that guy.
Ah, here's a face I know. Joining our table. As Albert looks down. Another pretty good hand here, Ollie. Ace, King, 10 with a suit. Anytime you got these ace and a couple more Broadway hands, especially the Ace Kings with a suit, you're pretty happy. Especially, Ollie, if you're in what I can already tell is a fun game where people are peeling a little wider than the book tells them to do. These are the games I know, Ollie. Okay, you want someone to come in and talk to you about 100 big blind Omaha where everyone just plays really nitty. I'm not your guy. You want games that build up to 500 big blinds deep and most hands are 5 away. I'm right here for you.
Are you?
This is poker as I know it.
On everyone's 5, 6 cents. Too high. You can make up. You coming to put fight on?
I don't know.
Sure.
Are you?
I think so. No, okay.
Talk of Triton, Ollie. That festival came up in May
Yeah.
alongside the Cash Game Festival.
That'll be the next stop on the docket.
7.
This one, pardon me, I thought that was Albert's hand. I thought this was a little liberal. That's another nice looking hand. Some connectivity, a suited ace, a late position. Albert getting the kind of hands he wants, because I think he strikes me, Ollie. I mean, you know him far better than I do. Strikes me as the guy who wants to set the pace nice and early.
Yeah.
And if he's got the hands that encourage action, all the better. Bengaveer. 3-betting, Albert peeling. We don't see his opponent's hand, and what we do see is a pretty ragged looking queen at 5 deuce board. There is a club. There is an avenue for mischief. But we can't really do anything to a bet here.
I won maybe 12. 12. Lucky or? No. Good. I have nuts on the flop. And the total will be super nuts.
Never.
Still just getting our feet wet here in this 100-200 pot limit Omaha game.
This is the line, you see?
Not as popular a game as its 2-card counterpart around these parts, but nevertheless, one that could certainly deliver plenty of excitement.
We all have to play good. No, I play my game, yeah. Not good, no bad. Just your game.
Ahmed. A couple of bad kings in the 1 seat.
That's what Danny is.
That's GTO.
Yeah.
And you raise it up. And the man who overslept a fraction, Bogdan. Getting in the mix. He's a man who likes it here, Ollie. I've I've not battled him on the green bays, but I have on the green grass, the golf course
Oh,
around the corner from here.
interesting.
Bad calls. Here we go.
Regular here in the cash games.
Never far from a fairway, are you, Dempsey?
Who cares what people think?
You might be far from the hole, but the fairway, you can find your way there. Certainly the rough.
Sometimes I like it a little unkept.
Four-way affair here. Pocket kings in the mix. 10-7 tray.
This is a big flop. Bogdan with a pair, gut shot, not flush draw. Albert with bottom two, gut shot, and the inferior flush draw. It's a four-way pot. The two of them are that little bit deeper. Bogdan actually been 2/3 a pot. Kind of interesting these spots, Ali, because Bogdan's hand, you're unlikely to get it through. And when you make your hand, you make the nuts. So you don't mind picking up some customers along the way here. I'm going to build the pot when you hit. Like I say, he's 30k deep. Albert, we see, is 40k deep. He's more than happy as well with this sizing. Ah, that's where it is. I was looking. It's this sizing, Ali. If Rafa jams here, the action reopens. So you're kind of always going to bet this size to allow that eventuality. You want to be able to reopen the action against the short stack. Ahmed's two kings. No use against two on this board. And you can see Bogdan's equity against what is the hand that's ahead up to 60-odd%. But look at this turn card. Albert with the nuts.
Four
two
hearts.
pair. And the, well, flush draw blockers in this case, but a flush draw for as far as he knows.
Yeah, the redraw with the nuts at present, always a nice development. As Bogdan checks 7,300 in the middle.
Yeah, Bogdan bet this flop. He's sort of saying these strong nut flush plus something else hands, the 8-9 jack draw perhaps. Very unlikely he's living in the 5-6 world. So he's going to check it over to the very aggressive Albert. And like I said, I'm sure these two have got plenty of time in the ring against each other. And Albert going near pot again, not quite full. Pretty ugly spot now for Bogdan. And there are some, yeah, okay, just gives it up. With the
Decides
pure
it's
draw,
a bit
yeah.
too steep a price to be paying with just the nut clubs there. And
Yeah,
Dollar picks up another one.
there are some ways you can call that a hand, just with those clubs, just for that draw, because you can look to bluff certain cards, certain pair-ups, as the person who led full way on that board. But
Obviously, it probably wouldn't have worked depending on what card it was
Right.
against Albert's
And
7 high straight.
Albert's a kind of tricky customer who may look you up anyway, but I think more importantly, you kind of want to have a 10 there. You want to be able to block 10s full. You want to be able to rep 10s full. Having the 7 kind of makes it harder, especially if your opponent can have those hands himself. Like I say, he may have a set himself and be betting there. He doesn't have to have the straight. And Bogdan.
You decided not to show bluffs, but I had it.
2 queens now for Zeki Soyirkaz, a businessman. Described as a fairly decent player.
Jack 10-9 clubs. Hit your ball, you're good.
On the flop, it's a big. There is no beginning. Look at it. Pretty raggedly looking suited ace here.
Sevens and threes.
With the pair of deuces.
No, draw.
Or Ali, as a guy in my game would say, when he looks at his hand, he would proudly declare deuces double suited.
Yeah,
He gets a lot of invites.
yeah, I can imagine. Salim Sunaid, double suited himself. Diamonds are smothered.
Yeah, but I mean, I didn't put
Double suited for Aslani, Raphael,
spraying for the 4 of hearts.
and Ahmed Savash also makes the call. It comes 9-9-8. Nobody has a 9, but 3 players have an 8, as the 2 diamonds do give Benguir the better of the 2 flush draws in the field. Open-ended is Salim as well.
Yeah, Benguir kind of a fun spot here. You got an 8, so you do block, obviously, houses, and he's got nut diamonds. So I think reasonable to have a go here. And as we see, actually, in this instance, has the best hand. But reasonable to continue.
Pair in your hand.
You never wild Ali with a flush draw, of course, on a pair board in PLO, but when you have that 8 blocking the houses at the moment, gives you a little bit more room.
There's no hand.
I can't believe this, Ali. We speculated over yesterday and previous days.
I don't lie.
Let's talk about getting this game going, 100, 200 PLO, getting these guys to show us their cards. We weren't 100% convinced. I mean, I had every faith in the organization here, but it was like, you know what these guys can be like. By that, I mean cash game players.
Yeah, a little squirrely.
Yeah, here we are. On schedule. They sat down, started tossing some chips around.
Sure did, didn't they?
Straddle on. Here we go. Didn't take long. Ali. One orbit of 1-2.
It is Zeki Soyirgaz, the man who has straddled, sitting on 52,000.
Hot massage. No?
Yeah, this is
To
where
get things juiced up, doesn't he?
the thing is,
New jargon.
if we do play 1-2-4 with these stacks, it's going to make the game a little bit technical for a bit, because there isn't a lot of room to be peeling 3-bet to be opening too wide. But Raphael with the ace-king 10-9 with a suit, albeit a diamond blocker in his own hand. I think that's what the kids call triple suited, Ali, but I don't like it.
No, I think
So
that's
I don't say it.
horrendous.
Especially sometimes I play 6-card PLO where you can be triple suited, which is...
What are you doing? 6-card PLO?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Ace, Jack, 7, 2 spades. Zeki does flop the nut flush draw after straddling and defending against the Raphael Open.
Yeah. Oh, hello.
Double gutter on the flop, and the check back from Raphael brings a spade on the turn and leaves him drawing dead against Zeki, who is reaching for chips and barreling.
I'm very surprised by this check back with that hand holding 4 red cards, Ali. I think you just want to bet the ace-king there. Like you mentioned, the double gut shot works in your favor. They got 2 overs to the 7 as well. So against a hand like aces and 7s, you're in very good shape. But
Let's go.
Everybody agrees.
Yellow pot massage.
everyone
That's
agrees,
exactly.
says Albert as he throws in the 400 straddle.
Zeki is the first one to agree.
We've got,
Zeki is objecting.
who's in the middle seat here with 5,000? So you've got 12 blinds in a cash game is
Time, okay.
an unusual spot to be.
Started the round.
Is it Raphael, I think? Yeah, in the 4 seat, pardon me. 12 big blinds in PLO, Ali. You're going to get
Do what you got to do.
some good overlay. Down that short set. You're going to get some action.
Hot.
Ali, I gather yesterday, day 1A, main event wrapped up.
I might invent mine.
Managed to secure 232 entries for 1A.
That is incredible.
1B. It's already at 164 players today, plus 20 re-entries. Needs 500 players to reach the guarantee, so I mean, looks like they'll get it at some point today.
Simply stunning. Also big numbers being produced by the mystery bounty, of course. That first 1K mystery bounty a couple of days ago provided a top bounty prize of $40,000. They had a 30K, 25K, a couple of 20Ks as well. 450 total entries in that one, as we see an all-in here from Rafa Steiner with
Let's do
the
one time. Small pot.
double-suited rundown,
Yeah.
9875.
This is what I say. So Rafa popped it up with his hand under the gun. They agreed to turn their cards over when all in like that. Raphael just ISO with the ace, queen, jack, deuce, double. A very nice hand to take on against a short stack. And here we see a pretty fair fight. Oh wait,
55-45. advantage,
Actually, I have
Aslani.
4 hearts.
He's got the hearts covered.
If I'm not wrong.
All clean cards for the players, though.
Okay so far.
And obviously with just the 5K.
Here for you.
Rafa's ready to gamble.
10, 10, 7, 8.
5.
King. Wow.
Lucky.
Easy. Pair of
9.
8s.
Yeah, manages to hold on and double. You see the smile there on Shiner's face. Actually played the 25K PLO Triton event here at Merritt. Regular fixture in the 25-50 streets, according to Mobitas.
You tend to gamble, I guess.
Remember that PLO, Ali?
You tend to gamble, I guess.
Remember Talal, I believe, getting second place in that one.
Yeah, sure.
And,
Mine also.
I remember the winner was a Cypriot player, but I can't remember their name. I think it was their first time they played in a Triton event. Singled out the 25K PLO. Hey, if you're a PLO guy
Makes sense. No.
and you want to come shark off
Makes
some
no sense, of course.
action, 25K PLO at Triton's not the bad spot because
Of course.
the Triton guys, they like to play big, they like to gamble. They don't play that much PLO. Doesn't stop them entering the tournament though, Ali. So
This is true.
if you want some inexperienced PLO players in a 25K setting, Triton is the place to be. And that event will be repeated in May, 25K PLO. I'm glad to see it on the schedule once more. Rafa with the straddle. Highest card in his hands is 6. It's not ideal. Down to Bogdan on the button. All right, you can limp in. It's fine. 10, 10, 9, 7. I'll bear with trips in his hand. They need to get the trips game going, Ali. Equivalent of 7 deuce. You win the trips in your hand, you get a little bounty for everyone.
Newly acquired 10K for Rafa as he promptly flops a flush on the ace-9-7 board. And the trips game is obviously a bit spicy. But so is bottom 2 pair as it actually draws live for Bogdan here.
Yeah, he's just taking a stab here with the bottom 2. 1 blind. And of course, you can improve if called just like that.
9s full of 7s as the flopped flush is downed. Note that Rafa just taking a conservative line. This goes check, check on the turn.
Yeah, and I like the check from Bogdan. His opponent's going to have a lot of weak hands here. Check calling the 400. Some of these weak flushes that just aren't going to call a second bullet. He also elicits some bluffs on the river. And Bogdan's going to bet that flop with a lot of his range, have a limp button against the blind hand in the straddle. I bet it's half pot. Kind of grim because Rafa's holding 3 hearts. There are 4 on board. Don't give your opponent credit for too many houses. And pays him off.
So a nice little value bet on the river there from Bogdan, who was fortunate to hit one of his 4 outs on the turn there and unable to put together a back-to-back pot streak is Shiner.
You call not every hand, Rafa. Not a
That's
good
also
first
not
impression.
the recognized team, you know?
What should I do with 3 hearts in my hand?
There we go. The additional heart.
Full houses.
Oh, there was a board pairing. I didn't see.
Longer than flushes. Do we have the hand ranking?
Yeah, I forgot to read the rules. Shit.
The shit.
Yeah. Aye.
Ollie, it was one orbit, the 100, 200. 8 hands we lasted. Hand 9 the shadow went on.
Who knows if and when it'll come off is the question.
Yeah, I mean, I did speak to Bogdan the other day, and he said the game they've been playing pretty big. They've been having the 800 on a lot. Some very big pots going on later in the night, as he imagined stacks building up.
1,900 plus.
Bogdan, the only person we've seen so far implementing a limit strategy, does it here. Zeki popping up on the button, Queen 10, 9, 8. But this is kind of nice. See, Bogdan's got a pretty nice hand here, and he's got his opponent doing the betting. kind of protects his range. We saw 10-10-9-7 playing a minute ago, so he has perhaps more ball coverage as play, because we can see actually here he's got some
But you know me, I love showdowns.
Broadway combinations. This is a big flop for Zeki. Top pair, open ender, backdoor
Imagine
diamonds.
folding and he shows me a bluff.
They're very deep, these two. It's a hand you can bet very liberally will not like to be check raised. Not that he's going to be in this spot, but
Oh, rainbow texture.
yeah.
Just the pair of sevens. Not enough to continue as out of position. Check fold. And Zeki continues to trend in the right direction.
Yeah, a lot of times in this game, Ali, when you're playing these heads-up pots, you have those medium strength hands, top pair with a draw on a rainbow board. You kind of forced to bet them. Don't really ever want to get raised, but they're
Love
too
to
good to
raise.
check. Too vulnerable to check as well.
Yes. If you think, okay, shit, I'm beat, yeah, just raise. Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
It's better than me, yeah. I'm just calling and losing and say, okay, good job. Yeah. Definitely smarter than my approach.
Celine
But I might lose more.
straddling up with a nice ace, king, queen.
But I heard about an amazing hand you played
5,
with
6, 8, 9 double for Ahmed.
Yeah.
He knows you're in it.
Let's see if he decides to limp. Oh, he's going to raise. Okay.
Ahmed Savash, a regular in the biggest PLO games all around this region, according to producer Milbutas.
Yeah, he's playing 40 bigs deep. Ali, it's not a part of the game I'm overly familiar with, 40 big blind PLO, but I guess you just play more aggressively. And well,
Ooh, Albert is going to be aggressive here, though they're not great aces. Ace, ace, 7-4, rainbow on the button. Straddle and a raise to 1,500 in front of him.
yeah, but this is the thing. Against a 40 big blind stack, it's very easy to 3-bet. If he was up against a similar stack to his Ali, I think 3-bet would be very difficult here. You'd want to flat, and you do have to flat some aces just to be able to have them post in certain situations. But
Sure.
against the shallow stack, you don't even mind when the shallow stack peels here, because you've only got an SPR of 1. And Ahmed with the perfect hand to take on aces. 5, 6, 8, 9 double. Albeit a 7-4 in Albert's dangler range interferes somewhat.
And the flop is queen, 8, 5. 2 clubs.
Might see
Bottom 2 pair for Ahmed here.
Might see him just lead here with pot behind.
Albert does have the aces and a gut shot.
Yeah, so many bad cards for Ahmed. I think just betting pot here makes sense.
Not to be
never
overlooked, by the way, is the fact that Albert does have the ace of clubs in his hand.
Yeah, Albert's just going to run this. Like you say, he's got a gut shot,
Yeah.
he's got the ace. He's going to be up against some draws. He's ahead of the pair plus gut shots. He's got the queen jack 10s, the queen 10 9s, for example. They're all going to be doing this. So.
Yeah, Albert jams for the extra 2,300 as Ahmed made a pot committing bet size of 10K off of 12,300. And we're going to play a $35,700 pot here. Believe there was some discussion as to how many times they wanted to run it there, James. Did they settle on twice? Yes, they did. As a 4 comes off on the first board, which now gives the...
Yeah, the 4 didn't. It's actually kind of a back off Albert, because obviously a running pair up would make him win anyway, because he's holding the aces.
Oh.
That one's a pretty good card.
Yeah, no doubt about it, I think.
Gut shot for Ahmed anyway.
Just got to fade the 7, which he's blocking right now.
He made a house as well. It's
Carmen River, both players voting up, yeah.
Chop it up. Chop up the blinds between them, Ollie. All that for 350 bucks, eh?
Also been a 3 instead of.
Yeah, shallow stack PLO. You get the aces there, bad aces even. You can just go with them on nearly every board. Queen 8-5.
Standard.
I'm probably just happy when he sees the ace of clubs that there's not another club with it. It's in very
Sure.
bad shape.
Sure.
Aces and nut flush draw there. But
Always aces. when you get it in.
Somebody tells me that's not true.
When I go showdown, you see.
Or 9875. Sometimes this, sometimes that.
Take the 9875.
Chop it up. No harm, no foul.
Whatever. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do.
Zeki with the aces in the hijack. Slightly better ones, Ali, with a suit and 6-7 as his kickers.
Yeah, more than enough to get after the straddle of Aslani.
There's a lot on Albert's wrist there. There's a lot to take in.
There's a lot in his stack, too,
That's true.
which is where most of my focus is. 1,500 to go, and Aslani will defend with the Jack 10-10-5. A couple of clubs.
Yeah,
See what materializes.
pretty ugly hand, but
Queen 6 deuce rainbow. Actually, sorry, 2 spades. Forgive
Yeah.
me. Not a bad one for Zeki, given he holds the ace of spades.
yeah, all the ace of spades has backdoor diamonds. Obviously has 6 as well. The easy spot for him to continue against the very wide range of the straddle. Yeah, half pot. I like it. Gets the barrel some turns. You kind
Going back to Lebanon after. Also,
Artık işte sana daha ne istiyorsun ya?
My what?
Gelen rigora bak anasını.
So far, bar the small bluff from Albert, a lot of honesty in this game.
Anladım.
People playing the value of their
Tek
hand.
kazanabileceğin kağıt geldi ya. Biraz.
Might not be good anymore. Sir,
Görme
I
şansın yok.
felt it. I don't know.
Domine.
Ha?
Domine olmuş.
Dominelle girdin değil mi orada?
No matter.
Bu kadar biliyorsunuz da şans melekleri yanınızda.
Better they don't listen to me if I fail.
Mucked around to Dahar's ace, king, queen, deuce with a couple of diamonds in the hijack.
Yeah, there's a big difference, Ali, between this hand with the suited ace via suited queen, but suited king, pardon me, but you still play it. Let's go around to that straddle. Jack 8-7-5 finds the mark. A raise and take. I wonder, Ali. I did suggest before we started, sometimes keeping the game at the 1-2 encourages a little bit more action.
Well,
Stacks a little deeper. I'm not ruining the game. Yeah.
I am a little bit curious in terms of the different ways to get to a $400 blind. Do you think that a 200, 400 straight up game with 2 blinds is better, or a 100, 200, 400 game?
Thank you. I needed a 6.
I think I always favor 3 blind
A
games.
queen, a 6, an ace.
Should I make the wrist
Runner, runner.
Weakens the value of the button.
You know.
That's fair.
And
Is it
you
double?
know, 3 players are forced to put chips in the pot. And
if you make 1-6,
They
I make
fight for
3-2.
Really?
Yeah,
Alright, I didn't look. Can I make one?
me
six?
too. I make 3-2.
straddle to 16, straddle to 3,200. Rafa straddle to 3,200, Ali, with 5,000 behind.
Next round.
Yeah, 6-4.
What is happening?
I need ace.
Next life.
I take everything back I said.
1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 3,200, and now Aslani in the small blind, ace 10, 8, 8,
Come on, all
out of there.
If you guys fold, I'll go all in blind, by the way.
I think I will call all in blind.
Yeah,
I'm
Rafa's not
aware.
going to like the fact he's going to look down at that
Guys, fold.
10-7-7
Let's
deuce
go all in
blind.
me and Rafa. Come on. Don't be greedy. Let us alone. It's good for the stream.
Albert lobbying here.
Yeah, I mean, you got garbage hands as well. I mean, Albert is best with the ace, king, 10, deuce, but no suit. Yalla Habibi. But I mean, he's got him in really bad shape here. Obviously, the 10 deuce covered. It's basically ace, king, b7. So.
As promised, all in blind and a call off of the short stack for Schreiner.
And they're turning one cut up at a time.
Flip it.
Cool.
Neither of them know what they've got.
10-10.
King, yes.
That one is Rafa. Little does he know.
Open, Habibi.
Yeah.
King.
Funny how when they played a proper hand, they ran it twice. When they're playing blind, they happy to run it once.
Look at the Broadway wrap on the turn for Albert now.
Beat the
River. He has a blank 3. The pocket
This is gonna be
7s are going to
fun.
end up being the best hand. And look, he doesn't know he's got 7s yet.
Like he's gonna turn over the 7 here.
Seven.
Be like 7s, but he's not loving that.
No, he's
Come on.
No.
Yeah.
No! You're so lucky, Rafa. What I have on the turn, it's insane.
He had the wrap on the turn only, but
I'm super
boys are gambling. I like it.
Yes, they are.
3,200 straddles on.
no doubt about it. Albert gave him some action.
Can we
All
get back?
smiles.
Can we go back 5 minutes in the stream and just delete the bit where I said, sometimes putting the straddle on
We
early
ought to
kills
do that.
Get dealt 10-7.
Guys, I'm tired. I'm going to sleep right now. I won Albert's money. I'm completely satisfied.
Schreiner with threats of going to bed here.
That'd be fun if a couple of big hands had been dealt out there early and maybe we picked up some collateral. Someone opens the 10K, someone else calls, we get a little squeeze.
Buyout.
I mean, imagine how big of a favorite I am
Yeah.
when I have just a king and you have 10-7.
Deuce.
7.
You can break you have so many bricks and I have so many.
Zeki.
All I need
And
is
Straddle with a nice hand, ace, king, queen, 10, albeit suited only to the king.
Lucky 7s.
You're not doing that.
So you just would double up, and you came for the 20. It's amazing.
That's how he does it, you know.
Amazing player.
He calls him up for an hour and then gets it in with 7s and somehow double up. That's how you do it, Rafa.
Wow.
Bengvir opening with king, queen, jack 4 double. Zeki. Full Broadway rundown with
You
spades.
can only win without showdown with Rafa. When you go
Yeah.
showdown, it doesn't matter what you have.
Maybe stepping out a little bit here with his hand, but
When you're all in with Rafa, it's really tough.
we like action. Zeki with
You
ace,
need
king,
to
queen,
make sure you
10.
have the nuts on the river.
Could we bet this, Ali?
You know, that's the only way you can.
That's what he's going to do. I like it. This game's getting out of, well, it was never in the muck.
4,800 to go, he says.
We're building this game up. Bengvir in position, of course, going to call, having raised heads up pot. That has it double suited. This sort of bad double suited hands, Ali, much more valuable in heads up pots. So just continuing the 10 deuce stray board is just great for Zeki because you know his opponent's never supposed to have any of this deuce 3. He's got top pair, and when it's this shallow, it's pretty easy just to bet. And that's what he does. Bengvir was actually in pretty bad shape there.
So many backdoors.
So must be happy to miss that flop.
Wow.
It's yours.
Curtain promptly drawn on that one there.
Ollie, I didn't have the 3,200 straddle down as a hour 1 occurrence.
Say most of us didn't.
It's fun though when you put the 3,200 on, you turn to the guy on the left and go, You're gonna stop this? You're not putting the 64 on? I mean, straddle shaming. Oh, Albert's straddled with trips in his hand. He really needs the trip game on. Ace King 10 deuce for Rafa with the suit to the king. Putting his head above the parapet here. Well, is effectively under the gun. Oh man. On the button. Yeah, with some king single suited. They're going to laugh when Albert has to fold this one, Ollie.
Yeah, trip jacks.
You'll show the neighbor for that one.
Raising a flat in front of him.
I mean, the real flair is to call and just play the blockers later on. But he'll learn. Wow.
Oh, he would have flopped a set of jacks on the queen jack 4 board with a couple of spades. His immediate reaction there is, how is this possible? But the Broadway wrap would have left him vulnerable, as that's where Rafa's at.
Yeah, but look at this Ahmed. With kings and the king of spades, kind of fun spot for him. Blocking those straight draws. Having the flush blocker as well. With backdoor clubs, backdoor straight draws. Let's check it back. Let's see one more card. It's a pretty good one for him. You have a gut shot. Rafa, not interested in betting here. Ollie with no spade in his hand. Having checked the flop, just waving the flag against the player. I guess he gives credit to for having a tighter range than perhaps some of the other pills we've seen at this table. And Ahmed, pretty confident this hand's good. Bet's pretty small though. Let's see, invite some of the weaker one pairs to call, but also allows hands like this to call.
Yeah, just a flat. And the running pair is a safe run out for the 2 kings, although spades do show up.
Yeah, I mean, Ahmed's obviously now beating the queen jack, jack fours, queen fours of the world, but there aren't many of those that either raise pre or check twice. So it's not as nice a card as maybe it would be in usual situations. He's more concerned, I think, about being up against some weaker spades here with maybe a pair or the kind of ace king 10. Pardon me, the king 10-9 hands with spades that might want to play this way. So I think he's thinking he's beat here a decent percentage of the time. Oh no, he's going really thin. Wow.
1,500. Very downsized into the 6,900 there.
Yeah.
3 jacks in my hand.
Neat.
Maybe thought he was up against just some
Jack 3.
queen X and
Fine, fair enough.
That's fair enough. Yeah.
I wonder what he does if all of a sudden that downsized bet just induces somebody to be heroic.
yeah, I mean he's just in the bin then.
And that's, of course, the argument against getting cute, where the upside is just 1,500 that you're trying to milk someone for.
The thing is, your opponent doesn't really ever have a house to having raise pre, check flop, check call turn.
Maybe with
so you
a
can
better
kind of
hand.
eliminate house. They also don't have the highest flushes, so maybe he's thinking I just don't ever get check raised here. And I'm up against a lot of... I'm up against some better hands, of course, some weak flushes. But he's also up against quite a lot of queen X that maybe gets curious for that sizing.
Sure.
If you had kings,
Yeah,
you would call, or
I'm with you,
if
Ollie.
you had
You
kings, you would have
bet
called.
that you get check raised, you're
Probably.
screwed. But I just don't think really our opponent gets the check raises ever there. Maybe a nicer bet than I first thought.
Aces in the straddle awaiting Rafa. But first we have the matter of Ahmed, who with queen 7-5 of spades and a blank dangler
Only if that's
is
the right
activating.
I
Savash.
mean, that's got to be queens, right? No other hand's going to raise here.
One would think, but there's
Wow,
two other queens in the mix here, James. So it would have to be the case queen nestled in there for Ahmed, as Zeki has rainbow queens in the small blind facing the raise.
Yeah, I think he peeled now. Yeah, he did peel, or he is peeling. Albert folds in, yeah. Now Rafa gets to say that three-letter word we all love.
Yeah, there it is.
The bad aces, Ollie, but just like the situation before, he can put a third of his chips in pre-flop, so it's a pretty easy go for. Yeah, Ahmed's pulling a face. I mean, I don't. I mean, even if it is the other queen, oh, this is a pretty light open. I suppose it is cut off, but cut off with 3 blinds. And builds and
Free money.
Zeki.
Never know what that 4th card was as it goes into the muck, and the queens do the same thing.
Not
The verified
always
queens, that is, in front of Zeki.
I know. You don't need to tell me this.
I had also a nice pair with flip suite
Yeah, there you go. I had a nice pair, he says.
and Zeki behind.
Okay, so it must have been the queens then.
Unless it was 7, Solly. You know.
Time to,
Somehow I don't
give
think
him a
that's
time.
what he was working with, but who knows?
Straddle, that's straddle finished?
Finish.
I don't know.
Okay.
I have got a feeling, what
Go
we've
on.
seen already, this is how this game's starting. We're in for a very, very fun, long evening. We're going to see some big pots tonight.
I sure hope so.
I'm not sure what the biggest pot we saw in the Hold'em game was the other night, but I'm confident we'll get past 6 figures.
Well, you know how it is in PLO. You get the right mix of characters in there.
700.
Yeah, and the willingness to open up different pockets, Ollie.
Bless you.
Make sure they brought the money pouch.
Yeah.
700.
Ahmed added again, this time Queen Jack 10-7, an unstraddled pot. Bang via electing not to straddle.
Yeah, 4 ways, 2,800 in the middle, 10-7 deuce and a couple of spades. So Rafa's got himself the nut flush draw here.
Yeah.
Top 2 at a minimum for Albert. Same hand for Ahmed with a 10-7 of his own.
Yeah. Neither of those two having a flush draw, of course, to go with their top 2 on this somewhat wet board when you got the... actually, Rafa's got bottom pair as well. This is kind of fun because he's in great shape against these hands, right? The 2 pairs holding a deuce. The ace or the king unconnected to the board if they hit. Get him there. A bet and a call in front. Ahmed. Wow. There's 2 options here, Ollie.
Okay.
You call, and then you look for that 3, 4, 5 kind of card and commit then. Or you pounce now. Obviously, the 3, 4, 5 doesn't come too often. Queen Jack does give him some option down the streets, but it looks like he's going to go for the pounce now. Kind of makes sense when there's a caller in the middle. We know Albert's willing to splash around and can certainly be making this bet with weaker and some of his draws.
10.8.
And Albert's in a tough spot now. I mean, obviously, we don't know the last card, but this isn't a pleasant spot. When you bet with the top 2, you get called the middle and someone wants to raise you. Sure, you can be ahead, but it's very hard to be a favorite. If you're up against a set, you're all but dead. You're up against sort of the straight and flush combo. Like I say, you're a dog. And you could be up against both. So he does get out of the way. Rafa may decide to run this, like I say, Ali. He's in very good shape against the 2 pairs he's up against. Sometimes you might just flat here. If you're a lot deeper, you can flat Ali, and he's got an 8, so you know when the jack or the 6 comes in, he can rep those straight draws, give himself some additional equity by turning hands into bluffs, making some of these 2 pairs or sets fold. In this instance, not going to be the case because Ahmed has just 8,000 behind. You may call here and elect to get it in on a non-paired card. Call here, anything but a 10 or a 7 we go with. That might be his strategy.
10.8.
Especially when you've got paired deuces.
Only 8K back for Ahmed
Yeah,
after
I
this.
suppose.
Rafa's going to
Yeah, he's just committing on anything that doesn't pair the board.
make the call. They basically got the same amount back at this point in time. And good news for Ahmed's 10-7, of course, is that Albert's 10-7 is already in
Wow.
the muck, and he makes 10s full
Look
of
at
7s on the
Albert's
turn.
face.
Albert can't breathe as he knows he's made the nuts.
This is kind of stupid, but I mean, Ahmed just has to put it in because you want to be able to put it in here when you do have the bluffs. You know, the 8-9 jacks, the combo draws.
And it's crazy because when he does so, there's going to be 34,000 in this pot.
Yeah.
And only 7,100 to call for Rafa, but a board pair is really a devastating development.
And it's very important that Rafa's got the 8 of spades in his hand. That just means you can't call here. You want your opponent. If he's not going to call there, he's called there to get it in on any non-10, non-7.
Yeah, but once the board pairs, even a deuce would have been a problematic.
I mean, deuce
card,
we've got to
perhaps.
go with if you
call it,
because you beat the 10-7s and you still beat the draws. But the 8 of spades specifically is a card you really need your opponent to have if you're going to call with a nut flush draw there.
Well, as you alluded to earlier, James, if the sites that you're seeing right now tickle your fancy, then you're definitely going to want to make your way down here to North Cyprus and be a part of the Merit Poker Cash Game Festival. Where else do they do that? It's not a tournament series, it's just a cash game festival. Come one, come all. And if you don't find the limits that you seek there, pony up in the Triton Super High Roller Series, 25K buy-ins and all the way up from there, happening concurrently. You certainly won't want to miss it. Book your rooms today as things will definitely be selling out.
Yeah, and Ollie, with the Cash Game Festival, the rooms you mentioned there, I know get in contact with the people at Merit. They do these packages. You play a set number of rounds. They take care of your room. So
That's right.
if you are keen, all the details at the bottom there. Obviously, many ways to contact Merit. Please look into that, and you might find out it's not such a bad thing. I met one of the guys in the spa the other day who's down here. Just 6 hours a day. He's got a place. He's come down here, plays his poker, chills at the spa, enjoys the buffets. I've seen him in the buffets too, Ollie, not just the spa, but...
Well, listen, you're the mayor of the buffet. We know that. But honestly, it's all-inclusive here. After we wrapped up last night, we go into one of the lobby bars. Drinks are flowing. There's no tab at the end. It's brilliant.
Oh, no, Ollie, there was a tab. It's just you always leave before
Oh,
it gets
right.
settled.
Mhm.
No, I'm joking, of course. It's, yeah, all-inclusive.
It's truly remarkable to get a free room, free food at all hours of the day, free drinks, a beautiful backdrop, by the way. Most during the peak season, I mean, jumping in the sea before you get in and do a little bit of gambling. I mean, it really is a treat.
No.
Yeah, don't think there's any jump in the sea today, Ollie.
No, it was rough out there.
It's going to be rough in here for some of these
And I
guys.
made a good call.
Probably have free roll on.
Albert's feeling sick, though.
No, I had a deuce.
I have a free roll on. I'm saying.
Yeah, but
10 rolling off
Ah,
on
the
the turn
free-
as
yeah,
he
okay,
folds. He
but
folded the
Queen
3
Jack
jacks
10-7.
in his hand.
Queen Jack
Saw a jack
10-7.
roll off.
Queen Jack, 10-7. I had.
Without spades?
Yeah, one spade.
That was a fun hand.
Certainly.
It's so rare, you know. He makes a decision, my mind rightly, to just call, just in case he comes with a 10 or 7 so he can fold.
outplayed Albert.
Otherwise, he's running his equity, and then that card comes.
You think
And then
now?
he saved the 7K, but you feel sick.
Forgive me for saying so. I would have preferred that the 10 didn't come off on the turn, and then we got to see.
You just wanted the rest to go in,
I want a
Ollie.
little bit of blood,
Run
you
it
know.
twice.
Doesn't matter.
I'm
it
into
can't
it.
get any worse. So at this point, I'm just immune to anything that puts.
Straddles off now as
I'm like peak level.
Salim pumps it up
How was your
to
draw?
500.
How was your
Picks
draw?
up Bengvier. 765 deuce. Dusty kid, but rates to be
Overcard, a deuce,
unintrusive.
Yeah, and Salim with this hand, just has a little playability. Actually, likes
Checks
to check-
back, yeah.
Actually, likes to check it back. I don't know what his other card is, but seems
If I had more
reasonable.
spades
I
behind,
mean,
maybe,
you can call a bet with this hand on most turn cards,
made,
regardless of what the fourth
bet,
card is. So.
but without all in.
Small bet here. Yeah, minimum. Or not minimum, sorry. We're not. I thought for a minute we were playing 200, 400, Ollie, but we actually are playing 100, 200. I have to remind myself. Do you think we're going to have the quiet corner? This little row of 3?
Listen, you get the right hands in there. Nobody's going to be quiet in a PLO game. You might even hear a little bit of wincing.
Let's give Albert a hand.
Oftentimes, as a mixed game player in the cash game streets, James, you know, you hear people allude to the idea, oh, you mixed game players are, you're just different. You're all different. Pot Limit Omaha players are different as well. Really cut from a different sort of cloth than the No Limit tournament players for sure, and even the No Limit cash game grinders.
Yeah, 100%. You have to have very, very thick skin playing PLO games.
You have to have thick bankroll.
Yeah, you take a lot of beats in this game.
Yeah. It is the highest variance form of poker, is it not? I mean, you're tempted to kind of believe that No Limit Hold'em would be, given that there isn't a cap on the betting, but really the occasions on which big stacks collide require such specific circumstances in No Limit. Not the case in PLO.
And yeah, and the average bet size in PLO is big, even though it's pot limit. People bet pot a lot. In Hold'em, people bet small a lot. So in reality, it plays a lot bigger. Yeah, I can't think of a game where you're going to get more swings. I'm sure someone out there will correct me and tell me there's some crazy game I never heard of. I guess Ali, short deck Hold'em, maybe one. That seems to be a game where
yeah, you're right about that.
the ammo goes in pretty liberally. As Ahmed raises up Jack-Jack 4-4. Double pair hand. Bogdan flatting kings behind with at least one suit. Zeki. Wow, all right. Zeki's come to play. Queen-Jack 6-5. 3 diamonds. He elects to be the third man in. Albert with queens and nut hearts. Also, this is the sort of game I'm about, Ali. I'll tell you all about these kind of games.
700 called in 4 spots behind the open from Ahmed's double paired Jack-High clubs.
I'm not surprised that we just saw Ace-10 do 3-fold, but I'm kind of surprised we saw a nut suit folded in a hand that would have been 6 ways. Which is the 500 more. But
courtesy of that fold, we take this flop 5 ways. It is Queen 9-7 with a couple of spades. Top set for Albert Dahr here.
Not enough really to give him action, though. That's the problem.
Bad end of a gut shot for Zeki with top pair. Perhaps the guy that might be a customer.
Albert with the trap.
But he's only got one player behind him there, James. And Rafa checks back, and this is a sopping wet 10 of clubs on the turn that he certainly didn't want to see. As Bogdan now has a king-high flush draw. I, too, am shocked by that check.
I think, obviously, Rafa's super short on the button, so he's thinking he is going to pop it in there pretty liberally. And he's also obviously trapping the rest of these guys. If one of the rare bricks comes off on the turn, then he's just never allowed to have this hand, but somehow has it. There is some merit to being that tricky, but yikes. And Ahmed now, a pretty tuned card for him. Obviously blocking the straights and has a flush draw. Fun spot. But yeah, no one, I promise you, nobody in this room thinks Albert has top set. Does have the queen of clubs as well. Could potentially do some stuff on some non-pairing rivers. Even though, you know, his man can have 2 jacks here and be bluffing, Ahmed has bet this one 5 ways, so can have blockers, but you got to give him quite a lot of credit for the straight here, especially because there's 2 flush draws on board.
And note that the departure of the king-high flush draw does allow Ahmed's clubs to be drawing live. However, the 4 of spades on the river, not his card in terms of giving him the best hand. He may think it's a good card, though, because he's made bottom set. Decides to check it over to Albert. And it does feel oftentimes like this could be a straight worried about spades here. And given that that's the case, might Albert turn these queens into a bluff?
I don't think so, because I'm not sure how many spades Albert really gets to have as played. I mean, he's going to bet some combination on the flop because the board's so wet. Right? If we work out what kind of spades he's going to have, he's likely to have a straight draw with it. You may see him bet flop quite often. I think Albert's more likely to have a hand like Jack-8 than he is spades here. And he still beats some hands. Oh, he does go for it, Ali. With no spade in his hand, he turns his hand into a bluff. Full pot.
I think it's specifically the check that, as played, really makes him think that he needs to fire just in case he's up against King, Jack, Jack-8.
Yeah, he thinks he's up against a straight. That's why he's made this move.
Doesn't feel like any 8-6 is barreling there.
This is a pretty funny spot. Because Ahmed now kind of has a hand that can conceivably call, because now Albert's saying, look, I've got a big flush. And he's thinking, if you've got the king high spades, you probably had king jack, king 10, maybe would have bet, maybe had something else with it. Nut spades sometimes going to bet. Now, of course, a lot of flush draws are going to check back flop, but do they call the turn? What's he got with them? He'd have to have something else with them to call turn. He's not calling just raw spades. And Ahmed's got jacks with jack of spades. Yeah, this is crazy. He may end up calling Ollie. Albert might inadvertently be making a pot size value bet here. Because Ahmed's got the jack of spades, a lot of Albert's flushes are going to include him having the jack of spades in his hand. Albert's going to have the jack straight draw with spades, even jack 8 with spades. I wouldn't be surprised to see him call this, and there's going to be some hilarity at showdown. Ahmed's thinking, well, I get to call this if I got...
Oh, man, he's reaching for chips here.
Yeah. Ahmed can easily fold all the straights that don't have a spade in his hand.
I mean, the problem also is that he's blocking the club draws that have busted on the river here, which is the sort of hand class that he's hoping to be picking off with a set of fours.
Yeah, exactly that. For the same reason it's great to have the jack of spades in your hand. It's bad. Look at this.
Oh, he's going to pay him off, and Albert's got to be certain that a set of queens isn't going to be
Yeah,
good
he's
very
gonna
often.
muck
You
his
see him
hand.
ready to muck his
Look.
hand. What an insane accidental value bet.
He
Best value bet in the world.
Oh, man, we're laughing in the booth. Obviously, Ahmed isn't amused, understandably.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow, Ollie. Bluff, get called and win.
Incredible.
Yeah, it's a good point you make, because you don't want to have jack of clubs in your hand because you want your opponent to have some of those jack X of club in his straight flush draws, but you also have the jack of spades, you block those from the spade side. So,
Very nice.
and of course, Ollie, you're in this pot. You look up,
Actually, thought that was
someone's
a
bet into you,
that, like, I get
and it's Albert De Hire.
Yeah, right. He's the kind of guy that has the profile where he's out of line from time to time, and he's not afraid to make a big pot size bet with a bluff. And who knows how much history the two of them have.
That's an amazing hand. Incredible.
Anyway, nice hand. Nice bet.
Even Ahmed has to appreciate the lunacy there.
I'll come back.
Ne diyorsun ha?
Yeah, he's thinking he's got some two pair with missed clubs. I'd say that jack 8
yeah, I'm a super fan.
wants to bluff.
Albert, what were you doing?
Jack
You
X of
showed
spades are the
first
biggest
queen
value
of
bets.
spades, after you opened another queen. It's like
Slow roll.
slow roll.
Yeah.
It's like
Sorry. I should have just mucked my hand. Imagine I just mucked my hand. Like, you win.
you should have locked your hand.
And then I see he has this, and it's like, I quit poker forever. This would have been the peak of peaks of tilt. Like if I just mucked this hand and he ended up hero calling me with fours.
Maybe only
And then I
one
see it on stream.
one combination.
While I'm on the plane back home, I just jump from the fucking plane.
That was only one combination. You get called,
Oh, you love it.
in my vision. Nice blockers I had.
But there was a flush out there, and you were rare.
Yeah, I saw. I have also a
That's
flush
all.
blocker. One flush blocker.
There's many spades in the deck, you know. It's not just one. It's like it's a lot of spades out there. Expect one time and just.
Yeah, no. Do you have one spade? Did you have one spade?
He didn't.
I don't even know.
He had the
Albert
jack
did
of
not have a
spades.
spade.
Oh, no, Albert didn't.
He was
No,
out
I
there.
didn't have a spade. I had
one of
3 hearts and a
was?
club.
Oh, yeah, no.
No, I had 3 hearts and.
You didn't have
Oh,
it.
you opened first queen of spades. We all
No.
we all
Queen of
thought
spades was on the board. I had the queen of clubs.
Queen of
Yeah.
clubs here, yeah.
I had the queen of clubs. Queen of spades was out there.
that- Anyway, I have bad vision.
Come on down, guys. The games in Mirror are pretty good.
If you guys want a side bet, I'll side. I'm pretty happy to side bet. That I had the queen of club now.
It's too early. Wait.
I mean, I'll
Here's the thing.
give you guys odds if you want.
We say, oh,
odds, I'll give you 3 to 1.
No, it was.
Just continue,
games
just let
here
me.
pretty good.
I'll give you 5 to 1.
But there was a lot of thought that went into Albert's decision there when he made the bet. And equally as much thought that went into
What can I do?
Ahmed's decision to make
I
the
come
call,
from
as
Lebanon,
well
you know, I'm
as
not-
context,
I'm not
James.
Romanian or from Austria where life is good, you know. You gotta hustle. You gotta hustle. Huh?
It used to be good in Lebanon as well.
It used to be. It was never Austria, though. I can tell you that much.
Austria of the Middle East.
Queens and deuces for Ahmed. Opinion from the big.
That was
Salim
before I was born, by the way.
pair and backdoor spades. Kind of too weak a hand to check back, I
The
thought.
good old
And
days. It wasn't Austria. It was,
good enough to start betting.
What was it?
Jordan was
No, it does check back.
It was Switzerland.
Switzerland.
Club's complete.
Yeah, it was Switzerland. Paris of the
Not a
Middle
single club spread across those 8 cards, however.
East. It was Paris of the Middle East. Why did I even say Switzerland? I don't know.
Mr. Andrei, holding 515, sit open, Andrei.
I still can't get over that hand.
I
It's
know
brilliant.
we're both still stewing and chewing on it. 10 on the river. Queens and deuces just going to go to a showdown here as unimproved 5s.
I mean, I wasn't a fan of the bluff,
Second of
but
luck.
if the bluff gets called by worse, then maybe I'm a fan of it.
Mr. Andrei, holding 515, sit open, Andrei.
He's still looking. Oh, man, it's just like, really, did this happen to me? Did I just get this mugged off on stream as well? Like, of all the places it happens.
Certainly did happen.
See Zeki there with a phone out and an earpiece in. I guess we can say hello, my friend. In 30 minutes' time, he might give us a wave. There's our delay here, are we?
Well, I don't know if he's going to be staring at it for the next 30 minutes continuously, but it appears that he's certainly soaking something in. Could be Netflix. You never know.
You never have any idea what you are doing, right?
What?
You never have any idea what you are doing, right?
That's why you never dare to play me heads up? Yeah. That's why when I see you, you just snaps it out.
Where? In your dreams.
What?
In your dreams.
In my dream. Okay.
Goading Albert.
Yeah.
It's the open. King, king, trade, trade for Rafa. He ISOs. Puts all the shrapnel in.
Yes, 5-2. Yeah, 5-2.
Bengvir outside of the tables.
Yeah,
Oh, here we go. Salim with the boots. Ali.
Your action here.
Okay.
Kings and 3s. Jammed by Rafa and the aces over the top.
Yeah.
With 3 clubs and kings sprout up. You see Ahmed.
Yeah, he's just going to shrug and have to fold this one, I think, Ali. It's like, really? We would of course, have taken Rafa on, but when Salim rips it in, it's like, sure, the kings can still be good, but they're never much of a favorite. You're looking at the sort of big ace rundown hands.
Let's make a huge four-way on him.
I won.
Still got Albert to worry about under the gun. There's the opener. But hey, Ali, he just got sent into a spin a minute ago. Maybe.
But you have a raise, a jam, and then a jam over the top of that in front of these 2 kings. Aces are just there so often.
I think it's easy to say because I'm looking at Salim's hand. Like, Rafa can obviously have a lot worse. Albert can have all sorts, but Salim's just supposed to have aces here. Yeah. Or at least a very, very good ace rundown hand. Like ace, king, queen, jack. Kind of
Easy fold awaits Zeki here.
Even just better kings than he had, like an ace, king, king. Salim's going to hand. Albert, very bad hand to take on aces with. But, you know, maybe he wants to gamble. He does.
Oh, wow.
I have nothing.
He's not lying.
It's the double-suited ace-8-4 tray.
I mean,
the hearts are
the
busy
ace-
in Rafa's hand.
Right, the ace and the 3 are dead, but he does have the 2 light flush draws. Even the 4 high diamonds are
By the
good.
way, but I feel I'm gonna win.
I
because I'm
had
drawing
kings
dead.
also. Yeah.
What? No, I'm.
No,
I'm
he
like
just got the news. The 2
completely
other
dead.
kings are
This is
gone.
the ace. This is the 3.
Oh my
Just-
god.
The 3's gone.
I'm dead.
This is the 8.
Yeah, well,
This is
No,
the 8.
and hard as
I have-
well. Oh
Yeah,
god.
Rafa's in dire
Yeah.
straits here.
Fuck.
His other 2 kings are gone. He's got 1 3 left. The heart's no good.
Dead.
Somehow he's 23% though, Ollie.
But I feel.
You're drawing that, my
Well,
friend.
23% on paper. It's not taking account the forwarded cards. I was
1-3, yes. Part of
What do I even need? Just open 5 deuce. I need the 5 deuce flop. One time.
Terim olmasa zaten ben de
Yeah, Rafa needs only the case 3.
Every one time a 3, please.
Ahmet neyin var?
He folded kings.
He had.
Yeah.
Oh my god, you are dead.
I'm dead, yes.
What is that? Wait. I need a
6-4-6 with a
Wow.
couple of clubs, and
Come on, one time
Salim
with
has a flush draw and a gutter to
4.
go with what is the best hand here.
Straight flush draw even, Ollie.
4 is live. What is this flop? It's not. Yeah, can we change the flop?
That.
Ay.
9 on the turn. Albert needs a 4.
Or not out.
4, not what?
Not worth 4.
You have 4? 4.
And instead, the river is a deuce of clubs,
life
which
of
gives Salim the nut flush.
As clean as it gets.
Selim never lost a hand.
And it
with
was
aces.
pretty tidy, wasn't it?
Nice one.
That was
Salim
pretty
never
amazing
lost
spot to
all
be
in
in.
since
Yeah.
2010.
We're taking account the forwarded cards.
Insane.
Very hard for him to lose that one.
How much?
10.
Not often you can say that in a 3-way PLO coup. Wow. This is barely over an hour into the game. This is the action we've already been treated to, Ollie. PLO is unlike Hold'em. Sometimes the Hold'em games, every
you
it's
can count
deeper, it
if you
starts to tighten up a little bit. Kind of people are scared to enter pots. Kind of opposite happens in Omaha. You get more 3-bets pre.
I can take back.
If you keep players like Albert in the mix.
I put 4 in. And
He's good for it.
And then the games get really big because
no, I
even if you don't want to, you go 4-way and
correct,
it's
like
10k a
that.
piece.
No, it's fine.
You had 6.
Yeah.
Pot bet sends
It's
carnage on.
Yeah. It's right. Yeah.
Just all goes to him.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I put new 20. Yeah, sorry for the
Confusion.
Instant reload.
So do I have to announce that I reload? Do I have to announce that I reload now, or
Canımızı kurtarsak başka.
Jeremy said I have to
Yeah.
tell them?
See, for our benefit, Ollie, we need to know when the chips hit the table.
Lovely triple up, by the way, for Salim Sunair, who things hadn't been going terrifically for thus far.
Bravo, Selim. You played it great.
According to members of the Turkish poker community, by the way, Salim is one of the best cash game specialists in the country and has been for many years. So keep an eye on his navigations. Obviously, aces are a little bit more straightforward than your average holding in PLO, but maybe a spot or two will come up that raise an eyebrow.
Well, now he's deeper. We may see some of that.
Yeah.
But so far, plays aces very well. Get in against exactly the scenario you had there. That's what you dream of. Albert, with the hand he's going to play from the straddle. How many customers will he have?
Oh.
So far, not many. He'll
Really
be in
had
position.
1 out pre, huh? That's insane. Really 1 out.
Straddle back on
One
here.
out pre. It's crazy. Like hearts no good. No more kings. 1-3.
Yeah, Bogdan
Drawing that
playing
in
from the
PLO
small.
is
Obviously a pretty
very,
strong hand
very
against 2
difficult.
blind hands, Ali, but
Going
out
down
of position.
easy.
Going to keep the pot small.
Like,
Really let Albert
Imagine I hit the 3.
Biri çıkışmış ya.
do the front running.
Sick.
yeah, I would never play.
O da bende olmuş olabilir.
It would be over.
Big flop to
Öbürününkilerin
Zeki.
hepsini ben kesiyorum.
3 ways to the king 6 deuce board, where he's got himself
Özellikle şu aksiyonda eli çok canlı değil mi?
The inside straight draw up against the top pair of Bogdan, which is checked. He checks in turn, and then Albert decides to barrel with just the gutter.
Yeah, gutter, backdoor diamonds. Obviously, you can go slightly higher with a 7-9 run out as well, holding 5-8. Bogdan sticking around with top pair and himself, backdoor diamonds. And Zeki. Like you mentioned, under the inside wrap. These games, these feel like the little in-between pots. Everyone just wants to be over. Let's get back to a big one.
And the 5 on the turn does complete the inside straight draw here after 2 callers.
Yeah, against one player, I think Albert would want to go betting here quite heavily, having a 3, kind of blocking that straight. But I think once it's been called in 2 spots on King 6 Deuce where there are no obvious draws, then the 3, 4, 5 suddenly is a lot more likely. And that may be why Zeki's thinking of just coming out betting here, because I guess he has the most of that draw. Therefore, theoretical advantage on this card. But
It's too hot in here.
this man doesn't slow down.
No, he sure doesn't.
Hot.
Still just a gut shot, improved to a pair of 5s. The Kings have found the muck. Now, of course, with the nuts, Zeki will mull it over. The bet, 2,500 into 3,000.
Yeah,
not a small one.
This, I think, Ali's always should be a call. We've got the nuts, but we've got no regional. The 2 are super deep. And Zeki's going to have a lot of medium strength that he wants to call with here. Potentially call with here some 2 pairs. So it's nice to have the nuts in there as well. Now he does raise. I think if you raise here, you want to go bigger. I think you want to go pot. You're saying you've got the nuts at this point.
6,300. Rainbow board. A rainbow hand for Albert. Remember, Zeki was in the big blind in this pot.
Wow. No. No, Ali. Surely he's not going to...
Don't put anything past this man.
The action, though, I mean, Zeki looks like he's got this kind of hand.
Yes, I agree. The fact that he's in the big blind.
The fact that he overcalls.
The line that he's taken. Yep.
Rainbow board. He's kind of check raise. Maybe he's thinking he wouldn't check raise this small with the nuts. I mean, that's a lot of confidence to give to one part of the dynamic in the hand. So I'd imagine not. I imagine he just feels like that I was going to win this hand. I've got the 3, got a 5 blocking those 3, 4, 5s. That's part of it, Ali. There is a 5 on board. He's holding a 5. But he doesn't have any draw going higher.
And the only blocker he has is the 3.
Yeah, but like I said, the 5 kind of works because if you try and take 3, 4, 5 out of Zeki's range as the overcaller on the flop.
Pass.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
It was a lot of posturing, Ali. I mean,
Zeki was salivating, by the way.
The devil on the shoulder was whispering sweet nothings into his ear.
Sure.
He pass.
I pass on that.
Open the river. Good.
Oh, look at Zeki asking for a river even though he had the 6-high straight, as though he was drawing or something to that effect. Bit of posturing there.
King 744. Yeah. King 534. King 544.
Oh, Zeki's as cool a customer
5.
as you can ask for.
6, 5, 4, 4.
There's obviously...
You have a best hand.
Huh?
You have a best hand, you said.
You had.
Huh?
There's obviously so much history between these players, Ali. It's kind of fun to
Sure, I
peer
have
into
best
these
hand.
games. We get a glimpse for one evening.
Yeah.
I only had the 5. So.
Yeah, I have nuts.
You have nuts on the
One espresso and some fried cashew.
I'm happy my crazy brain got the better.
But you want the re-raise? You think about that,
Huh?
You think about that, re-raising.
Well, I had no other choice, to be fair.
We did have a second choice, Ollie, the one he
Yeah.
took eventually.
Just let it go.
Raphael with
He doesn't like to let it go, though.
good kings and the hijack. Up
You know
against
out there.
the end of the gun raise, though, from Bengvir, who is thus far not been as action as the rest. Oh, look at this hand for Ahmed. Lovely little Jack 10, 8-7 double. Again, in a more conventional game, multiplayer pots, this hand doesn't play so well. But in this kind of game, these hands fare a little nicer. Is he thinking about raising here, trying to get a heads up with that double suited combo? Those double suited hands, Ollie, become far more valuable in heads up pots rather than multi-way. So that may be what he's thinking, and that's what he's done. Remember, starting 50 big blinds deep with the straddle. And when this gets round to Raphael, he's going to have a decision. Having kings specifically with an ace that gives you a suit, and of course some wheel equity with a 5 as opposed to an ace king king 6, which is a little bit weaker.
6,700 total, just 16K back.
Yeah, it's
for Raphael here.
3 decisions here. You can fold.
But he has the ace in his hand as well.
That's why I don't think you should. But it's whether you decide to jam here or call, and then you kind of have a broader range of hands post-flop, theoretically. Gives you more board coverage. Out of position. We only have less than pot behind. He just looks like he's just going to give him credit for it.
I'm a bit surprised.
I'm not shocked, Ollie. I mean, you are just in terrible shape if he has got aces. See, he's only flipping there, but
maybe if he had a Broadway dangler instead.
Oh yeah, for sure. Then we're in. But I mean, with the wheel card, it's not bad. I think I'd call there and then kind of progress post. You can even make aces fold post flop potentially.
Floor.
Because I don't see any misplaced.
Ah. Seki.
Floor.
Playing the sheriff, Ollie. Like, these guys have missed their blinds. Just make sure they pay when they get back.
Bunlar bu kadar parayı yerde renk var, kent var, setle görüyorlar.
Hadi biri anladım, biri Lübnanlı da Ahmet'e ne oluyor?
Yalnız tek kombinasyon değil mi görebildik? Yani ben kendimi mi sandım?
Ne?
Tek kombinasyon değil mi görebileceğim yani? Set oluyor. Tek blöf geçiyor.
Well, Ollie, whilst they figure out this particular situation,
go on.
I see your waiter has arrived, delivered you a lovely green juice, and he looks very keen to commentate on some poker. So I'll make way for a moment.
Let's not deny the man the opportunity then.
I'll be back in a short while, but joking aside, I'll be leaving in the capable hands of Mr. David Lapp.
From the table. Is there misblind or no? Because Albert left. Is there misblind or he has to post?
On TV table.
Give it up for James Flushy Dempsey in the chat. I've been tuning into this. It's been great fun.
It sure has, David. Welcome in. You missed certainly one of the more entertaining hands of poker that we've seen across this entire Carmen series. And wouldn't you know it, it's in a PLO cash game. Albert Dar accidentally value betting 2 queens.
This really is the life, Ali. You get to come in here, get to spend an afternoon with you and James later on.
I don't know that
watch
that's the best part of it.
Watch high stakes poker. Offer some thoughts along the way. Doesn't get better than this.
I would tend to agree with you, David. I think these guys that are sitting in this game might be feeling the same way, win, lose, or draw. Where would they rather be? As we know, the cloth from which pot limit Omaha players are cut. They love to gamble. They like the high variance. They certainly like the high stakes, this group here. 100, 200. No straddles at present. 3x open from Rafael. Picks up Rafa as the board comes ace, 8, 6, 4s. Complete dream. As 8 high, straight for Rafa. Kind of took a strange path to describing that situation there, Lappin, but nevertheless, a couple of checks there. Second nut straight. Now becomes inclined to bet after a couple of checks. Top set for Rafael, though, and we know that he's not going anywhere. Double checking. What an action card that is. Unfortunate, of course, for Rafael as it stands. He did put 2 kings into the muck just a moment ago. Pre-flop, which were good. Up against a double-suited jack-high rundown. That had re-raised. Blank on the river. That'll suit Rafa just fine in this $3,600 pot.
I lost too much. 300. Like 300 I lost. No, in total. 100K.
And not easy for Rafael here, obviously top set. One feels compelled to maybe stick it in there, and indeed he does, but...
Yeah, full pot size bet, and he gets shown the 8-4. Cold, cold world, and you see kind of that sympathetic nodding of the head there from Rafa. Sporting the Lux and Pay hoodie, by the way.
I noticed that.
Not something to be glossed over there. Rob Young. Part of that outfit. That truly stepped in to kind of fill a void of payment processors that addressed the needs of a traveling poker professional. Get your tournament buy-ins, cash game buy-ins, peer-to-peer transfers, I believe. And I'm saying all of this free of charge, so you know that I mean it. could be setting us up here.
I wasn't sure. I don't know. You never know who's affiliated. But, yeah, certainly seeing Luxon being used in a lot of poker rooms these days, all around the world. Certainly one of the bane of a poker player's life is having to travel with money, having to figure out ways to wire money. So, as you said,
I mean, even coming in and out of countries where, you know, there's a question about monetary instruments or their equivalents and currency, how much are you carrying? And I've heard some real horror stories in terms of poker players, you know, saying, hey, look, I've won this money gambling. It's what I do for a living. And nevertheless, certainly in the U.S., where I hear more of the stories on occasion, people are just like, no, we don't believe you. They can just seize the funds. Not a good feeling.
Ellerindekileri yerde görüyorlar ha. Ellerindekini yerde görüyorlar.
Seki all the way up to 63,000 in front of him. He's going to open from the button. Ace 10, 7, 5, 3 spades. Bengvir, 3 bets to 2,200.
Yeah, having watched a little bit of this game from the vantage point of the jacuzzi in one of the properties here.
Oh, lovely.
It was a very nice place to watch
Indeed.
this high-stakes PLO action. It does feel as though, you know, some of these players are certainly a little looser than others.
Yeah.
Bengvir obviously sensing Zeki might be one of those guys.
I want to say that all of them are looser than their no-limit counterparts.
Indeed.
And Zeki ready to take a flop with his man in position. Little peek back from Bengvir. 4,500 in the middle. Jack 6 deuce rainbow. Pair of sixes for Bengvir.
Yeah, big whiff here for Zeki. Plenty of turn barreling cards for Bengvir. He's going to start with a lead. Doesn't want to give up the betting lead in this situation, and that's going to get the job done, let's be honest, against the ace 10, 7 of spades, 5 of hearts. Not much to pique his interest. What's the biggest pot so far? As I said, I didn't see the entire 90-minute block, I saw sort of like maybe 10 hands of it.
We did have a $35,000 pot that actually didn't get to a showdown. And then the pot between Albert and Ahmed, I believe, was in that same neighborhood.
Albert giving action similar to how he was in the whole game, sort of.
He actually turned the set of queens into a bluff when the spades showed up on the river on a 3 to a straight board, where inadvertently Ahmed had rivered bottom set of 4s on what looked like a totally innocent card. And then suddenly after he checked it, he started looking over at Albert and visions of all the pots they've played, I'm sure, through the years and the times where he showed him the bluff, kind of got the better of him.
Well, that's a super point, actually, about how often a lot of these guys play with each other. We've got existing dynamics all over the place here.
Zeki. Aces. Pot size open. Rafa, 10, 9, 9, 5, 3 spades from the button. Wants to take a peek. Salim in the big blind could have accepted the invite. King, Jack, 10, 7, but decides to fight a little bit cleaner. And we go to the King, Jack, 8 board, where Salim would have had top 2. Zeki looking back. He does have the Broadway gut shot and the overpair. He's going to check, though. Rafa does the same. 2-way straight draw, which doesn't come in on the turn, but the spade draw is produced, courtesy of that 4.
Yeah, neither player wanting to bloat this one. Probably feeling like they had enough of it to just get to the next street, but it's sort of changed in complexion now. Zeki going to look for value with his aces. Obviously has the king working as well, and then the spades coming in embolden Rafa.
Board pairs on the river. Let Zeki go for a little bit of value. You see him tilting the head like a puppy that's been whistled at. And ultimately, he decides there is value to be pursued, but the pocket nines not interested. And into the muck they go. Still the early stages, relatively speaking, of this 100-200 pot limit Omaha cash game, where briefly we did have the straddles up to 100, 200, 400. Albert Daher briefly absent here, leaving behind 7 combatants. Ali Najad alongside David Lappin at present. James Dempsey waiting in the ranks, and producer Mobitas also keeping an eye on the festivities here from the Merritt Poker Room, the Merritt Complex, Crystal Cove Hotel, Resort, and Casino, one of 4 structures on the Merritt grounds. The only poker room across those 4 structures, but one that bursts at the seams multiple occasions a year, and this Carmen series being one of them. If you are streaming us on YouTube, go ahead and give us a like. Hit the subscribe button. Be sure that you don't miss any of the action that we look to bring you from inside this spectacular operation. And pleased that we're mixing it up with a few cash games. David, I know that during the Western Series that you, myself, and Dara Kearney were a part of, we sort of threatened with the prospect of some cash games, but ultimately
You want my money?
No, I don't want your money.
it was all tournament coverage that we brought you.
You're too rich.
It's different.
Why you care about winning?
Huh?
You're very rich. Why you care about winning?
No, I'm not very rich.
I play make straddle. I make 16. 32 حبيبي يلا. يلا رافا يلا. Now no short stack, no 32. Put 32 now. Put 32.
You have a coin?
Okay, let's flip a coin. Wait.
Yeah, let's flip a coin.
Wait.
Yeah, but
Oh man.
No,
You have a 2-side. This one, give me a 2-side.
okay. No, that's not 2 sides.
I make it this. No.
Wait, how do we flip a coin? I don't know. Okay,
You just tell the dealer to choose a number between 1 and 10.
Ah, no, I could.
Wait, we flip this. We flip this. Wait, hold on. Okay.
No. We need a coin.
What's going on here, Adi?
This is not good.
No sooner does Albert return to the table than discussions of kicking it up with the straddles
Wait, hold on, don't play.
come back into the fold.
We will have many opportunities like that, I think. No, I don't have anything.
Anybody has a coin?
I skipped this one.
Come on, Rafa. Okay, this is the cigarette box. The cigarette box. This you straddle, this you don't.
Next time, next
No,
next
now.
orbit. No, not now.
Don't be in it.
So, Anisha.
Sign of the times, Ali, that
so
none of
this
these
you
guys have a
straddle, this
coin.
you don't straddle.
Okay.
We're
If it
flipping a
lands like
cigarette
this, you
box,
don't straddle,
David. The side where the
I don't straddle.
the stillborn is on his heads, and then
okay? You're so lucky.
I'm not very lucky.
Oh my God, really? That's karma for you.
Yeah, definitely.
so apparently the flip was for whether or not Rafa was going to put the 3200 on. It came up no, and then he looks down at Ace King Queen 10 and decides that he wants to pot it here, as the 1 2 4 8 16 is promptly negotiated by Dar.
So persuasive is Dar.
Oh yeah.
This is a 1-2 game and was almost a 32 on.
I already used my luck with going blind all in.
Yeah. Oh
So-
my God, Bogdan too?
Effectively turning this into a, with some of these guys, 13
I
or
do not
14 big
promise
blind
on him.
effective.
Right,
hands.
right.
Maybe. I might have tripped.
Ace Jack 10 6 double. David, I mean, but I suppose he just looks at the range for Rafa, willing to jam it in there, and decides he's not performing all too well. And as you can see, he was definitely interfered with.
Yeah, this might actually just get all the way through here. We might have a sort of whimper of an ending. Although Albert, well,
I in you in, huh?
can't predict what that man might do.
What?
Yeah, I in you in.
I don't know. I can't promise.
If I in, I want you too. That's why I'm.
Zeki looking for some cooperation.
Yeah. Implicit collusion.
Okay, fold.
Pass. Can we see flop? Open
Yeah.
flop.
Open the flop.
Open the flop.
Say, open the red door.
Rabbit
Open
hunting.
the Dorn. No. No. Please. Oh. Open turn. Open ace on the turn. Why not? So lucky.
I have 4.
Uncontested takedown there for Rafa, and a handsome one at that.
What did you nits fold? On the flop. I had 4-4. King 4-4-6. You defend?
Not sure.
I assume it's not agreement for a round of
Probably not.
4 straddles.
Doesn't look like it, does it?
Suit.
Better.
I do see the 400 out there.
High suit. I thought it was double suited. I
From
would
Zeki.
defended that.
Then it could be interesting.
It was not double suited. Pass. What do you have, aces? You had the kings? You
I had 1 king.
and the pair in your hand?
Flip. Against you. On the flop.
You had king 7-8 really? King
1500 to go from Bengvir's double suited ace 10 9 5.
King, queen 10.
Yeah.
And Zeki can't defend the jack 7 deuce
I guess
deuce.
I'm happy.
Flip it. Pre-flop, yes, you're happy.
You have 4.
I mean, I'm happy you have this hand. I could have easily off. Not aces.
How did this game come together, Ali? Were these guys playing anyway, and people?
I would imagine,
thought-
yeah, I would imagine that a number of the guys that were playing the 5100 PLO that's been going during the Carmen series, oftentimes overnight and oftentimes kicked up, decided that they would be willing to pop in and give us an opportunity to peer in on their procedures. Cash game director here at Merit Poker, Jeremy, helping orchestrate things. I would imagine that a lot of these guys are involved in some group chats as well to try to coordinate.
Do we have a list?
Are you trying to get on it?
Absolutely not.
Albert in the straddle this time around.
Okay. Okay, blind race.
It's a good idea.
Blind raise announced here by Zeki, clearly one of the looser players looking to generate some action here.
All right, fuck it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Albert with the effort.
Blind raise, blind call. It's fair, you know?
Believe it or not, they both have Jack 10 with the little straight cards dangling. 9-6 tray. Gut shot straight draw for Zeki. Just the pair of threes for Albert.
I don't know, Mo. I think it's yours. If it's open black, mine, red, yours. Okay.
Check, check. Ace on the turn.
Check.
Looks like some red-black props have also been negotiated there.
Not enough action here in the
Right.
100-200 streets.
Bogdan, the customer for Zeki.
Pass.
Board pairs on the river. A little $500 sprinkle from Zeki, and the bluff gets through. Albert not able to call with the 3. Now, David, have you played much PLO at all? Tournament, cash, online live?
Yeah, a little bit about all of it. Probably play one PLO tournament per festival that I go to.
Okay.
It's usually a nice way to switch up the mind.
Yeah.
One of the days, maybe if I'm at a festival for a week or 10 days.
Yeah, I would agree.
Cashed a few times in the Hold'em PLO split tournament at the World Series, the 1500 edition of that.
Okay.
A couple of second places in small PLO festival things around the place.
Okay.
Not a huge amount of experience, but I do play the tournament variety a bit. And then, yeah, sometimes there's an interesting opportunity to get into maybe a 2-5 or a 5-10 PLO cash game, and maybe it's the biggest game in the room and there's not a huge amount going on with the Hold'em game. I might jump in.
Oddly enough, some of these smaller PLO games can play far bigger than the blinds would suggest in terms of how willing players are to just open for pot and then repot as 3 bets and get it all in, especially with the smaller buy-ins.
Yeah, I was sort of coerced into a 5-10 PLO game, I want to say, just before the pandemic at the festival series in Bratislava. Wouldn't have been my choice to get into the PLO game, but it was almost like, well, you can't get into the Hold'em game on the Thursday night unless you get into the PLO game on the Friday night.
See, okay.
So I said, okay, fair enough, and thought, okay, I'll go in and I'll knit it up a bit. There's a few wild men out there. Maybe I'll still do okay. And I ended up playing the second biggest cash game pot of my life, which is not very big. I play very little cash.
Yeah,
but I did
still.
play a particularly big pot where there's a couple of straddles on, and I remember I just, limped the ace, king, king, X, and someone raised later street, and then the wild man at the table who was sort of predicted to make a move, he was one of the guys in the straddles, 3-bet it, so I had a pure cold 4-bet spot to get in about a quarter of my stack.
Okay.
We were playing pretty deep actually, and by the time it got round, 2 guys ended up just happy to get it all in with just random cards. It was just like 4 cards each, and I was just like,
that's
oh,
nerve-wracking.
Okay. I guess we're going to have to sweat some cards here, but it was quite nice to see a king in the window. Won't lie.
Oh, top set, and it held on.
And it held. It boated up actually on the turn for extra comfort.
Okay.
If only I had been so lucky in the biggest cash games I've played. Bogdan, appreciating the comfort of a couple of aces pre-flop here in a straddled pot. Makes it 1,200 to go. Zeki with 3 clubs. Ace 10, 10, 5.
Hot massage.
Decides to come along.
A little bit.
Is it hot massage?
We used to raise very small because it's hot massage.
You know what the pot in Israeli means? Pot.
You tell him.
I don't want to tell on this.
You tell him.
You tell.
No, I said Zeki came along. Of course, we see that he made it 4,200 to go, and Albert getting some clarification on some of the nomenclature. Foot massage, apparently a small raise.
Something you probably like very much.
Again?
He said what it means. I told him it's probably something that he likes very much.
No real decision there for Bogdan. Obviously, with the aces, he can get more than half his stack in here.
Getting an idea.
Huh?
Four bet to 13,300, by the way, David. Zeki did not want to see that.
No, and Zeki, with that pesky ace in his own hand, has every reason to let this one go now, I think.
Really, you never fold to buy 4-bet.
But it's very bad card, that's why.
How you 3-bet me?
Look at Bogdan, shocked that he's not getting either a call or a jam here.
Open the flop.
You never, ever
First time in your life.
fold to my 4-bet. It's the first time in his life, he says, that he's
just
done
going to
so.
rabbit hunt here. This is not a real flop, guys, just in case.
Bad for me.
And apparently the flop was not a good one for
yeah.
Zeki.
Probably better.
A lot of rabbit hunting here. Very curious players.
I'll just type it and then
Wondering about the sliding doors of other universes.
I'm into it.
From now on, we play just on TV, so you fold when
Yeah, that's why.
I have like
You don't?
today's tweeted something. Maybe I call. I don't have to.
So every time he says pot massage.
You play your trade in the mixed game street, Sally.
Do I what now?
You play your trade in the mixed game
Yes,
street.
absolutely. But we do not have PLO in our mix.
You don't put PLO in the
No, we
rotation?
have Big O, which is Omaha 8 or better, played with 5 cards, and we do cap it, because obviously in mixed games, which are predominantly limit, you don't want to create a disproportionately large game in the mix, like a no-limit or pot limit game.
You can spoil a game if
Yeah.
someone gets wrecked in a big no-limit hold'em pot
Absolutely.
or a PLO pot too.
Absolutely.
How many of the games can you play?
What do you mean in terms of how
Like-
many am I able?
Like 20 games, 21
we have
games.
we have 16 games in
Okay.
the mix, and I'd like to believe I can play them all. David, been playing them for 7-8 years.
Do you ever give the dealer's choice a go at the World Series?
No, that of course is rechristened the Adam Friedman.
The Adam
special
Friedman
event.
Invitational.
Yeah, exactly. Him and everybody he's going to win money from. Apparently, back to back to back. By the way, for those who don't know what David and I were just referring to, the bracelets, which I can't imagine anyone's going to be able to repeat that feat ever, including Adam for that matter, of winning the same event 3 times in a row, that being the dealer's choice. A 10K as well, right?
Although there is one man who has a chance to do a back-to-back-to-back in the near future. He is a man of the jungle.
The 50K Poker Players Championship back-to-back victories for him. That is a particularly difficult event to ply your trade in.
A curious tournament, though. Obviously, they play a lot of games in that particular tournament that have, for very high stakes. But one
When you leave, Rafa.
interesting curiosity of that tournament is given
6.
how it does attract all the elite players in the game. It's actually been won by the same people on quite a few occasions.
Sure. Mike Mizrachi coming to mind as well in that particular event, as we have a 6K raise and call pre-flop. Wouldn't you know it, Zeki's got himself involved here. I believe Ahmet. No, not Ahmet. It is Bengvir on the other end of it. Jack 8 deuce with a couple of clubs.
All in. All in.
And Ahmet going to jam. Not certain that we've had a look here at the hole cards.
Oh, here we go, guys. We're about to see them this way anyway.
Yeah. As the money gets in, and Zeki was indeed involved in this one, so this was a
It will be crazy cold. Huh?
three-way affair involving
No.
Ahmed and Ben-Gvir, as well as Zeki.
Sickest cold.
You need like what?
How much here?
Back door
20.
to call.
How much he has?
15,100.
15. 20, 15, no. 15, 20, 35. 45.
Here we go. Jack, deuce, ace, 2 clubs.
47.
And we do finally see the whole cards there. Zeki with the pocket
Should I go
queens
for gut shot?
and nothing
What
else.
massage?
It's not put massage.
We see that he's in big trouble. And I think he knows it.
I only just gut shot. Okay, fold.
45k pot though.
Yeah, the dangler deuce could be relevant for Ben-Gvir, who
Twice.
Twice, okay.
moved all in, and they are going to run it twice. Of course, Ahmed with Jackson 8s and the gut shot straight draw. Happy to fire his chips into the middle. $44,800 out there with the departure of Zeki.
You have chips.
All chance.
1, 2.
2.
3 or a 4 would be the best card Ben-Gvir could see right now. Well, obviously an ace. But
Heart would work.
Wow.
And instead,
oh,
it is
wow.
a queen
And Zeki would have both
of diamonds.
Okay, not the best river, not the worst.
I have
Would have
queen,
been
queen 10.
top set for Zeki.
No, it's very
As
crazy.
it turns
cold.
into Jackson 10s. Now Jack's full on the turn, and ace will be the only bailout card for Ben-Gvir, who is trying to claw back half of this pot and is unable to do so. Well, those aces can get expensive in pot limit Omaha, David.
oh, the equity's just always running so close in this game.
Yes.
And you get to a situation where you commit so much of your stack, there are just certain boards you have to get it in on, and you're just hoping the other guy doesn't have 2 pair. And even when he does, you have some chance still.
Sure.
I win. If you check on the flop,
What did you have, Zeki?
back the şey var.
Sorry, Zeki.
No, don't be doy, sorry.
Sorry.
Why sorry?
You said you win.
I'm just telling you, why sorry?
Our biggest pot, Ali?
It would,
okay.
yeah, definitely.
Tam mniejszy. Tam małe.
It's going to be a scoop for 45K, by the way.
Yeah, okay. He had me covered?
Yeah.
Have any of these guys topped up already? Are we? I saw that at the very beginning. It was 20k stacks with maybe a couple of 40k stacks.
Yeah, there's been some rebuys.
Okay.
Anyway, this is
This is mine.
Donne-lui 4 000 en noir.
an over 200 big blind pot there. That is not bashful whatsoever. And the staff here at Merit, not bashful about promoting all of the fine festivals that they have on tap. Moving beyond the upcoming Cash Game Festival and Triton Super High Roller Series to the backside of the World Series of Poker in Vegas, we will find the Merit Poker Classic event, the largest aggregate guarantees of the year. You don't want to miss that one, happening at the Royal Diamond Hotel and Spa. The entire Crystal Cove operation will be bundled up and moved down the road to the Royal Diamond building in the convention hall there. 10 full days of tournaments, mystery bounties, high rollers, main events, warm-ups, turbos, you name it, we've got it. I'm trying to think about what we're going to have to pack for that one. David, operating under the presumption that will be a...
What's the dress code for the Classic? It looks like our
Take a
dealers
look.
there are
I think
wearing...
it's like a James Bondy kind of
Yeah.
bespoke black tie vibe. I think tuxedo time is
Gonna-
upon us.
Summon my best Le Chiffre.
Le Chiffre? Go on. What does this word mean?
Le Chiffre, the villain in Bond.
I don't remember
Casino
this
Royale.
character. Le Chiffre.
The guy with the funny scar
I saw
at the
Casino.
eye.
Oh yeah, the bleeding out the eye guy. I didn't remember his name.
Le
There's
Chiffre.
Bloody Eye. There was Golden Eye.
Bloody Eye.
Casino Royale should have just been called Bloody Eye.
Mads Mikkelsen, I believe, was the actor in that one. Milbudas, a big fan of Mads Mikkelsen. Probably seen him in the Hannibal series, I want to say, as well.
Did he pop his head up there?
I think he was in that one as well.
Sas kırıcı.
Milbudas just checking IMDb for us.
Yeah.
Biz aynı durumda atıp geri kaybediyoruz.
You've been giving me some great film and TV recommendations this week. I didn't know this about you, Ali. You're sort of a treasure trove of movie and TV recommendations.
Certainly a trove. Not all of it will be treasure, but no, I'm a big fan of good cinema, documentaries, and zesty pot limit Omaha as well. And our cup runneth over in that regard here, with many hours of play still remaining here in this high-stakes PLO affair, where Zeki goes to work. $400 straddle out there. He makes it $1,500 to go. Rafa's going to flat, double paired, double suited.
With the same hand. Ace, King, Jack,
Jack
6.
6, yeah.
Bit of fun.
Now Raphael on the topic of same hands. Puts it into the muck. Seems like a snug character from what we've observed thus far. Did put kings into the muck pre already.
Thank you.
Well, this game certainly feels as though it's getting bigger.
Yeah, you know, people just kind of tread lightly, feel one another out to start the day, and then things tend to loosen up. And the ace 9 deuce flop is not rate to be of the nature that's going to be
No, and
loosening Rafa up, but he's reaching for chips here.
Yeah, it makes sense. He's obviously 3-bet this one, gone for a little squeeze here on the button, and I suppose the beauty of this play from his point of view is that when he does hit the set, it's kind of well disguised, but he can rep some ace-x boards as well and other stuff. He is wrapped around that 9 in a sense. So there are ways to proceed. Obviously Zeki going nowhere with the ace-king, Jack 6 here. He's also got backdoor clubs to the jack.
Queen of clubs on the turn does bring that backdoor flush draw and a Broadway gut shot. Lovely development for him as he continues to take the passive line. A gut shot also acquired for Rafa, by the way, who had basically dust. A pair of 10s. Will he continue to tell the tale in position and almost 18,000 out there? Decides not to, as the river brings a 7. Just one pair of aces with a king kicker for Zeki.
Door is open here, Rafa. Question is, would he check back aces on the turn? Might be a hard story to tell now.
Yeah, check back and then kind of a nod. Perhaps not certain he was going to be able to credibly represent something better than ace-king as played. Because you would presume a little bit of equity denial initiative on the turn given the nature of the texture if we had the 2-pair plus sort of kit in Rafa's seat. There's Ahmed, who enjoyed that lovely hold against the aces.
Shout out to James Gork in the chat. He's a big fan of PLO. He's delighted to see us have a PLO stream. I believe that's the salivating emoji.
I was wondering who was responsible for that. Aces for Zeki now. The follow-up back to ace-king.
Badoogie, but I don't think that will dissuade him.
No, they're not great aces, but they're aces nonetheless. And up front, obviously, people should be a little bit respectful. Don't count Albert among the respecting entities as he flats the 1500 with ace 8 6 6. Of course, the ace 6 of clubs having a lot to do with that decision, and Rafa just pots it with the ace queen jack 3 double.
Tilt.
And he's probably going to be committed here. When it gets back to Zeki, no reason to take things slow.
Okay, pot.
Yeah, he's going to repot. Albert just making the correct amount. 1,500 out there that he will be donating to this party.
Yalla.
And just like that, we have a 33k pot.
Rafa says, let's do it, turns his hand face up. And Zeki.
You want 2 or 1?
I don't care.
I don't care also. You say.
Flip a coin?
Huh?
Reveals his
You can make 2.
Okay.
Let's go once. You win one time. You win the first
Albert looking for blood.
I have a great feeling there.
Yeah.
You should do 3.
2.
No, 3.
Definitely not 3.
Yes.
Yeah, it's fine.
That's
So
unbearable.
there will be,
Just takes too long to put up that pot.
There's something wrong with the pot because he paid 1,500, and this is the main pot.
This is 1,500 here. Yeah. This 15 is.
Yeah.
You're gonna win with the hearts. Hearts are coming.
Not a heart to be found on the
One time.
6-5 deuce board. As the aces are holding for the time being, but you note there is a wheel draw working for Rafa.
Oh my God!
I had a
That was a hot 6 of spades that came off. And Albert did have a 6, if you'll recall. Oh my goodness. Had they run it once, it would have been a scoop for Rafa.
For the second board.
But they did agree to run it twice.
And it was a nice way for it to come for Rafa, not taking away too many of his more immediate outs.
Oh la la.
King Jack Trey, the second board, where Rafa's got the Broadway gutty and the Jack Dangler. Jackson threes, rather.
Come on.
He's well in front of the aces. King or an ace needed on the
You don't have
river.
to play good to win in PLO. Yeah.
Wow.
Black flops on both boards. I swear,
Well
black
played.
flops on
Well
both
played.
boards. So annoying.
And Rafa ends up
Get it in back.
scooping.
Win good.
Why the fuck did you call? Just call, whatever.
Good.
Let me see that flop.
Yeah, там.
Sick game, this
1.5
PLO.
right?
Oh, yeah.
I know this pot. I put 1.5, right?
No,
I
that's
raised.
mine. That's mine. You didn't put.
I didn't raise.
There was a very small issue of
You raise like he.
Albert's
he bet
1,500, and was it part of Zeki's stack? That's just what they're checking
Yeah.
here.
Count it,
Yeah.
or-
You had a bad feeling, huh, Rafa?
Yeah.
Sometimes I'm wrong.
Imagine when he has a good feeling. That's just the bad feeling. Because he like made like the lowest straight and like the lowest 2 pairs. You know, there was a flush out there. You know, he had
too
a bad,
dangerous.
yeah, he has a bad feeling. When he has a good feeling, he just flopped like 3 diamonds or whatever. And stone dead. You played great.
Thank you.
No one lets you just win a pot in Pot Limit Omaha quietly, do they?
This is how I won my money. Flip blinds and get a
Let's make fully 1,000.
Huh?
Flip.
Let's do a flip.
Flip?
No, not one. 3,000.
Suggestion of a bomb pot? Or
No, make
just a
one
pure
Just a
flip?
flip.
Nobody will take
Pure flip?
Okay, 2. We cut it in the middle.
Let's make flip, but Albert will not play.
That would be fun.
Yeah.
That would be very good.
Yeah, we can do it for
Albert will
3,000 then.
I will sell him for 150%.
Flip or no?
No, let's do a flip. Come on. 2K flip. Let's go. Why?
I lost too much in
I flip too good. I'm always in.
Albert, I will sell you 1K action in
Fine,
1.5.
fine, go ahead.
1.5 give me.
No, 1K. Stop being in it. Go.
Sadece flip'te
I
kazanır.
believe Bogdan was saying he's lost too much in the flips, he's out.
Look bad on
2 is too much, I think.
So is he just going to sit out the hand, or is he going to be dealt a hand and one of the other guys can buy his hand?
I've seen that.
Ace out.
He's going to sit out the hand. It looks like a 1K flip.
I
Or is
think I
it more?
can win on the flip,
And you
maybe.
money back the usual.
Huh?
Money back.
Money back, yes.
And I have half your action.
But this is minus EV for me. Money back because I run too hard.
I know. Wait, no, what
Sure,
are you doing?
our
We have-
Winning hand.
We have to sweat.
Yes,
I'm sure our
sweating.
camera crew
I already
delighted
showed
with
them
the 2K everyone playing
Right.
flip, just to get all the
It is 2K.
get the stacks. Good luck getting the stacks right.
It's
Good
only
luck
about
figuring out
3
how
stars,
to process this one into the computer for the action.
14,000 in there. Everybody dealt 4 cards, and we're going to run the board. Looks like Rafa's already rolled his hand face up here.
Give me a check, please.
King.
Ah.
I think it was a pretty good flop for him, but he doesn't seem thrilled with the river.
Big the king.
Okay, that's a good card.
Okay, you
All right, ace. Bravo, Shuki. Bravo.
Okay.
Come on. Wait, open one. You have to open.
Bence ben yeneceğim.
First, we have to go.
Now, for those that aren't
Wait,
familiar with the
is it
concept
just
of the flip,
wasting
of
your
course,
Yeah.
everybody just puts the money in,
there
everybody
is
gets the
no
hand
more
dealt, you put the whole board up, and then
No
this
more
takes
deal.
place
You
where
can't-
you're
you
always
can't
sweating 1 card at a time.
Flush draw.
Oh my god.
What is this? Is this card possible?
I like my chances now.
Ace 10 I have.
Wow, no
With the ace
sevens,
10.
huh?
Wait.
No
Oh, opa.
Şey,
Bid the 7, Habibi.
Looks like Albert's opened
Let's
up
go.
trip
No,
7s.
Selim have a blank. Bravo, 10, very good card.
Please,
6,
no,
6.
no king.
Has 4, very good.
So
No king. You.
Ooh,
Ace.
ace.
That's
Ace
not
is
good
dead,
for me.
right? Only 7.
No king,
No more
7.
aces.
No king, no 7.
okay, Alpha.
9.
Nice.
9, 7.
Okay, we have a sweat. How much you
9's
want to
full.
buy out?
9's full.
There is no more ace.
I don't care. I have half your action anyway.
Only king.
Well, you have 1 out, I have half your action. I'm not letting you buy.
I have one out.
Oh, king 7.
7.
I have 9's full.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, no.
Alberto,
Fuck,
complete
I
stranglehold on this
should've
one.
just watched the 9 and then deal the other 9. That would have been.
Looks like someone had king 7 there. Was it Bing
Your
Beer?
money back.
7's full of kings. You'd think you had it. Especially when Albert just opens a 7, but instead he ends up with 9s full.
Flip with him.
Yeah, because it was heads up.
I make aces full and I lose the flip, huh? That's how you run.
Yeah. What you want, Habibi?
I don't know how much. 4, 8, 1.
I make 1.6 if he makes 3.2.
No, I don't make 3.2.
Okay. I don't make. You make 3.2, it's there.
No.
Then I
Herkes
make
çok
8
ballı
next.
ya.
Abi böyle fuller.
I will for sure make 1 time again, but not now.
But I'm leaving soon. Right?
I know. I'm watching the clock. As soon you left, I bought 3.2.
Yeah? It's not gonna get there.
No worries.
When I leave, it's not gonna.
I know.
That's a problem. Pass. Oh, Chicago's
You ordered 2 or?
No, I think this is yours.
I didn't order 1, but
Double straddle. Double
whatever.
You want to drink coffee?
I only drink espresso.
couple of straddles on here.
Same shit.
I drink it only for the caffeine, not for the taste.
Ace 10, 9,
I
8.
drink for the taste.
Salim, not
It doesn't
interested.
even give me so much energy. I don't know why.
I drink it super rarely, and so
I drink like 4 or 5 a day. But not super strongly.
Coffee discussion there, Ali. Are you living an espresso life?
No, not me.
No coffee ever?
Not into it.
Decaffeinated man?
Yeah, just... I don't get the whole coffee thing. Take a hot chocolate. Is that respectable? Probably not.
I'm afraid not.
Heads up here to the 9-8-6 board where Bogdan has himself top pair and an open ender. Checking it over to Zeki, who's got the overpair and the gut shot. Check back. 4 clubs on the turn, and now Zeki picks up the club draw. gun, checks again. And Zeki looked like he thought about betting, but instead checks once more. His jacks have held on.
9.
And happy to check it all the way down was Zeki, and he's almost a little bit disappointed with himself for not having fired, it would appear. Had mentioned the scouting report on Zeki. Businessman, not a professional player by trade, but certainly has appeared to have his wits about him here.
Yeah, I'm 8, right?
I tweeted out a promise just before I came in the booth, Ali.
What is that?
Later.
We were going to have a 6-figure pot.
Can't do it every time.
Really?
Yeah. Do you think I was overly optimistic? I think it could happen.
Maybe. 6-figure pot, I mean, that would take something special. 2 big stacks colliding for all of it. Not impossible, I would say.
I'm already regretting it again.
You're so annoying,
Yeah.
bro. I can't take it anymore.
Sıfır kağıt mı oynuyor?
3,100 to go, says Rafa, with the double suited ace queen 6-5 in a double straddled pot. Back around to Zeki now.
Ahmet Bey yaladı yelkende.
$3.1.
It's a 3-way affair now. I guess the most likely customers were Zeki and Albert.
Under the gun and in the straddles. The $4 and the $800 men, respectively. King 7 tray here, a couple of clubs, round of checks.
And it looks as though everyone might have missed here. Albert, of course, we don't know that 4th card.
Does have the gut shot straight draw working. Zeki connecting with the 10 and producing a gut shot of his own as a result. Backdoor diamonds, though, for Rafa here. Nut flush draw. Also with that gut shot. Broadway and 7 high straight kit. A lot of equity. He was the man that lit this fuse.
Those
Bad
chips
feeling.
don't want to get in the pot, but they do
Oh,
eventually. Nothing really Zeki can do facing this action. Albert's 4th card is going to be crucial to his decision.
Mr. Cardis. Mr. Cardis.
Zeki mulling it over here. Decides to put it into the muck, and Albert's going to be doing the same. And rabbit hunting for the river. What was that card? Is it a jack? Oh my goodness. The jack of diamonds as Rafa hits it all. Broadway and the flush.
One more call for Mr. Irfan.
Not
Irfan.
river.
4 cards. sitting
Not
very
river.
good. Irfan.
Ace, queen,
Always.
jack, diamond.
Something like that. You're too good. I really shouldn't playing here. I shouldn't playing here. You're too good. You're always knowing my hand.
You still win the flips, it doesn't matter.
This is the beauty about PLO, right?
Yeah. You just need to win the flip.
Exactly, you just need to run hot.
Rafa takes one off here.
Raphael, however, opens to 1500, ace, king, 9-7.
Zeki double suited again.
Pass.
Does defend. Queen 9-8 deuce and whiff on the Jack-Jack 6 board. Whereas
So are you
Raphael,
actually
the
planning
opener,
to
does
come
have
to
himself
Vienna?
the nut flush draw. As alluded to earlier, David, he does seem like a snug
I'll
customer,
travel
and look
to
at him
Europe,
checking
I'll probably
back here
go
in
to
spite of having the nut flush draw. The 4 rolls off on the
Pretty
turn.
good. But you can.
Still
And then maybe here for the Triton.
limited to no equity for Zeki.
But if you go to Monaco, I mean, it's not too far. You could come to Vienna.
Just stone
At
bluffing.
least for a weekend.
Yeah. I mean,
I mean, not to play, only to.
for like
yeah.
vacation. Yeah.
1800 the bet.
I love the city. I'm like,
Made life a little awkward for himself, Raphael, here, by not
Monaco,
c-betting that
maybe
board.
go Triton, then Vegas.
4 clubs now. Bring him no additional equity.
Some point I definitely want to.
Let
It's
me
hard
know.
to continue, yeah. So Zeki just like sniffing out
This time.
that
this year
little
I
bit of
will probably
weakness
stay
almost in that moment.
in Cyprus.
Geçilince
But I
görürsün.
usually
İyiyken
prefer the summers
kapatırsınız.
in.
I get the
Vienna.
sense that it isn't lost on
Yeah.
the field that
Here must be
Raphael
quite
is
Here
a
it's
tight
super hot.
player, just from what
Here
we've
it's
seen.
super
And
hot,
oftentimes when you do have that sort of table image, David, you can be very easily exploited. Paired board, leaving that flush draw a little bit concerned.
Ahmet Bey yaladıktan sonra Instagram turlarında değil mi? Hı? Yaladıktan sonra Instagram turlarında diyorum Ahmet Bey.
Medyayı boş bırakmamam lazım.
Kaybederken masaya yapışmıştı kağıtları.
Hiçbir zaman değişmez öyle. Bunu herkes bilir.
Big PLO series going on over in the States. I think it's just over now, actually, but it
Yep.
was on a week or two ago.
Giving way to the U.S. Poker Open.
Great to see the 4-card game getting a bit of love.
Call. All right.
King, King, 7-3, getting some love from Ahmed in the cutoff. Makes it 1500 to go. Zeki comes along with the jacks and diamonds. Albert does the same with 10, 10, 9, 8, and clubs.
What's up?
Rafa with an opportunity from the straddle to peel, and he's got 6s and a gut shot.
Overpair and hearts for Ahmed.
Pre-flop razor, 3 checks in front of him. Certainly has to love this. Checks back. Got the gut shot working as well, by the way, as the 7 rolls off on the turn. An interesting one insofar as Zeki and Ahmed has both hit that card. And it does give Albert the straight wrap. Rafa becomes open-ended.
Yeah, kind of a good semi-bluff spot here for Albert.
Yeah. Recognizes it.
And I guess as played, Ahmed's going to have to be sticky now.
That's 3/4 pot into the 6K.
He's Rather than bet himself on the flop, he's taken a line where he can sort of call most turns. There it is.
The 10 on the river. Even though that card was being blocked in terms of getting there with the straight most heavily, Albert manages to hit it for the nuts. Runner, runner. 15K in there.
At this point of your Albert, you're probably targeting the 5-3.
Sure.
Hoping that you can get paid. Maybe, just maybe, you can't go full pot. Well, he does seem to be digging deep here. Full pot it is, and quick fold from Ahmed.
Yep. Those two kings shriveling up promptly.
Bir tane zencefil shot rica edebilir miyim? Ginger shot, please.
Bengvir into the muck. Didn't elect to take the straddle there.
7.
Salim also folds as Rafael opens to 700. Bogdan, king, queen, 10, 8, going to flat. Albert and Rafa both fold. So Rafael will collect his change, just as 15K.
I don't know his
Well
name.
covered by Bogdan. Flop is Jack 9-5 and a couple of spades. So bottom two pair here for Rafa. Up against that straight wrap. Big time for
I really like your
Bogdan, who has the action check to him.
Yeah, the Uber wrap here.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
This deck? It's not good for you.
7. No waiting on the turn. Binking Bogdan. Jack high straight, he checks back. And a blank river card here. Hyper passive, hyper tight lines here from Rafael. Of course, the door is very much open for Bogdan to pursue some value.
Wow. Well, that is nitty, I gotta say. If you're gonna check back turn, you gotta look for some value on the river, I feel.
Unless, of course, these guys know something we don't know in terms of Rafael's tendencies to maybe look to check raise when he is there on multiple streets.
Yine neyle girseler o mu açıldı? Neyle girseler o mu açıldı?
Disappointing development there, but it didn't cost him anymore. Rafael.
Ufaklık ne yapıyor?
İyi ya. Kreşe gidip geliyor. Keyif yerinde ya. Bizi sallamıyor işte.
Sallamıyor.
So once again, gentlemen, players waiting to start the G table 25-25 for Jimmy Tomar, 5 cards only. Your spot is table number 8, back of the room.
Jam-packed tournament schedule today in the room. Day 1B, of course, of the main event. But we've also got the Mix-Max beginning at 10 p.m. It's an interesting structure, that one. They play 9-handed day 1, 7-handed day 2, and then 6-handed final day. I noticed that on the schedule during the Western as well.
Rafael back at it here. And you're right, David, it has been very much a festive pick your poison sort of day out there in the room. And finally some chips headed back toward Rafael, who moved up through the ladder over the course of the last 8 years here at Merit Poker. Began as a 5'10" PLO player, and just consider how much bigger these stakes are to those, especially as we've seen the 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, $3,200 straddle already in this game. Simply gargantuan stakes.
Çok güzel zamanda geldi yani. Hı? Çok güzel zamanda geldi. O sırada.
Size güzel değil mi?
Tamam.
Aces for Ahmet. Looking for customers. Although careful what you wish for, as we've seen those aces get dusted off.
Evet, it's PLO.
2 full boards.
I don't trust my aces anymore.
That one was Rafa against
No,
Zeki.
Round
No,
straddle. Let's make round straddle.
One round straddle. Let's just keep the straddle on.
Yeah, I would also prefer that.
It sucks to go from so much 2-4 to 1-2.
Albert's relentless, isn't he, David? Let's just keep the straddle on. I don't want to keep having to ask you guys for a round of straddles. It's just convenient.
The graphics guys will appreciate it too.
Right.
Come on.
Raise and take it for Zeki.
Yeah, a couple of quiet ones there.
Round straddle.
Kendi olsa şov yapacak değil mi?
Tabii canım.
Why?
Şeyde yapmışlar ya. Triton'da 500'e bin oturuyor.
Ha.
Orada bir şov hareket yap.
Çok var öyle. Yapmıştır Sinan ya.
Tercihini şovdan
Yani
yana.
şovdan yana kullanmış.
Kameraları görünce. Değil mi?
Yok sağ ol. Ot istiyorum ben onu da. Zor aldım.
Me?
Rafa pumping it up with the 9-7-6-4. A little bit of left brain work here. Double suited. Multi-gapper rundown. Bengvir wags his finger with ace 9-6-5 as he'll pot it
0-2 at.
over the top of that.
Biraz okşasa neler yapacağım.
6,200 total if you do. Queens into the mug for Rafael. Folds all the way around to Zeki, who's got ace-jack-4 deuce. Double suited. 2 Broadway cards, 3 wheel cards.
Tam benim geldiğim gün geberdi değil mi
Might
oyun?
he get curious?
Selim geliyor dediler. Kaçtı.
Ekibiydi filial font gibi oynamaya
Biletini
başladı.
aldı. Biletini aldı gitti herif. Selim geliyor dediler.
Ekibiydi filial font oldu.
Aynen.
Filial.
Öyle bir şey var.
Got our answer. As Zeki plunks in the 6,200, Rafa will defend his open and will take a 3-way flop. Almost $19,000 in the middle. Ace 5-5 as Bengvir has flopped the boat.
Yeah, great feeling after you've gone for this light 3-bet. Been called in 2 spots.
Reasonable amount of presumptions that the big 3-bets against early position openers do contain some ace-ace.
Indeed.
So we could see 2 approaches. Could have been some check back there, but Bengvir going to barrel. 3,300 hyper downsized, by the way. You see Zeki holding the ace, blocking aces full as such, having the wheel draw, but no spades in his hand. Can't resist that price. Should be the end of the road here for Rafa. Indeed, 9 high spades, not interested in a continue.
Bengvir likely licking his lips at the prospect of a 5x in Zeki's hand. Just 1/3 stack to pot ratio here.
Queen on the turn does not change anything. Bengvir with 8,200, and all of it gets deployed there. Oh, look at Zeki. Oh my gosh, he's going to make the call here with just ace-jack. Trying. Dead.
A 42k pot going the way of Bengvir. Frustrated Zeki had his aces cracked earlier.
Yeah.
And now
he was up to almost 60,000 in front of him at one point in time. David. Now, with this, he is down to just 25,000. Might he have suspicions that Bengvir is stepping out of line from time to time? Could have factored in to his choices with ace-jack there.
How do you say? I wasn't feeling so good. Pretty nice. You were right about the timing, yeah. You said perfect timing.
Yeah. Well, the feeling out time is well and truly over now.
You said perfect timing.
I know.
You were right.
Almost 3 hours into this stream, these guys playing a little bit deeper now. Action has hotted up.
I don't know the right word in English. It's like...
It's itching.
It's itching, and I know I might win.
And I'm going to stick to my guns. I predict a 6-figure pot in the not too distant future. Stick around, guys.
I hope you're right.
Nobet attı gel font değil mi? Nobet attı gel font diyor.
Albert puts the straddle on.
Bengvir, newly minted.
Feeling frisky.
Yeah, 1,500 in there. King, queen, 9-8 up front. Double paired and double suited on the lean side of the deck. Salim. deliberates.
These hands can get you into a bit of trouble here.
Sure. It's the flush draws that can often be problematic. As you see here, the spades are covered. Note a 6 and a 4 are already busy in Albert's hand, which reduces the prospects of flopping a set. Rafael mucked the 2 kings and was well served to do so, as Ahmed on the button, staring at a raise and a 3-bet in front of him, has aces, 10s, and hearts.
He was complaining about having aces only a short while ago. They hadn't been kind to him in the recent past.
And he is going to repot it. This will make quick work of that double-suited Queen Jack 6-4 in front of Albert. Once it gets back around to him, Bengvir's open, obviously going to be crucified as well. And Salim not going to be in the mood to play 15,700 with this hand, surely.
If you have less money, you can just go for it.
It's only got
If you
19K
would have
back.
less, maybe you can just go for it. But it's maybe too much to gamble.
El oynayalım dedik.
15K and that spot is fine.
Eyvah.
Especially because
dead.
Nasıl? İyi mi böyle?
Yeah, not only
Bu
that,
adam
because
biri tutsun, biri bilmem ne yapsın.
3 bet, 4 bet. You're always
Yeah.
split. Yeah.
Onun da var.
Neyi?
Yanında onun da var.
Always like that.
Yanında olan da var.
I think even this is,
Bilmez.
even this spot is
Kol
not that
kol
bad.
yürüyeceksin.
I know.
Really, huh?
Salim
if it
does
wasn't
eventually
like
put it
me,
into the muck.
it was like
A little bit better, yeah.
Listen in on the table talk.
connected to the eight.
Agree.
You folded, Selim? You folded? I told you not to take advantage of it. I told you not to exploit it. He punished you, not me. Raising me light, huh?
Again, double suited. Salim up front puts it into the muck. To the button of Bogdan, ace, king, 10, 7. Seems like a nice spot.
Off heart, hold on 550, sit open, off heart.
That's
1,500 to go, he says. And Rafa in the straddle. Invest the additional 1,100 with the king, queen, 8, 7. Both players sharing the king and the 7 as we go to the flop. King, king, 4.
Ooh.
Rafa's got himself a real problem as Bogdan's ace, king has him crushed. Drawing live to the queen and the 8 is Rafa, who faces a $1,300 follow-through.
Ahmet kaç tane asas geldi ya?
Fena gelmiyor. Çarpıştırdı. Genelde böyle çok kaybedersin.
And he is going to check pop it up to 4,100, David. And obviously the fact that the open came from the button of Bogdan does suggest that the range is wider than simply better hands in king, queen. Bogdan gonna take a look back.
Gözüme yol ver de bir çözeyim ya.
Ya buradan uzak kalıyor. Tam iyi göremiyorum böyle. Yine geçtik en kötü koltuğu.
How is he going to proceed here with 23K back? See Rafa looking on intently.
There will be some bluffs in Rafa's range here. I think he'll probably come with the call. May as well keep those bluffs in. While he does have the nut king. Doesn't have a boat yet.
So Bogdan makes the call. The 3 comes off on the turn. Pot up to 11,500.
Maybe a spot where Rafa comes with a small bet, or maybe hits the brakes.
Oh, it's going to be the former.
Gördüm ben, geldim.
As he fires 4,400. Sub half pot. 2-tone board now. And if you're Bogdan, you do need to sometimes be wary of those King 4, King 3, 4-4 sort of developments potentially. Obviously the King 3 without having a big kicker would be unlikely to take this line. But you see, he treads lightly. Flats once more and then the 7.
Wow.
They're going to chop it. Incredible. Both players make the nuts on the end. And no sooner will Rafa be saying pot than Bogdan will be beating him into the pot and be fairly disgusted to have to share this one.
Yeah, disappointing outcome for the spectators who favor blood.
No.
No.
Seems much more.
I raised.
On the turn, it's like 9 points.
Bogdan obviously wants to repot it if there's anything more he can put in.
Why are you asking and... Doesn't mean. Doesn't. You can just call and ask later.
Seems reasonable.
Well, I'm not sure how much was left.
No, there was nothing left behind.
Okay.
So the pot bet did cover Bogdan. He had 16 point something
Right.
K, I think. But
He just wanted to
he
verify.
wanted to make sure that he couldn't get a few more chips into that
Yeah.
pot.
Çok ağladım. Ağlaya ağlaya bir el alacaksın yani.
Evet, bir de şeyde Mustafa da şey yazdı. Bol şans yazdı. Kesin bu el bende.
So the boys are going to chop it up there. Bogdan doesn't seem too perturbed about it. I certainly would have been a bit more frustrated.
Herkes nasip olmaz yani.
This is why I don't play PLO.
Water off a duck's back for these boys.
Standard fanfare. Raphael. Double paired with queen high hearts. Makes it 1,500 to go. Again, remember that this is the character that I would imagine everybody at the table views as being the snuggest. Certainly based on what we've witnessed, that would seem to be the case.
Ama bu kadar şanslı mı?
Bing beer.
Yes.
Oh, it looks like the guys are agreeing to a dinner break.
Yeah, it does seem that way, doesn't it?
Already.
Boys gotta eat.
In 5 minutes or not?
Yes. We can continue.
Yeah, 5 minutes we continue, we go.
For me, it's fine to continue, whatever you guys like. It depends if you want to
I'm
stop.
gonna leave at the break.
Yeah, 5 minutes.
Albert, are you going? Are you leaving or
Yeah.
when?
Whenever you guys go on break.
No, but we will go on a
we are
break when you are
going straight
leaving.
until 12 o'clock. We are not going
is
to
the
take
thing.
a break.
You are not coming back. We can play until 1 hour.
We have just 5 hours.
Yeah.
Well, while Jeremy discusses exactly how the boys want to navigate some nourishment during a dinner break of their own, we take a moment to Remind you about the upcoming Merit Poker Classic event. August 7th through the 17th, over $5 million worth of guarantees will be distributed out here. Just a tremendous sort of opportunity. You wouldn't expect it. You know, for those for whom this Merit Poker Room still flies under the radar, get with the times. Big things are happening. No visa required. Fly into the Airjohn side.
Indeed, yeah. These in-house events are just pretty extraordinary. You know, you associate events of these size with the big tours out there, but just hosting them in-house, people come from all over the world. We had a big American contingent at the Western Poker Open. I saw a few Americans today as well.
No, I don't think so.
So the word is out there.
And the raise is out as well, understandably, from the ace-ace 5-3, and problems for Rafa in the small blind with the 2 kings, but he puts it into the muck as they were bad kings, and Ben-Gvir does the same with 2 queens.
Yeah, good discipline from the 2 lads there. You want something to go with your wired pairs in this game.
Gördüğümüz o.
Üçüncü falan mı? Neydi?
O 7 tanesini ben attım.
Diğerleriyle çer çöple oynuyoruz işte.
Sinek, karo, kupus. Well, ben de.
Double suited, Zeki, hijack, upstairs. Flat call from Albert with the suited ace. Rafa joins the party with dominated clubs. Benefit of the button. Salim not interested in that king-queen-jack kid. Rafael folds his straddle. Leaves the boys to do battle. 3 ways. 5,200 in the middle. Queen 10-3. Gut shot straight draw. And bottom pair for Zeki. Broadway gutter and a better bottom pair for Albert. And of course, top pair for Rafa.
Çocuğa bak bak. Tam bir canavar ya. Bak bak içine atlıyor bir de.
Kaç oldu?
4 olacak.
4.
Bir hafta sonra.
2 checks in front of Rafa.
I said pass.
Barrels 3,200. Pre-flop razor puts it into the muck. And Albert will do the same.
Something.
Been a tidy session for Mr. Schreiner, who did play and cash in the Triton 25K pot limit Omaha right here at Merit Poker. Might he be marking his calendar this May? 2 weeks plus worth of cash game festival action and Triton Super High Roller Series action comes your way. If you can't make the trip, certainly join us on our Merit Poker YouTube page, as you are doing now. We'll be delivering streaming coverage. I love when we get to go over to the Royal Diamond convention area out there. Just such a big, massive, cavernous space. Stuff a bunch of poker tables in there and cut the boys loose. Good times. Perhaps you'll be back for that one, David. You know, James and I will be wearing our Triton hats during that particular festival, which does mean vacancies are available for the booth here.
Yeah, I would love to come back here whenever I get invited. My calendar will be open. Yeah.
Well, you live in Malta. You're so close.
It's a short hop. It's a short hop from Malta.
It's cheating.
And yeah, my intention was to come over here for the Classic, originally scheduled for that May slot. Obviously, that's been booked over to August now.
Fazla almadılar inşallah.
Get the 200
Yeah,
from the next player is coming because
don't
you
want to miss
just
out
paid
on all the fun,
200.
to be honest.
Vallahi keşke de eklemez.
Hope to
It
make a
really
trip.
is tremendously good fun.
Good luck gift.
Great.
Pass. So tired.
Can imagine.
Zeki the Razor once more double suited with the ace 8 7 6. Salim, small blind.
Sorry. No, nothing.
Diamonds, eights, ace king, flats. Ahmed in the straddle, just 1100 more to go. Jack 10 7 5. Bad spades. See him deliberating. Flicks in a 1K and a hundo. That'll bring the pot to 4,700 and leave him out of position against the field. Ace 8 4, and Salim has himself a set of eights. Spade draw for Ahmed, who, pardon me, isn't out of position against everyone, did have position against small blind of Salim. And it's a problem here for Zeki. Top two and the gut shot straight draw in a world of hurt as he barrels 3,400, David.
Yeah, this one could get very, very expensive indeed for Zeki, who has had a tough day so far. I know he won some pots before he entered the booth, but chips leaving his stack for the best part of the last hour. Seems a little frustrated, and if this one goes as it looks like it might, more frustration on the horizon.
Sounds like Salim has said pot, that's going to get him in. Obviously, the gutter and the bad spades for Ahmed. Not interested in a continue. Zeki asks for a count and makes the call.
He needs help.
Setin mi?
Yok.
And they're going to run it twice. Zeki not drawing dead, of course.
2 times.
So this 37,700 will be carved up into 2 portions.
The ace, the 5, the hearts.
The first roughly 19,000 hanging in the balance. Good card there for Zeki's purposes, as now a 5 or a 10 would do the trick, as well as the ace. The river is a 10.
And now a 5.
Runner, runner.
And importantly, he didn't use up any of his 5s.
Sure
Queen
didn't.
of hearts. No, queen of hearts.
Now he's got
wow
a heart draw, courtesy of the second turn. Is he going to scoop this pot? No, the 7 on the river. We'll allow the set of 8s to chop things up. Boy, that was scary.
Salim insistent with the dealer, making sure it was run twice. Well, lucky for him it was.
İkincilere gidiyordum. Biz oradan.
Ben çıkmadım mesela.
Oh, the extra is
Little let off there for Zeki.
The extra chip is
Big let off.
It's correct.
Ace 8 against a set of 8s there with just the gut shot. Performed quite well to get his money back and looked like he had a world of outs on that second board to scoop this thing.
İyi kurtardım.
What a disaster that would have been.
Ben de iyi.
Salim.
Çok çok iyi. Hemen seçtiniz.
What you had, Salim? What you had? I didn't see what you had.
Pot of 8. With the ace.
And he?
Ace 8.
And you chopped? Somehow.
No, he had like gut shots and backdoor not flushed it. I had the ace also for the bigger full house.
Rafa potting on the double straddle with the king, king, jack 10.
Bozayım mı biraz? Şans çiftlerini.
Aynen öyle.
Her 4 3.
800 already invested for Zeki's queen 10, 9, 4. You see him. Obviously tilting the strength of his hand considerably with this reaction.
Good fold.
Does release though. In the end.
Yeah, the fuck. All the blockers, mate.
Sen 200 değil. Zeki.
Ha?
100-200.
You're 400.
Zeki was keeping tabs on the stream earlier. Might he be thumbing through YouTube in search of some intel? Or maybe just to see how those glasses look.
Yes, a golden opportunity for these guys to get a glimpse at their Nemesis holdings.
I thought you were going to say accessories. That too. Hold it around to Bogdan. That's not going to be of any interest.
Just noticed that resplendent headpiece on our dealer.
Oh, yeah.
One of the more elaborate
tiaras.
Botanic offerings.
Jack A3 with a couple of clubs here as Zeki limped in from the single straddle up against Albert, who's got shot straight draw and a club draw. And I think Albert checked back here. Zeki ends up turning a straight after having top pair and the gutter. Checks it again over to Albert now. Albert takes the bait, having paired the 9. Fires 3,300. Let's see what Zeki comes with. Looks like a lot more than 3,300. Albert knows it. And snap folds.
You have nuts against me every single hand?
Well, the answer is not every hand, but on that hand, indeed.
Open river.
You bet on the river? For the 5? You would bet on the river? Yeah.
Ne?
Ciddi moda geçti. Öyle.
Queen 10. Queen 10, jack 6. Queen 10, jack 6.
You call flop anyway.
One time I call. One time I call.
If you only call turn, you take everything.
Yeah.
Albert straddling. Going to be all alone in that department as Rafa doesn't put the double straddle on it. He and Vingvier mucking over to Celine. Trip's not what you want. Rafael also into the muck, monotone. Now Ahmed on the button. And Jack 10 deuce looking up at his customers, deciding no, not those guys. Certainly stickier big blind and straddles in Zeki and Dar. Bogdan sits this one out. And wouldn't you know it, it's the two amigos back at it again. Zeki limps in ace, jack, deuce, deuce with spades. Albert, 3 diamonds and a 3-card rundown. juices it up.
Which trade you gonna make this time? Whatever's on the board is gonna
Zeki, not to be bullied, gets an earful as they take the flop. Queen 9-6, Rainbow, not in his neighborhood. Albert with the open ender and bottom pair. Action check to him.
18.
1800.
Wow.
The bet.
Many straights he can make, and he still folded.
And that'll be that.
So many. Finish. Finish. Break. Break. I said I'll stop at my stride.
And that is going to be the last hand before the players take a break.
You guys are going on dinner break, right?
They've negotiated
So, yeah. I mean, like
a dinner break, and we bring you back inside the break desk. Ali Najad alongside David Lappin. And David, it has been an incredibly entertaining game. Obviously, some big pots, but I fear that we have yet to see the biggest of all pots, and as you suspected, a six-figure pot perhaps upon us.
I still believe we have one on the horizon. I know it will require a clash of a couple of the bigger stacks, maybe even a third person being involved at this point. But this game has all the ingredients, to be honest. Hardened gamblers, Zeki giving action, so too is Albert, of course. He sits there sort of dangerously, picking his spots a bit more prudiciously maybe. I think I maybe expected him to play a little looser, but I think he's got a tricky seat where he is. And it was nice to see Salim stepping out as well. There's some game in a lot of these guys. 250k on the table.
Yeah.
Nothing to be sniffed at.
Yeah, for the time being, we have yet to break the 50k barrier, I believe, in terms of a pot, but obviously the night is still young. These guys tend to play around the clock, and we tend to bring you as much of the coverage as they'll allow us. So you're not going to want to go anywhere. We're going to take a break, be back in about 45 minutes, so set your alarms and then come back and join us with more action from the 100-200 Pot Limit Omaha Cash Game stream from here at the Marriott Crystal Cove.
I said that I had 10, but there was 2 10s on the board and he had quads. He caught me.
These guys have clearly been playing a little bit, Ali.
Not strangers to one another, as it is a fairly small fraternity of individuals that will work their way into this specific strata of game. And Zeki has woken up with 2 aces up against this Rafa Shiner open.
Yeah, and I mean, aces versus kings is a common occurrence in Omaha, of course, with 4 cards. And not as common as some people might think, but ace, king against aces is a far rarer occurrence, Ollie. When you've got that ace in your hand, your kings are so much more valuable. And what decision for Rafa? I think probably just plays his cool hand. Particularly combo's got very good. He's open under the gun, but and you're up against a small blind 3-bet. There are some situations where you may elect to just 4-bet here, only 100 big blinds deep, and an ace in the window, followed by a jack. So Rafa picks up the gut shot to Broadway. That's the queen of spades. No other spade, unfortunately, from his point of view. Zeki, the top set on a very coordinated board, but Rafa's not going to put his man on a set of aces now, Ollie, holding the blocker. And Yeah, I like it's going for big chips here. I mean, we want to bet big on this kind of board. Ace Jack 8, it's so draw heavy. I mean, he's gone nearly pot. I would just go pot, but these kind of situations are the ones you just bet max.
4,300.
And yeah, Rafa, look at that, just calling. Not just because, I mean, he's got a gut shot, but he also, like I say, has the ace blocker. That's actually a terrible card from
Yeah, he's drawing dead, courtesy of an 8 on the turn, which pairs the board.
Yeah, and it's just hard to give Zeki, like I say, the set of aces. But it's a hand he's going to rep with some frequency, having been the 3-better from the small blind. I doubt Rafa can let this go just yet. Depends on the sizing. He's even come up with the check. Zeki waving the flag. Now, Rafa, yeah, just going to check back. He's got so much of this. And Ali, there aren't as many scare cards for him, right? A 10 gives him Broadway. A king would, of course, give him a boat. So a queen would put straight on the board, but obviously he has one of those. 9-10, a small issue. And, of course, spade's kind of obvious. So he's got all the right reasons to check that back. And he won't enjoy this now seeing a bet. The bet check back line. On 6.5, so we're looking at half pot. Say his opponent does have some misdraws, and Rafa has a lot of misdraws himself that perhaps he folds. Some of those might have bluffed turn. Suspicious. And yeah, it does just look it up with that.
Yeah, none of the draws got there, and the ace-king was obviously somewhat strong on that particular board. We do block the set of aces, so one can't necessarily
You're going to
do what you got to do.
Some good overlay. Down that short set. You're going to get some action.
Hot.
Ali, I gather yesterday, day 1A, main event wrapped up. Managed to secure 232 entries for 1A.
That is incredible.
1B. It's already at 164 players today, plus 20 re-entries. Needs 500 players to reach the guarantee, so I mean, looks like they'll get it at some point today.
Simply stunning. Also big numbers being produced by the mystery bounty, of course. That first 1K mystery bounty a couple of days ago provided a top bounty prize of $40,000. They had a 30K, 25K, a couple of 20Ks as well. 450 total entries in that one, as we see an all-in here from Rafa Steiner with the double-suited rundown 9875.
This is what I say. So Rafa popped it up with his hand under the gun. They agreed to turn their cards over when all in like that. Rafael just ISO with the ace, queen, jack, deuce, double. A very nice hand to take on against a short stack. And here we see a pretty fair fight. Oh, wait.
55-45. Advantage Aslani. It's got the hearts covered. All clean cards for the players, though.
Okay so far.
And obviously with just the 5K.
Okay for you.
Rafa's ready to gamble.
10, 10, 7, 8.
5.
King. Wow. Easy. Pair of 8s.
Yeah, manages to hold on and double. You see the smile there on Shiner's face. Actually played the 25.
And losing and say, okay, good job. Yeah, definitely smarter than my approach.
Celine. Straddling up. With a nice ace, king, queen.
But I heard about an amazing hand you
5,
played with
6, 8, 9 double for Ahmed.
Yeah.
He knows you're in it.
See if he decides to limp. Oh, he's going to raise the cape.
Ahmed Savash, a regular in the biggest PLO games all around this region, according to producer Milbutas.
Yeah, he's playing 40 bigs deep. Oh, it's not a part of the game I'm overly familiar with, 40 big blind PLO, but I guess you just play more aggressively. And well,
ooh, Albert is going to be aggressive here, though they're not great aces. Ace, ace, 7-4, rainbow on the button. Straddle and a raise to 1,500 in front of him.
Yeah, but this is the thing. Against a 40 big blind stack, it's very easy to 3-bet. If he was up against a similar stack to his early, I think 3-bet would be very difficult here. You'd want to flat, and you do have to flat some aces just just to be able to have them post in certain situations, but against the shallow stack, you don't even mind when the shallow stack peels here, because you've only got an SPR of 1. And Ahmed with the perfect hand to take on aces. 5, 6, 8, 9, double. Albeit a 7-4 now there's dangler range. Interferes somewhat.
And the flop is queen, 8, 5. 2 clubs.
Might see
bottom 2 pair for Ahmed here.
Might see him just lead here with pot behind.
Albert does have the aces and a gut shot.
Yeah, so many bad cards for Ahmed. I think just betting pot here makes sense.
Not to be overlooked, by the way, is the fact that Albert does have the ace of clubs in his hand.
Yeah, Albert's just going to run this. Like you say, he's got a gut shot, he's got the ace. He's going to be up against some draws. He's ahead of the pair plus gut shots. He's got the queen jack 10s, the queen 10 9s, for example. They're all going to be doing this. So.
Yeah, Albert jams for the extra 2,300 as Ahmed made a pot committing bet size of 10K off of 12,300. And we're going to play a $35,700 pot here. Believe there was some discussion as to how many times they wanted to run it there, James. Did they settle on twice? Yes, they did. As a 4 comes off on the first board, which now gives the...
Yeah, the 4 didn't... It's actually kind of a bad card for Albert, because obviously a running pair up would make him win anyway, because he's holding the aces. That one's a pretty good card.
Yeah, no doubt about it, I think.
Gut shot for Ahmed the only way he can
Just got to
scoop the
fade
pot.
the 7, which he's blocking right now.
He made a house as well.
Morning and River, both players voting up, yeah.
Chop it up. Chop up the blinds between them, Ollie. All that for 350 bucks, eh?
Also been a 3 instead of.
Wait for it.
Really?
Yeah.
All right. I didn't look. Can I make one?
Me too.
Straddled to 16, straddled to 3,200. Rafa straddled to 3,200, Ollie, with 5,000 behind.
Next round.
Yalla, 6-4.
What is happening?
Next life.
I take everything back I said.
1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 3,200, and now Aslani in the small blind, ace 10, 8, 8.
Come on,
out of there.
If you guys fold out gold and blind, by the way.
I think I will call all in blind.
Yeah, Rafa's not going to like the fact he's going to look down at that 10, 7, 7 deuce blind.
Me and Rafa. Come on. Don't be greedy. Let us alone. It's good for the stream.
Albert lobbying here.
Yeah, I mean, you got garbage hands as well. I mean, Albert is best with the ace, king, 10 deuce, but no suit. Yalla Habibi. But I mean, he's got him in really bad shape here. Obviously, the 10 deuce covered. It's basically ace, king, b7. So.
As promised, all in blind and a call off of the short stack for Schreiner.
And they're turning one cut up at a time.
Flip it.
Cool.
Neither of them know what they've got.
10-10.
King, yes.
That one is Rafa. Little does he know.
Open, Habibi.
Yeah.
King.
Funny how when they played a proper hand, they ran it twice. When they're playing blind, they happy to run it once.
Look at the Broadway wrap on the turn for Albert now. The river is a blank 3. The pocket 7s are going to end up being the best hand. And look, he doesn't know he's got 7s yet.
Like he's going to turn over the 7 here. Be like 7s, but he's not loving that.
No, he's...
Come on.
No. Yeah. No! You're so lucky, Rafa. What I have on the turn, it's insane.
He had the wrap on the turn, Ollie, but... Boys are gambling, I like it.
Yes, they are.
3,200 straddles on.
No doubt about it.
Some big pots tonight.
I sure hope so.
I'm not sure what the biggest pot we saw in the Hold'em game was the other night, but I'm confident we'll get past 6 figures.
Well, you know how it is in PLO. You get the right mix of characters in there.
Yeah. And the willingness to open up different pockets, Ollie.
Bless you.
Make sure they brought the money pouch.
Yeah.
Ahmed added again, this time Queen Jack 10-7, an unstraddled pot. Bang via electing not to straddle.
Yeah, 4 ways, 2,800 in the middle, 10-7 deuce and a couple of spades. So Rafa's got himself the nut flush draw here. Top 2 at a minimum for Albert. Same hand for Ahmed with a 10-7 of his own.
Yeah. Neither of those two having a flush draw, of course, to go with their top two on this somewhat wet board when you got the... actually, Rafa's got bottom pair as well. This is kind of fun because he's in great shape against these hands, right? The two pairs holding a deuce. The ace or the king unconnected to the board if they hit. Get him there. A bet and a call in front. Ahmed. Wow. There's two options here, Ollie.
Okay.
You call, and then you look for that 3, 4, 5 kind of card and commit then. Or you pounce now. Obviously, the 3, 4, 5 doesn't come too often. Queen Jack. Just give him some option down the streets, but it looks like he's going to go for the pounce now. Kind of makes sense when there's a caller in the middle. We know Albert's willing to splash around and can certainly be making this bet with weaker and some of his draws. And Albert's in a tough spot now. Obviously, we don't know the last card, but this isn't a pleasant spot. When you bet with the top two, you get called the middle and someone wants to raise you. Sure, you can be ahead, but it's very hard to be a favorite. If you're up against a set, you're all but dead. You're up against sort of the straight and flush combo. Like I say, you're a dog. You could be up against both, so he does get out of the way. Rafa may decide to run this, like I say, Ali. He's in very good shape against the two pairs up against. Sometimes you might just flat here. If you're a lot deeper, you can flat Ali, and he's got an 8, so you know when the jack or the 6 comes in, he can rep those straight draws, give himself some additional equity by turning hands into bluffs, making some of these two pairs or sets fold. In this instance, not going to be the case because Ahmed has just 8,000 behind. You may call here and elect to get it in on a non-paired card. Call here, anything but a 10 or a 7 we go with. That might be his strategy.
And bot 8.
Especially when you've got paired deuces.
Only 8K back for Ahmed
Yeah,
after this. Rafa's going to...
Yeah, he's just committing on anything that doesn't pair the board.
Make the call. They basically got the same amount back at this point in time. And good news for Ahmed's 10-7, of course, is that Albert's 10-7 is already in the muck. And he makes 10s full of 7s on the turn. Albert can't breathe as he knows he's made the nuts.
This is kind of stupid, but I mean, Ahmed just has to put it in because you want to be able to put it in here when you do have the bluffs. You know, the 8-9 jacks, the combo draws.
And it's crazy because when he does so, there's going to be 34,000 in this pot.
Yeah.
And only 7,100 to call for Rafa, but a board pair is really a devastating development.
And it's very important that Rafa's got the 8 of spades in his hand. That just means you can't call here. You want your opponent... If he's not going to call there, he's called there to get it in on any non-10, non-7.
Yeah, but once the board pairs, even a deuce would have been a problematic.
I mean, deuce we've got to
perhaps.
go with. If you
Because them would be given that there isn't a cap on the betting, but really the occasions on which big stacks collide require such specific circumstances in No Limit. Not the case in PLO.
And yeah, and the average bet size in PLO is big, even though it's pot limit. People bet pot a lot. In Hold'em, people bet small a lot. So in reality, it plays a lot bigger. Yeah, I can't think of a game where you're going to get more swings. I'm sure someone out there will correct me and tell me there's some crazy game I never heard of. I guess Ali, short deck Hold'em, maybe one. That seems to be a game where
yeah, you're right about that.
the ammo goes in pretty liberally. As Ahmed raises up Jack 4-4. Double pair hand. Bogdan flatting kings behind with at least one suit. Zeki, wow, all right. Zeki's come to play. Queen Jack 6-5. 3 diamonds. He elects to be the third man in. Albert with queens and nut hearts. Also, this is the sort of game I'm about, Ollie. I'll tell you all about these kind of games.
700 called in 4 spots behind the open from Ahmed's double paired.
I'm
Jack high clubs.
I'm not surprised that we just saw ace-10 deuce 3-fold, but I'm kind of surprised we saw a nut suit folded in a hand that would have been 6 ways, which is the 500 more. But
courtesy of that fold, we take this flop 5 ways.
Ooh,
it is
hello.
queen 9-7 with a couple of spades. Top set for Albert Dahr here.
Not enough really to give him action, though. That's the problem.
Bad end of a gut shot for Zeki with top pair. Perhaps the guy that might be a customer.
Ah, Bear with the trap.
But he's only got one player behind him there, James. And
Wow.
Rafa checks back, and this is a sopping wet 10 of clubs on the turn that he certainly didn't want to see. As Bogdan now has a king-high flush draw. I, too, am shocked by that check.
I think, obviously, Rafa's super short on the button, so he's thinking he is going to pop it in there pretty liberally. And he's also obviously trapping the rest of these guys. If one of the rare bricks comes off on the turn, then he's just never allowed to have this hand, but somehow has it. There is some merit to being that tricky, but yikes. And Ahmed now, a pretty chin card for him, obviously blocking the straights and has a flush draw. Fun spot. But yeah, no one, I promise you, nobody in this room thinks Albert has top set. Does have the queen of clubs as well. Could potentially do some stuff on some non-pairing rivers. Even though you know his man can have 2 jacks here and be bluffing, Ahmed has bet this one 5 ways, so can have blockers, but you got to give him quite a lot of credit for the straight here, especially because there's 2 flush draws on board.
And note that the departure of the king-high flush draw does allow Ahmed's clubs to be drawing live. However, the 4 of spades on the river, not his card in terms of giving him the best hand. He may think it's a good card, though, because he's made bottom set. Decides to check it over to Albert. And it does feel oftentimes like this could be a straight worried about spades here. And given that that's the case, might Albert turn these queens into a bluff?
I don't think so, because I'm not sure how many spades Albert really gets to have as played. I mean, he's going to bet some combination on the flop because the board's so wet, right? If we work out what kind of spades he's going to have, he's likely to have a straight draw with it. You may see him bet flop quite often. I think Albert's more likely to have a hand like Jack 8 than he is spades here. And he still beats some hands. Oh, he does go for it, Ollie. With no spade in his hand, he turns his hand into a bluff. Full pot.
I think it's specifically the check that, as played, really makes him think that he needs to fire just in case he's up against King Jack, Jack 8.
Yeah, he thinks he's up against a straight. That's why he's made this move.
Doesn't feel like any 8-6 is barreling there.
This is a pretty funny spot. Because Ahmed now kind of has a hand that can conceivably call, because now Albert's saying, look, I've got a big flush. And he's thinking, if you've got the king-high spades, you probably had king jack, king 10, maybe would have bet, maybe had something else with it. Nut spades, sometimes going to bet. Now, of course, a lot of flush draws are going to check back flop, but do they call the turn? What's he got with them? He'd have to have something else with them to call turn. He's not calling just raw spades. And Ahmed's got jacks with jack of spades. Yeah, this is crazy. He may end up calling Ollie. Albert might inadvertently be making a pot size value bet here. Because Ahmed's got the jack of spades, a lot of Albert's flushes are going to include him having the jack of spades in his hand. Albert's going to have the jack straight draw with spades, even jack 8 with spades. I wouldn't be surprised to see him call this, and there's going to be some hilarity at showdown. Ahmed's thinking, well, I get to call this if I got...
Oh, man, he's reaching for chips here.
Yeah. Ahmed can easily fold all the straights that don't have a spade in his hand.
I mean, the problem also is that he's blocking the club draws that have busted on the river here, which is the sort of hand class that he's hoping to be picking off with a set of fours.
Yeah, exactly that. For the same reason the greats have the jack of spades in your hand. It's bad. Look at this.
Oh, he's going to pay him off, and Albert's got to be certain that a set of queens isn't going to be
Yeah,
good
he's
very
gonna muck
often. You
his
see him
hand.
ready to muck his
Look.
hand. What an insane accidental value bet.
He
Best value bet in the world.
Oh, man. We're laughing in the booth, obviously, Ahmed.
Never dare to play me heads up. Yeah, that's why when I see you, he just snaps it out.
Where? In your dreams.
What?
In your dreams.
In my dream. Okay.
goading Albert.
Yeah.
To the open. King, trade for Rafa. He ISOs. Puts all the shrapnel in.
Yes, 5-2. Yeah, 5-2.
Bengbeer outside the table as well.
Yeah,
Oh, here we go. Salim with the boots. Ali.
Your action here.
Okay.
Kings and threes. Jammed by Rafa, and the aces over the top.
Yeah.
With 3 clubs, and kings sprout up. You see Ahmed.
Yeah, he's just going to shrug and have to fold this one, I think, Ali. It's like, really? We would of course, have taken Rafa on, but when Salim rips it in, it's like, sure, the kings can still be good, but they're never much of a favorite. You're looking at the sort of big ace rundown hands.
Let's make a huge four-way on him. I won't.
Still got Albert to worry about under the gun. There's the opener. But hey, Ali, he just got sent into a spin a minute ago. Maybe.
But you have a raise, a jam, and then a jam over the top of that in front of these 2 kings. Aces are just there so often.
I think it's easy to say because I'm looking at Salim's hand. Like, Rafa can obviously have a lot worse. Albert can have all sorts, but Salim's just supposed to have aces here. Yeah. Or at least a very, very good ace rundown hand. Like ace, king, queen, jack kind of.
Easy fold awaits Zeki here.
Even just better kings than he had, like an ace, king, king. Salim's going to hand. Albert, very bad hand to take on aces with. But, you know, maybe he wants to gamble. He does.
Oh, wow.
I have nothing.
He's not lying.
It's the double-suited ace-8-4 tray.
I mean,
the hearts are
the
busy
ace,
in Rafa's hand.
Right, the ace and the 3 are dead, but he does have the 2 light flush draws. Even the 4 high diamonds are good.
By the way, but I feel I'm gonna win.
I had kings also.
No.
Yeah.
No.
What? No, I'm.
Oh, he just got the news the 2 other kings are gone.
Nah. This is a 3.
Oh my God.
The 3's gone.
This is the 8. This is
No,
the 8.
and hard as well. Oh
Yeah,
God.
Rafa's in dire straits here.
His other 2 kings are gone. He's got 1 3 left. The heart's no good. Somehow he's 23% though, Ollie.
But I feel.
You're drawing that, my
Well,
friend.
23% on paper. It's not taking account the forward cards.
1-3, yes. Part
What do I even need? Just open 5 deuce. I need the 5 deuce flop. One time.
Selim olmasa zaten ben de
Yeah, Rafa needs only the case 3.
One time a 3, please.
Ahmed name var.
He folded kings.
He had.
Yeah.
Oh my God, you are dead.
I'm dead, yes.
What is that? Wait.
6-4-6 with a couple of clubs, and Salim has a flush draw and a gutter to go with what is the best hand here.
Straight flush draw even, Ollie.
4 is live. What is this flop? It's not. Yeah, can we change the flop?
That's.
9 on the turn. Albert needs a 4.
4 not out.
4 not what?
Not work 4.
You have 4? 4.
And instead, the river is a deuce of clubs, which gives Salim the nut flush.
Just as clean as it gets.
Salim never lost a hand.
And it
with
was
aces.
pretty tidy, wasn't it?
Nice one.
That was a
Salim
pretty
never
amazing
lost
spot to
all
be
in.
in. Plays aces very well. Get in against exactly the scenario you had there. That's what you dream of. Albert, with a hand he's going to play from the straddle. How many customers will he have?
Oh.
So far, not many. He'll
Really
be in
has
position.
1 out pre, yeah. This is insane. Really 1 out.
Straddle back on
out
here.
pre. It's crazy. Like hearts no good. No more kings. 1 3.
Yeah, Bogdan. completing from the small. Obviously, a pretty strong hand against two blind hands, Ali, but out of position. Going to keep the pot small. Not really Albert.
Imagine I hit the 3.
Bir çıkışmış ya.
Do the front running.
Yeah, I would never play.
Big flop to Zeki.
Hepsinde ben kesiyorum.
3 ways to the king 6 deuce board where he's got himself
Özellikle şu aksiyonda eli çok canlı değil mi?
the inside straight draw up against the top pair of Bogdan, which is checked. He checks in turn, and then Albert decides to barrel with just the gutter.
Yeah, gutter, backdoor diamonds. Obviously, you can go slightly higher with a 7-9 run out as well, holding 5-8. Bogdan sticking around with top pair and himself, backdoor diamonds. And Zeki. Like you mentioned, under the inside wrap. These games, these feel like the little in-between pots. Everyone just wants to be over. Let's get back to a big one.
And the 5 on the turn does complete the inside straight draw here after 2 callers.
Yeah, against one player, I think Albert would want to go betting here quite heavily, having a 3, kind of blocking that straight. But I think once it's been called in 2 spots on King 6 deuce where there are no obvious draws, then the 3, 4, 5 suddenly is a lot more likely. And that may be why Zeki's thinking of just coming out betting here, because I guess he has the most of that draw. Therefore, theoretical advantage on this card. But
it's too hot in here, right?
Ollie, this man doesn't slow down.
No, he sure doesn't.
Hot.
Yeah, light.
Still just a gut shot, improved to a pair of 5s. The kings have found the muck. Now, of course, with the nuts, Zeki will mull it over. The bet, 2,500 into 3,000.
Yeah,
not a small one.
This, I think, Ali's always should be a call. We've got the nuts, but we've got no regional. The 2 are super deep. And Zeki's going to have a lot of medium strength that he wants to call with here. Potentially call with here some 2 pairs. So it's nice to have the nuts in there as well. Now he does raise. I think if you raise here, you want to go bigger. I think you want to go pot. You're saying you've got the nuts at this point.
6,300. Rainbow board. A rainbow hand for Albert. Remember, Zeki was in the big blind in this pot.
Wow. No, Ali. Surely he's not going to.
Don't put anything past this man.
The action, though, I mean, Zeki looks like he's got this kind of hand.
Yes, I agree. The fact that he's in the big blind.
The fact that he overcalls.
Line that he's taken. Yep.
Rainbow board. He's kind of check raise. Maybe he's thinking he wouldn't check raise this small with the nuts. I mean, that's a lot of confidence to give to one part of the dynamic in the hand. So I'd imagine not. I imagine he just feels like that I was going to win this hand. I've got the 3, got a 5 blocking those 3, 4, 5s. That's part of it, Ali. There is a 5 on board. He's holding a 5. But he doesn't have any draw going higher.
And the only blocker he has is the 3.
Yeah, but like I said, the 5 kind of works because if you try and take 3, 4, 5 out of Zeki's range as the overcaller on the flop.
Pass.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
It was a lot of posturing, Ali. I mean,
Zeki was salivating, by the way.
The devil on the shoulder was whispering sweet nothings into his ear.
Sure.
You pass.
I pass on that.
Open the river. Good.
Oh, look at Zeki asking for a river even though he had the 6-high straight, as though he was drawing or rivered bottom set of 4s on what looked like a totally innocent card. And then suddenly after he checked it, he started looking over at Albert and visions of all the pots they've played, I'm sure, through the years and the times where he showed him the bluff, kind of got the better of him.
Well, that's a super point, actually, about how often a lot of these guys play with each other. We've got existing dynamics all over the place here.
Zeki. Aces. Pot size open. Rafa, 10, 9, 9, 5, 3 spades from the button. Wants to take a peek. Salim in the big blind could have accepted the invite. King Jack 10-7, but decides to fight a little bit cleaner. And we go to the King Jack 8 board, where Salim would have had top 2. Zeki looking back. He does have the Broadway gut shot and the overpair. He's going to check, though. Rafa does the same. Two-way straight draw, which doesn't come in on the turn, but the spade draw is produced, courtesy of that 4.
Yeah, neither player wanting to bloat this one. Probably feeling like they had enough of it to just get to the next street, but it's sort of changed in complexion now. Zeki going to look for value with his aces. Obviously has the king working as well, and then the spades coming in embolden Rafa.
Board pairs on the river. Let Zeki go for a little bit of value. You see him tilting the head like a puppy that's been whistled at. And ultimately, he decides there is value to be pursued, but the pocket nines not interested. And into the muck they go. Still the early stages, relatively speaking.
How much he has?
15,100.
15. 20, 15, no. 15, 20, 35. 45.
Here we go. Jack, deuce, ace, 2 clubs.
47.
And we do finally see the whole cards there. Zeki with the pocket queens. And nothing else.
It's not put massage.
We see that he's in big trouble. And I think he knows it.
I only just get shot. Okay, fold.
45k pot, though.
Yeah, the dangler deuce could be relevant for Bengvir, who
Twice, okay.
moved all in, and they are going to run it twice. Of course, Ahmed with Jackson 8s and the gut shot straight draw. Happy to fire his chips into the middle. $44,800 out there with the departure of Zeki.
You have chips.
All chance.
1, 2.
2.
3 or a 4 would be the best card Bengvir could see right now. Well, obviously an ace. But
Heart would work.
Wow.
And instead is
wow.
a queen
and Zeki would have both
of diamonds.
Okay, not the best river, not the worst.
I have
Would have
queen,
been
10.
top set for Zeki.
It's very crazy.
It turns into Jackson 10s. Now Jack's full on the turn, and ace will be the only bailout card for Bengvir, who is trying to claw back half of this pot and is unable to do so. Well, those aces can get expensive in pot limit Omaha, David.
oh, the equity's just always running so close in this game.
Yes.
And you get to a situation where you commit so much of your stack, there are just certain boards you have to get it in on, and you're just hoping the other guy doesn't have the salivating emoji.
I was wondering who was responsible for that. Aces for Zeki now. The follow-up back to ace-king.
Badoogie, but I don't think that will dissuade him.
No, they're not great aces, but they're aces nonetheless. And up front, obviously, people should be a little bit respectful. Don't count Albert among the respecting entities as he flats to 1500 with ace-8, 6-6. Of course, the ace-6 of clubs having a lot to do with that decision. And Rafa just pots it with the ace-queen, jack-3 double.
Tilt.
And he's probably going to be committed here. When it gets back to Zeki, no reason to take things slow.
Okay, pot.
Yeah, he's going to repot. Albert just making the correct amount. 1,500 out there that he will be donating to this party.
Yalla.
Yes.
And just like that, we have a 33k pot.
Rafa says, let's do it. Turns his hand face up. And Zeki.
You want 2 or 1?
I don't care.
I don't care also. You say. You say.
Flip a coin?
Huh?
Reveals his
You can
holding.
make 2.
Okay, okay.
Let's go once. You win one time. You win the first.
Albert looking for blood.
I have a great feeling there.
Yeah.
You should do 3.
2.
No, no 3.
Definitely not 3.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, it is fine.
That's
So
unbearable.
there will be,
Just takes too long to cut up that pot.
There's something wrong with the pot because he paid 1,500 and this is the main pot.
This is 1,500 here. Yeah. This 15 is.
Yeah.
You're gonna win with the hearts. Hearts are coming. Ooh.
Not a heart to be found on the
One time.
6-5 deuce board. As the aces are holding for the time being, but you note there is a wheel draw working for Rafa.
Oh my God!
I had a
That was a hot 6 of spades that came off. And Albert did have a 6, if you'll recall. Oh my goodness. Had they run it once, it would have been a scoop for Rafa.
For the second board.
But they did agree to run it twice.
And it was a nice way for it to come for Rafa, not taking away too many of his more immediate outs.
Oh la la.
King Jack Trey, the second board, where Rafa's got the Broadway gutty and the Jack Dangler. Jackson 3s, rather.
Come on.
He's well in front of the aces. King or an ace needed on the
You don't have
river.
to play good to win in PLO.
Wow.
I have black slots on both boards. I swear,
Well
I have
played,
slots on
well
both
played.
boards. So annoying.
And Rafa ends up
Get it in back,
scooping.
win good.
Why the fuck did you call? Just call, whatever.
Sure.
Let me see that flop.
Yeah, Tom.
Sick game, this
1.5
PLO.
right?
Oh, yeah.
I know this pot. I put 1.5,
No,
right?
no,
I
that's
raised.
mine. That's mine. That's mine. You didn't put.
I didn't raise.
There was a very small issue of
You raised like he.
Albert's
he bet
1,500, and was it part of Zeki's stack? That's just what they're checking
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
You had a bad feeling, huh, Rafa?
Sometimes I'm wrong.
Imagine when he has.
Diyorum ben onu da. Zor oldu.
On 8.
Me?
Rafa pumping it up with the 9-7-6-4. A little bit of left brain work here. Double suited. Multi-gapper rundown. Bengvier wags his finger with ace 9-6-5 as he'll pot it
0 kağıt.
over the top of that.
Biraz oklasa neler yapacağım.
6,200 total if you do. Queens into the mug for Raphael. Folds all the way around to Zeki, who's got ace jack 4 deuce. Double suited. 2 Broadway cards, 3 wheel cards.
Tam benim geldiğim gün geberdi değil mi
Might
oyun?
he get curious?
Selim geliyor dediler. Kaç Selim?
Ekibiydi filyal font gibi oynamaya
Biletini
başladı.
aldı. Biletini aldı gitti herif. Selim geliyor dediler.
Ekibiydi filyal font oldu.
Aynen. Öyle bir şey var.
Got our answer. As Zeki plunks in the 6,200, Rafa will defend his open and will take a 3-way flop. Almost $19,000 in the middle. Ace 5-5 as Bengvier has flopped the boat.
Yeah, great feeling after you've gone for this light 3-bet. Been called in 2 spots.
Reasonable amount of presumptions that the big 3-bets against early position openers do contain some ace-ace.
Indeed.
So we could see 2 approaches. Could have been some check back there, but Bengvier going to barrel. 3,300 hyper downsized, by the way. You see Zeki holding the ace, blocking aces full as such, having the wheel draw, but no spades in his hand. Can't resist that price. Should be the end of the road here for Rafa. Indeed, 9 high spades, not interested in a continue.
Bengvir likely licking his lips at the prospect of a 5x in Zeki's hand. Just 1/3 stack to pot ratio here.
Queen on the turn does not change anything. Bengvir with 8,200, and all of it gets deployed there. Oh, look at Zeki. Oh my gosh, he's going to make the call here with just ace jack. Trying. Dead.
A 42k pot going the way of Bengvir. Frustrated Zeki had his aces cracked earlier.
Yeah.
And now
he was up to almost 60,000 in front of him at one point in time. David. Now, with this, he is down just 25,000. Might he have suspicions that Bengvir is stepping out of line from time to time? Again, double suited. Salim up front puts it into the muck. To the button of Bogdan, ace, king, 10, 7. Seems like a nice spot.
Hold 515, sit open, all hot.
1,500 to go, he says. And Rafa in the straddle. Invest the additional 1,100 with the king, queen, 8, 7. Both players sharing the king and the 7 as we go to the flop. King, king, 4.
Ooh.
Rafa's got himself a real problem as Bogdan's ace, king has him crushed. Drawing live to the queen and the 8 is Rafa, who faces a $1,300 follow through.
Ahmet kaç tane sos geldi ya?
Fena gelmedi. Çarpıştırdı. Genelde böyle çok kaybedersin.
And he is going to check pop it up to 4,100, David. And obviously the fact that the open came from the button of Bogdan does suggest that the range is wider than simply better hands in king, queen. Bogdan gonna take a look back.
Gözünde yol ver de bir ya.
Buradan uzak kalıyor. Tam iyi göremiyorum böyle. Yine geçtik en kötü koltuğu.
How is he going to proceed here with 23K back? See Rafa looking on intently.
there will be some bluffs in Rafa's range here. I think he'll probably come with the call. May as well keep those bluffs in. While he does have the nut king. Doesn't have a boat yet.
So Bogdan makes the call. The 3 comes off on the turn. Pot up to 11,500.
Maybe a spot where Rafa comes with a small bet, or maybe hits the brakes.
Oh, it's going to be the former.
Gördüm ben geldim.
As he fires 4,400. Sub half pot. Two-tone board now. And if you're Bogdan, you do need to sometimes be wary of those King 4, King 3, 4, 4 sort of Developments potentially. Obviously, the king 3 without having a big kicker would be unlikely to take this line. But you see, he treads lightly. Flats once more, and then the 7.
Wow.
They're going to chop it. Incredible. Both players make the nuts on the end. And no sooner will Rafa be saying pot than Bogdan will be beating him into the pot and be fairly disgusted to have to share this one.
Yeah, disappointing outcome for the spectators who favor blood.
Hot.
How much the pot? Huh?
No.
No, no, no, no, no.
Seems much more.
I raised.
On the turn, it's like 9.4.
Bogdan obviously wants to repot it if there's anything more he can put in.
Why are you asking and doesn't mean doesn't. Can just call and ask later.
Really
Good trip.
is tremendously good fun.
Good luck gift.
Great.
Fast. So tired.
Can imagine.
Zeki the Razor once more double suited with the ace 8 7 6. Salim, small blind.
Sorry. No, nothing.
Diamonds, 8s, ace king, flats. Ahmed in the straddle, just 1100 more to go. Jack 10 7 5. Bad spades. See him deliberating. Flicks in a 1K and a hundo. That'll bring the pot to 4,700 and leave him out of position against the field. Ace 8 4, and Salim has himself a set of 8s. Spade draw for Ahmed, who, pardon me, isn't out of position against everyone, did have position against small blind of Salim. And it's a problem here for Zeki. Top 2 and the gut shot straight draw in a world of hurt as he barrels 3,400, David.
Yeah, this one could get very, very expensive indeed for Zeki, who has had a tough day so far. I know he won some pots before he entered the booth, but chips leaving his stack for the best part of the last hour. Seems a little frustrated, and if this one goes as it looks like it might, more frustration on the horizon.
Sounds like Salim has said pot, that's going to get him in. Obviously, the gutter and the bad spades for Ahmed. Not interested in a continue. Zeki asks for a count and makes the call.
He needs help.
And they're going to run it twice. Zeki not drawing dead, of course.
2 times.
So this 37,700 will be carved up into 2 portions.
The ace, the 5, the hearts.
The first roughly 19,000 hanging in the balance. Good card there for Zeki's purposes, as now a 5 or a 10 would do the trick, as well as the ace. The river is a 10.
And now a 5.
Runner, runner.
And importantly, he didn't use up any of his 5s.
Sure
Queen
didn't.
of hearts. Oh, Queen of hearts.
Now he's got
wow,
a heart draw, courtesy of the second turn. Is he going to scoop this pot? No, the 7 on the river. We'll allow the set of 8s to chop things up. Boy, that was scary.
Salim insistent with the dealer, making sure it was run twice. Well, lucky for him it was.
Perhaps on the stream earlier, might he be thumbing through YouTube in search of some intel? Or maybe just to see how those glasses look.
Yes, a golden opportunity for these guys to get a glimpse at their Nemesis holdings.
I thought you were going to say accessories. That too. Hold it around the Bogdan. That's not going to be of any interest.
Just noticed that resplendent.
Well, David, will you look at that? The pool here at the Marriott Crystal Cove Hotel, Casino and Spa. Not something I've been in this trip yet.
I'm in there somewhere. Look closely.
A little chilly, perhaps. Now,
there's a storm here in North Cyprus right now.
It was windy. It's not as far as a storm. It was very windy this morning whilst you were pushing out the Z's. You missed
all work and no play, James.
The intense winds, but well, David, two things to note here as we pick up this 100-200 PLO game that we welcome you back for is the disappearing act of Albert De Gea. He has departed, and of course, if you notice, most of the players, some of them got the same seat. Most of the players have moved seats because they did a redraw. Because why not?
Why not, indeed. A little disappointed in Albert that he couldn't have placed a surrogate at the table and phoned in his actions.
I've seen it before. But we are back underway with the action. Zeki in the straddle, Ahmed with... I always characterize kings as bad kings or good kings. These are just kings. They're okay.
They're median kings.
Yeah, they're like... Raphael. Nice little A6, 8, 9. In a nut suit. Some playability in a loosey game. You can get away with these kind of hands. Calls from the small. And this definitely is a looser game as Ahmed flops top set. You got
good shot, straight flush draw for Zeki.
Right, and Raphael even with a gut shot of his own somehow.
Just the way Zeki's played, I feel like he will be interested in this one.
Well, he's let out for 3K. Bash. Now, this is kind of a fun spot. I'd like to see Ahmed I mean, it depends how they've been playing the last few hands. Obviously, this is the first hand back to camera from Dinner Breaker. I wasn't privy to exactly how things were going, but this is kind of a fun spot to flat, because if you flat and any one of the bricks come off, and there are a lot on this board, the person who took the betting lead just kind of almost always pots in these spots. And you're just waiting for them there. The top set.
Is it possible, given that he's a 4 in his hand, he's sort of thinking his opponent could have maybe 7s?
Yeah, I mean,
going
obviously
for the lead here.
I'm saying this is a potential. Obviously, most of the time you're going to raise here. It's kind of awkward when you raise here because you're going to get about 10k and 12k, and your opponent can call, and there's all these bad cards for you.
Sure.
I'm a greedy man, David. I flat here sometimes.
You want to see the brick come off and then go.
It's not even, it's not even the brick come off. You just force them to misstep on the turn a lot by betting. They cut off and bet pot. Obviously, here you're shutting out a whole lot of equity when you raise.
I think this will earn the fold. Zeki in a bit of a dark tunnel here if he was to call. Doesn't know if his flush would be good. Doesn't feel great about this situation now.
How much?
Yeah, there's just a lot of hands here where it gets really awkward if Zeki does call, and there's so many turn cards that you wouldn't be worried about. Whereas if you just peel the bet and Zeki pots the turn, you can jam and really put him in a spot. But this is of course the more standard way, David. I'm not being critical of the player. Just throwing out some alternatives, some fun ones. And not often you want to slow play a set in Omaha, but this is one of those spots, perhaps. course. See, with the odds, he's getting direct price. If all those outs were good. He's getting exactly the price. But it's very hard to imagine they are. You've got no pair, 3 diamonds in your hand. Just a gut shot to rely on. Maybe it's more reasonable, like I say, to lean towards the raises, the more standard line, given that your opponent has a little bit of trouble with this particular situation. Maybe they stack off with some better hands than this, then obviously just raising it in. Oh,
oh
wow,
my goodness,
there we go.
me.
Raise the flop then. That makes sense. If that can happen. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. A $90,000 pot first hand back from dinner. Don't know what they ate, but I don't want some of it, David. Huge pot. $90,000. They are going to run it twice. And Zeki is in not as bad a shape as he perhaps should be.
No, exactly. He
Just
does
a bare
have
set.
those clean outs, as you said.
Yeah, everything is live. Only one blocker in Ahmed's hand, that being the 5 of spades. Even has a blocker to the house himself with that 4, as you mentioned earlier. Just like that, $90,000 in the middle. A red card, but the wrong red for Zeki. Well, 2 bricks though.
Nice
So
to win
Ahmed
the first
wins,
one.
but the deck's got a little richer for Zeki. Well, great card once more for Ahmed.
Hold. Hold it.
Hold is the call. 1 card away from the scoop, David, in the biggest pot of the night.
Ahmed, you had more top setting this week than I had like the past year.
Wow, it does hold. 4 napkins. Well, David,
Big moment
never
there for
ever flat
Ahmed.
with top set if your opponent's going to stack off there. That's what I will say. No need to slow play.
And somehow you manage to get paid every time. You are really art.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm running.
Yeah, he ran amazing earlier on, David, before you were in here with a top 2 in a spot.
TV table'da.
Now, spin, spin, spin, up to nearly $100,000.
What did he start with?
He's sat in with 20, I don't believe. If you didn't see him rebuy, I haven't seen him rebuy, so. Wow, wow, wow. Crazy though, I mean.
Jeremy.
They could have just had like ace king with nut diamonds. Ace king and a gut shot with nut diamonds. Could have had a wrap with nut diamonds. I mean, the ace high would have been enough.
It cannot be 41. There is 500 there.
Yeah, we saw maybe a little frustration creep into Zeki's game before the dinner break. I feel like that was a
No, I don't know the number.
somewhat rash decision.
41, 42. It has to be 500.
Yeah, kind of surprising. Like you said, it just came back from a 45-minute break. You think, right, let's get everything clear. This is the kind of hand that maybe a little bit chasey or want to have a punt on mid-session rather than start of the session. But Ahmed's not complaining, that's for sure.
Jeremy.
Well, it's called for Jeremy. Here's the cash game floor manager here. Because he's calling for reinforcements. Well, David, if you want some reinforcements, you can win some. Can you not?
Here's a festival I'm really looking forward to. August 7th through 17th, American Poker Classic. It was originally scheduled for the May slot that was greedily gobbled up by Triton and the Cash Game Festival. That will be in that slot now instead. But this Classic, much more of a merit in-house sort of vibe. We got the high roller, we got the warm-up, we got the main event, and a whole host of side events as well. 5 million guaranteed, importantly, in this one. A big jump up from what we've seen before.
Yeah, in guarantee sense, but anything like the festival we have going on right now, the Carmen series, I guarantee will be obliterated.
A reminder, James Dempsey has promised 10 million actually guaranteed. He will cover the other 5.
Guaranteed. I didn't guarantee which currency, but I've guaranteed.
That was, he's on record. That was a previous stream. I was here. And yeah, of course, that one's going to be in the Merit Royal Diamond. We're taking the whole kit and caboodle out of the Crystal Cove and bringing it across the road.
Do you think we're going to take it piece by piece in the golf buggies, or we're going to maybe use some more heavy-duty vehicles?
I'm actually coming out here the week before to carry it all by hand.
That's nice. That is nice. I'm wondering why you sort of got this gig. But yeah.
All makes sense now.
Can I have
begins
please with lemon? Thank you.
add up. Well, by far the biggest pot has gone down. Ahmed still stacking the gains as we scan around at the new order. Bogdan, of course, didn't change seat.
Well, Ahmed likely to get involved right away again.
Yeah, nice hand, king, double queen 5 with a suit.
We haven't seen Raphael get out of line once here. I think he's on the nittier side, happy to make solid decisions of that nature.
Zeki.
Oh, well.
Pulled up a whole bunch of chips, playing 50k, and has the other 2 queens.
Yeah, I think he had stacks covered by that 2k, so he's added 50 on. And, well, right away, these guys might go to war again. Round 2, ding, ding.
Yeah, and he's smashed it straight up, David Ahmed. Of course, we go nowhere now. They're super deep. This is where PLO gets very fun. Not that it wasn't fun before, but you just don't have folds anymore with this depth to 3 bets.
Well, said unlikely.
Yes. Well, you don't know. Maybe Zeki's got queen, queen, jack, jack.
Oh, well, he does have the queen, jack of diamonds.
Yeah, Ahmed.
Back door, but front door for Ahmed. King, queen of hearts. We don't know that mystery card in Zeki's hand. Could be very significant if it was an ace.
Cold water.
Yeah, I don't think you would be checking if it were, but you never know. Deuce on the turn.
Maybe a 10 of spades, something of that nature.
Ooh,
for the
that would
3
be
bet.
saucy. I don't think it needs to be anywhere near that good though, given he's just lost 50k the previous hand.
That's your
40K
read on
the
this
previous
situation,
hand.
is it?
Yeah, I think he may only have 3 cards. Maybe.
Well, bit of pot control from both players on the flop. Obviously, either catching a big piece tricky one for Ahmed there, yeah. Could have been a pure steal there from Zeki. Again, we're in the dark as to that 4th card.
I like it. That's when you turn to the guy and you go 1 each. See how it goes down.
Yeah, a declaration of war there, perhaps. These guys could play that elusive 6-figure pot that I've been predicting all afternoon. We almost had it there with the 90k pot, I should say, but like, not quite 100.
No, but I know my scouting report from this man been telling me there have been multiple 6-figure pots in this game.
Yeah.
Over the last few days.
I didn't feel like it was an outlandish prediction.
No.
Given the styles, the willingness to gamble. King, queen, 10-9, Badugi here for Bogdan. Unlikely to get involved, although.
Yeah, nice hand, king, queen, 10-9. It was rather a suit in there, but certainly in a game like this, you're going to want to play it.
Explain to me what you mean by that.
That's right. In a game like this.
In a game where guys are likely to 3 and 4 bet.
Well, they like to 3 and 4 bet.
Stacks.
They're likely to be in there with a wider range of hands, right?
Sure.
You obviously kind of. I'm not sure the same thing really applies to Hold'em. Kind of, I guess when everyone gets loose, you kind of go a bit tighter. Is a not bad strategy, and vice versa. But in this game, if they go loose, you go loose. You get in there, especially with hands like that could make a lot of 1-pair/2 pair with redraw potential. And when that happens, quite often you get it in against these people playing wider ranges who've only got, 2-pair with no draw. You get a lot of free roll opportunities. Make the nuts with some additional. Off we go. $85,000 man. The man, of course, who made a heroic call earlier against Albert De Gea with his set.
It was.
Got shown a bluff. Problem was,
it was better.
The bluff beat his hand. Raphael with a nice looking 6, 8, 9, 10. Salim just flatting the ace, king, queen, 7 with nut suit. I'd rather see this one pop up. But like you say, David, I guess Raphael's not been stepping out too often, so Salim perhaps giving him some respect against other players, maybe with a 3-bet. As Raphael, he's much more content to try and take it multi-way with a hand that flops very well, ace, king, queen, and a nut suit.
Indeed it does.
Yeah, I think
probably Friday.
I think yes.
I feel like everyone else would have, against anyone else, he would have 3-bet.
I will give you back.
Let's play.
I will give you.
No problem. You play after there? I don't think so. I will probably be too tired.
Ace in the window, queen behind, and a 7. Salim with all the pairs. And, well, a lock on my hand.
Depends how I feel after.
And if you're saying Raphael's not playing in any hands and he raises and then gets this kind of flop, it's a bit cruel.
Yeah, not much of anything for anyone else here. Don't expect to see this one get to a turn. Not that this game was ever in the mud, but it's well and truly out of the mud right now.
Yeah, when people are stacking off. Looking 7-4 with a jack 8, 6-3. Fair to say the game's alive.
Straddle on. Hoping to induce
I don't want.
a round of.
It doesn't want. Not everyone wants. The game certainly needs the hair, not just for the action, but for the chat as well. I feel like it kind of gets these guys
some
going.
man for inducing the extra straddle, it's a bit of wildness, the flip suggestion.
We had before you came in, we had a $3,200 straddle very early on in this game.
We had a coin flip for a 3,200. We had a 16, and the guy said he would flip a coin for 32. It landed the wrong way.
Oh. Hello.
Oh, Salim.
Yeah.
With the
Just
aces,
flat.
he also has the spades.
Just flat. Interesting. Again, partly, he's want to flat a hand. A lot of hands against Raphael's open under the gun. Don't forget this is a straddle pot.
Yeah, an awkward stack.
Secondly, yeah, you're 50 big blinds deep against a relatively tight range of Raphael, so he knows he's going to get peeled, and then his hand's kind of telegraphed. So he slipped in a flat here with the aces.
I quite like it.
If they were double, maybe he raises. Wow, what a flop! But as it is, he also induces some action behind. Of course here.
Yeah, nuts with the nut draw is pretty good in PLO.
He's murdered this, yeah. Well, I mean, not the nuts. Let's get picky. You know, deuce fives out
sorry,
there.
sorry.
He'll take it. The
top set.
Top set, nut flush draw, and a gut shot. And he actually, I'm pretty sure I saw him check very quickly, so we are looking at him, but the action was on Zeki. No surprise to see him check through that flop with an absolute lock on it. I'd like to see maybe put some chips in now, but got to build a pot from somewhere. But hey, you got Zeki behind, and here we go. Maybe he's going to fire some zero equity in here. Well.
Yeah, and whenever Zeki gets that sense of weakness from the other guys, he is the one most likely to fire in a bet, regardless of his holding.
Oh.
Salim got to do a bit of acting now.
Yeah, a lot of acting, and eventually find a call.
Yeah, he knows he's under-repped here. Opponents won't put him on aces, so maybe, just maybe, he's up against a 3x that could boat up on the river. Maybe he's already there, and he should get that money in by the river then.
This is nice. I'm having to plug everything through my Zeki solver from now on.
Well,
Salim checking once more. I mean, Zeki's got to know things aren't looking good when he pots turn and gets called on a paired board. But he won't be expecting aces.
no, and he might think he can get his opponent off an ace-king-x kind of hand.
That's the thing. He doesn't have a king, so ace-king-x is...
Oh, he's going for it.
Wow.
Salim has played this so beautifully versus this specific opponent. He's really targeted his man here.
Yeah, he has. Obviously just waiting to spring his trap. But
how nice is it to spring your trap when you've only got 6.5k left to put in the pot?
Yeah. Zeki for 6. It's weird. I'm trying to think what Zeki realistically could actually have here. I mean, if he had a hand like ace 3, I'm pretty sure he bets the flop when check 2 in this 3-way coup. If he had deuce 5, would have bet 5-6. Maybe by the river is the one hand he could have. Maybe bet 5-6, not on the flop, but waited to the turn. Still feels unlikely, but nicely done.
Getting some word from the outer tables here. Main event obviously up and running. We had day 1A. It got 232 entries. 1C and D tomorrow. But we're already at 213 entries.
Wow.
For 1B. That could grow. So similar enough each day, 450 odd players. We only need 500 to hit the guarantee, so much like everything else at this festival, going to absolutely obliterate the guarantee prize pool. Probably get over 2 million, I reckon, in there.
Lappin guaranteeing at 2 million.
I nearly would. Raphael puts the straddle on here. And action full round to the blind. Ace Jack 6-5 double suited for Ahmed. Raphael going to defend. King 10 6-4 with a suit.
Yeah, pops the king high flush draw, gut shot. Be a weak one. Ahmed. Kind of a bad enough hand. I think you can bet. A bad gut shot, bad top pair. Don't really want to be check call in this hand. Don't really want to check fold it. So. Raphael won't be loving this, but I see a little bit too much to fold.
Yeah, Ahmed coming with the 2/3 sizing. Agree with you there, Raphael. Just
neither player particularly enjoying this hand.
Sticking around, yeah.
And they both make the straight.
Well, if you could have found a card in the deck to
Yeah, Ahmed does pick up clubs.
So Mr. Oscar.
And he has a jack as well, so he does block jack 10. A tiny amount. Yeah, pretty normal to see him check that over. Raphael, obviously with a clear bet here. There's king bit diamonds. Doesn't have to go big.
Yeah, second nuts with the second nut flush draw.
Yeah, you can go small because your opponent's going to have a lot of weak hands that don't. Okay, it's gone like 2/3. Oh, it's got bigger.
Yeah, no, he has
5
actually
into 6.
beefed it up a little bit.
It's fine. I mean, it's a very wet board, so.
Quick call from Ahmed.
Yeah, Ahmed with number 3 in clubs going nowhere. And maybe looking to do some dirty work on a card like that. I think with a straight doesn't need to, but it's certainly a possibility in this all.
Yeah, probably goes check now. Big bet there, the 5k on the turn. I think he got his value.
Yeah, double flush draw board. There's obviously nothing wrong with betting big. I would just maybe advocate a smaller sizing when you've got the king flush draw as well.
We see Raphael, we make the point that he's maybe been one of the nittier guys on the table, but he's chipping up nicely, maybe taking advantage of the fact that the rest of his table mates happy to blast off with slightly weaker holdings. He's sitting in wait, sort of like the predator in the bushes.
Alışmamıştım pot kaybetmeye.
Aynen. Neye baktı ki ben onu anlamadım.
Denk gelse bekler.
Solt veriyorum değil mi? Elimde bir tanesini yok, solt veriyorum. Ya buraya boş düşse yine vuruyorum, görüyorsun. Onları demiyordu da 5-6 alttan ahlaya vahlaya.
Ama korktun galiba sen de.
Ya korkmadım da dedim.
Bir asas daha.
Postmortem.
Tabii.
Yeter dedim bu kadar. 5-6 ile zaten ödemezdi abi.
5-6 sinek. Bunu da.
Of be. İçip bozdurduk hemen görüyorsun.
Aynen. GG poker oldu abi. GG poker oldu.
Oh, and we've got the double straddle on now. Zeki in a mood to generate some action here. You've made the point to me, though, James, that sometimes it actually doesn't generate action. The proclivity for straddles and double straddles actually can kill action sometimes.
You reduce, it seems to me, you kind of get fewer multi-way pots, which is where you really get the action for in PLO. You want whatever stakes gets people in. And yeah, Rafa's just going to pounce on those straddles with the ace, queen, jack, 6 and a nut suit. Pretty decent hand. Shorter handed now. And, well, Zeki's not straddling to fold, is he? I mean, it's garbage, but it doesn't strike me like he's going to miss out on too many flops between now and the end of the game.
Zeki down another 10k since that really big hand earlier. Not the session he was hoping for so far, but things can change. Unlikely to. On that board, 3 hearts. Rafa happy to knuckle it. And Rafa checking back top 2 again. Will he look for value now on this King of Diamonds river?
I think we can. Not normally, but when Zeki's kind of maybe looking a little steamy.
We talked a lot about the Triton festivals obviously coming here in May. A lot of anticipation for that one. Obviously not the buy-ins for everyone's bankroll, but you know, certainly the kind of action that players of all bankrolls want to rail, want to watch. You know, you produce that stream, James. Tell us a bit about why Merit is such a good venue for a tour of that nature.
So there's not much rest at a Triton stop. It's event to event to event. You play one event, you get through to day 2, get knocked out, you jump straight to the next one. The convenience of everything being on hand here. The gym, the pools, the beach, the food, hotel rooms, straight down from your hotel room in the lift to the venue where it be held. And it just makes everything very easy for the players. And of course, it's high-end. Triton's a high-end tour. Diamond's a high-end resort.
Game recognizing game.
Yeah. And some of the players like bringing their family along to this one. What to do.
Watch.
Speaking of game recognizing game, Zeki with the particularly attractive Jack 10-5-3, 3 diamonds, going to defend his straddle here against Bengvir, who has been one of our more active players, stepped out a few times in the last session. Double gutter for Zeki, but this board getting wetter and wetter.
Yeah, Zeki's just... I mean, look, we saw him kind of blast off into the aces full a minute ago. But not every blast off is going to fail.
Yeah, here's the spot where I think ordinarily Bengvir wouldn't consider calling with 2 pair, but I think against this man he must.
Yeah, wow. It's a snap fold situation.
In normal circumstances, but recognizing Zeki's proclivity now to barrel, he's seen him show down a few bluffs, and oh, hello. We're going to get some rebate here.
How devious can Zeki get here? Can he get straight? Yeah. Here's the bad news. Barreling off with a gut shot.
Credit to Bengvir for recognizing that his man could be light there on the turn.
Yeah, but I'm not sure he's been able to call the river.
Do you think it was coming?
Given what I've seen over the last half an hour.
You don't think that this man has been snake bit? No. Well, Zeki on the comeback trail now.
What a phenomenal setup here at Merit Poker. Combination of poker room staff and our colleagues over at Sharehand.
Great commentators. Sometimes.
There are a couple of great commentators, David. I'm not sure you're in the realm. We've certainly got 2 good ones. Bogdan being very quiet. Still, maybe dreaming of high draws down the 4th fairway. Actually, the 4th's a par 3 here, I'm pretty sure.
Is he wearing a golf shirt?
3rd fairway. Yeah, I think the 3rd here is a dog leg. Slightly dog leg left, par 4. Quite a short one. We'll hit a little draw up there. Get it close to the green. Chip it on. I don't think I've ever taken money off that man, though. Golf course. He always seems to come out with the win.
You all right, James?
I'm more than all right. Jack, and deuce for Zeki's. Still the best hand on this ace 7 4 flopping. Finally, he's going to get one through, albeit with the best of it.
Back-to-back hands for Zeki.
There we go.
You mentioned golf there a moment ago. I think that's what you were talking about. I don't know the lingo, but
an Irishman doesn't know golf. It's kind of it's quite bad. If you
there is golf nearby, though, isn't there? You were going to play the first night you arrived, or not night. You can't play golf at night. Morning.
It's tough to play golf at night. You have to be a very straight hitter. Not playing in the fog.
Bogdan happy to straddle here as well. Action folding around to the blinds. Zeki looking for the hat trick. Well, he's the kind of hand that might pursue a back-to-back-to-back here.
Kuma. Mr. Kuma.
Just limps. Interesting.
Yeah. I guess just doesn't. Even in a kind of a mini, not meltdown time kind, but a mini tilt-off doesn't want to even elevate this pot from the small. I think we should, but just wants to play from the button. Well, Bogdan with all of this one.
One.
Quick call from Zeki here.
Yeah, top pair. You got 2 overs to the second card. You got gut shot, no heart in his hand as well, so he kind of can give your opponent some more of those type of hands, and well, he improves to top 2. Bogdan with a blocker to Queen 10 as well, albeit, you know, it's not the cleanest card for him to see.
Yeah, is Bogdan ever considering coming with a check here, just because it's a little nasty, that card?
I don't think with sort of the way this game's playing, sure. It would. In theory, want to have some checkbacks. Even then, I mean, Jack 10 with no heart in our hand probably still wants to bet. Charge those flush draws, we block the straight.
Well, Zeki, one feels going nowhere. Top 2 and a gooder.
Certainly can't get anywhere now. A very good hand.
$8K in the pot going to the river, and would you believe it? Runner boat for Zeki, who quickly checks it over.
Yeah.
Trappy.
This is a little more complicated with Bogdan. You kind of hoping you're up against 2 pair when you get called on the turn. You do now obviously beat that Queen 10, but it's not likely. I think you would have got sprung on, so it's actually quite hard to bet this card now.
We saw Bogdan make a very nitty check back in the last frame.
I mean, obviously your opponent's got a lot of flush draws that have missed. He's going to go for it. Of course, I mean, you kind of have to go for it, especially the way Zeki's been playing the last all it. But
and it's a tough. I think this is a really tough spot because of how Zeki's been playing.
Right.
When he ships this in now for 21K or whatever it is, and it's just 16 more into.
Yeah, I mean, Zeki's going to have some ace-X, and I guess that's what you're hoping he calls you with. Ooh. He's got an ace and some flush draw, an ace and a like ace-queen, something with hearts.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be just a tough spot because of the man he's up against, Bogdan.
Right. You block aces full of jacks, of course, with the 2 jacks.
You think that Zeki might be in here with the raise from the small with an ace-king XX hand as well.
It's true. He's gone for a very small sizing. Oh, no, sorry.
Yeah, well, he hasn't gone...
Hasn't gone for all of it.
For all of it. I guess, is ace-9 the most likely holding in the eyes of Bogdan here?
I think he'd be thinking ace-jack, but obviously we blocked the 2 jacks. Yeah. So not thinking that. Thinking does ace-9 raise? Probably not. Ace-9 I think probably just calls. So it's like ace-king.
That just limped in from the small.
Yeah, I mean there are a lot of them, and ace-king is going to then call turn. He does have some weak ace-king type hands as well, of course. But then it's like, what are the hands that could be bluffing? So we're looking at ace-queen with some hearts. Could it even be a hand like just the king X of hearts that he decides to have? He's got a blocker to aces full of kings and decides to check raise. That's an interesting spot.
We've seen Zeki bluff on a few occasions here, but not in this fashion.
Right,
not with the check raise river situation. It is different.
Yeah, it's be quite advanced bluff to have. Like I say, if he's got something king high hearts, block aces full of kings, goes for it. Maybe even like if he had king jack with a heart draw, this would be a good candidate to go for a check raise, I think. As a bluff.
You feel for Bogdan in this situation?
Yeah, I mean, just everything he's seen in the last 20 minutes.
Well, he has completely disregarded the possibility of an ace-9 here, and he does think it has to be ace-king or nothing, which does make a lot more sense.
Like he says, yes, I do. Have a look, my friend. There's ace-king.
And a 37k pot heading Zeki's way now. He is up to 62k.
Jeremy, an F20.
Top down on for the reload after losing that one. Not surprised. It's nice when you're Zeki. When you finally get it, you do get paid.
Festival tinerci oldu ya. Tinerci oldu.
High stakes action here. Merit. Crystal Cove. Beautiful North Cyprus. We're watching very friendly 100, 200, 4-card engagement. With lost at least the most talkative player, if not the most action player. Yeah. Albert De Gea.
Yeah, fight to catch for Albert.
The cards are helping. We've seen some stuff.
When you come back, we're going to play the last level for tonight. Once again, 10 minutes break, main event.
If you are joining us, please do drop a little like and subscribe for us on YouTube. It really does help getting the word out because, well, if you're watching, you know we've got some pretty sick action here. The rest of the world doesn't. Not yet anyway, but with your help, they will.
We're more likely to have a 6-figure pot if you hit that button.
That's true.
I'm not sure how that works, but I'm pretty sure that's
We're also more likely to pay David if you push that button. So at the moment, he's working on a back-end deal. Piece of the advertising. Box office sales.
You're just sorry I wouldn't have a chat about golf with you. I can see what's happening there.
Get a golfer in here. I bring up golf, I bring up cycling, I get admonished for both.
Jeremy, where is? Ah, okay. Okay, you can sit yourself.
Pay attention, all the players, they have the white registration ticket in front of their chips. We kindly ask all the players to have this in front of their chips.
Blackjack'i mi?
Jeremy.
Jeremy?
Allah.
Allah. Kötü gel.
Aces once again for Ahmed. He's had them at least 4 or 5 occasions already at this feature table. They weren't his friend a few hours ago, but very deep now.
Yeah, he's played 400. Big's deep. Just a pretty nice number in this game. Of course, the effective stack is lower as Raphael taking 8s and 5s double and making it a 3-bet. Kind of hand that does like to play heads up rather than multi-way. So.
Yeah, we saw him do this with the 8-8-6-6 double in the last frame as well. So clearly that's how he constructs the 3-bet range. I like it.
Yeah. Kind of for Raphael, if he decides to go for a 3-bet, he does go for the pot 3-bet. Getting shallow enough, he's playing against a 150 big blind stack. It does telegraph the hand, David, especially when done at that pace.
Yeah, the diamonds are smothered here. Raphael won't know that. May come with a call.
Yeah, I mean, he knows exactly what he's trying to hit here. It's a good hand to be calling this full bet with. You won't get in too many tricky spots post-flop. It's going to be very easy. I know I've said that now, it's going to become more diamonds and make me look stupid, but... there's the easy one. King, 9, deuce, rainbow. 1.3 behind, so this is just going to be a pot scenario. Going to run this. I mean, Almost going to get action on this board quite a lot. He's going to be up against some ace, king
queen,
rundowns.
jack 10, yeah, that kind of stuff.
King rundowns. Even maybe some Queen Jack 10-9 type hands sometimes.
Hamleye kılıp çekiyorsun.
A good day in the office for Ahmed.
It's a nice office he's got. But it is a very nice day, you're right.
Started with 20k at the beginning of this feature table. On his way to 6 figures. But these are probably pretty normal swings in the context of this game.
Yeah.
These guys have a lot of dynamics. I think 5 or 6 of them play against each other an awful lot.
6-2 falan 9-2 değil mi?
Забыл.
Enjoying this bit of camera work, I have to say, almost like a succession, some pop. We could incorporate a pop zoom. I think we'd have a real masterclass in our hands.
I see it. Celine popping up. King, King, Queen 6. $9.753 for Rafa double. Next to flat against Celine. Getting there. He's playing the odds.
Yeah, the old double-suited mega gapper.
Mega gapper, I like it. So it's the Grand Canyon. Oh, top and bottom. Pardon me. Middle and bottom. With some back doors.
Michael Barrymore here, is it?
Wow. Well. Celine checking his kings with a gut shot, and Rafa having to check back. See one more safe card. Don't want to build a pot here and have a card like that rolled off.
Wow.
So Celine, I feel now with a pretty clear bet in a small pot. Oh, he does check it. All right. Oh, he checks it and gets a bet. Celine with no heart in his hand, though. I feel like this is one that we have to therefore check cool with and allow your opponent to keep bluffing with no redraw. You don't want to spoil the pot here, because if your opponent has got King Queen, given you've got no heart in your combination of King King Queen, they will have it. It'll be nothing but bad news. Check once again. Rafa does have the boat blockers.
Yeah.
I ain't really worried about Jack 10 here. But it's hard to give your opponent straights as played as well. He's going for it.
He is going for it now, blocking boats.
I like it. And yeah, when you've got King King Queen, kind of block some of those potential bluffy stabs on the turn. So he doesn't have hearts, so he does still beat those. But I do give Rafa credit for having some Jack 10 and perhaps 9-10 that bets at the second time of asking on this board. I think, with that all said, no heart on our hand. Kind of, it's very tempting to call this one. Going to be some Queen Jack in there. These kind of hands.
Deep in there, thanks, Salim.
But if Rafa has the Queen or King of Hearts, he's kind of in a flush draw mandatory betting turn. I think those hands barrel again in river, so. The thing is, in PLO, you're always getting 2 to 1. So, don't have to be right that often.
Düz topraz toprazda tribet yapmazsın. Edeceğiz. Az düşer mi?
You know it's not jacks. You know it's not nines. They both bet the flop. Can be Jack 10, yes. Jack 10 definitely played this way, as could some 9-10. That's why check will turn to induce some of those hands to bet. But it also is a myriad of misdraws. And with a hand with no heart in it, he does eventually make what I believe, David, is a good call.
Yeah, it's very understandable. Obviously, he gets to show the winner now and will feel good. But I think you're right. I think that, you know, flush draws certainly out there.
Good job. And of course, there were some hands like that, which you perhaps wouldn't expect to see.
Yeah, a bit more advanced bluff candidate there from Rafa, but makes sense as well.
Yeah, I think when he's played his hand as it is, he has to bet river.
This goes.
What goes, yeah.
I think if he's unlucky, if his opponent had a heart, probably would have folded.
Maybe off stream I fold.
It's too hard to see afterwards when you got bluffed, right?
Zeki's looking at these two guys like, there's a lot of post-mortem for a 4K bet here, lads. I just got 40K in a minute ago. Come on now.
And I didn't take a quarter of the amount of time.
Yeah.
I think so. I was wondering, I did catch my voice and I caught your voice on the audio there a moment ago, and it does look like Zeki is the one, eyes down.
Yeah, got the stream on the go.
He's got it down in the kind of the postle area.
2,500.
Oof.
More time. Last level for
postle area. Three, 4, 5, 8. Zeki's taken up. Yeah. Bogdan flattening the very bad aces. I like that.
Yeah, he could spring a trap against a squeezer.
Yeah.
Probably just feels like it's a little awkward given his stack size as well, point you made earlier.
Yeah, and the horrendous aces.
Yeah, they are pretty ugly.
But it's nice to have aces sometimes when it comes ace high and you've just flat pre.
Absolutely. Equity's running close here between these three hands.
Not anymore. Except for Rafa. Bogdan with a gut shot to Broadway. And of course the ace of clubs, which is a fun one to have.
It sure is.
When Bogdan flats, he doesn't have too much offsuit ace X. So when he's got the ace of clubs, he's usually got another club with it in these spots. So
Bogdan's actually going to do his own betting here.
Yeah. I like it. You can say he's got the nut club blocker. He's got a gut shot. Aces are still good at some frequency. And, well, here we go.
This is the card you wanted, James.
This is it. And actually a terrible card for Rafa in the sense it's a club and it's a club with a card that he holds, as it were. One less out for the fill-up.
Looks like Bogdan is going to turn his hand into a bluff.
Attention all players,
3 into 4.8. Just enough to put hands like this in the blender. Straights just have to fold as well. Nice.
Very well played from Bogdan.
Sick thing is, Bogdan's actually open for a call there. They call, you just get to fire one more at the river and they're toast.
So we see Zeki eyes down, keeping an eye on the play from half an hour ago.
Yep, 30-minute delay here. These players here at the Merit Poker Room, and of course, this is the last festival here in the Merit Crystal Cove, because we're moving across the road, David, in August. Well, before August, but in August will, of course, be the Merit Poker Classic at the Diamond. $5 million in guarees. Same format as usual, the warm-up, the high roller, main, some mixed max action in there, some turbos, a whole host of satellites, I'd imagine.
Indeed. Now, I haven't been in that room, a beautiful room in the Diamond, which is recently built.
Huh.
Tell me about that room.
I need to take you in there. It is fantastic. It's in the grand ballroom of the Diamond Resort. Go down there. Beautiful high vaulted ceilings. Very airy. We'll see. You know, has this grand seating, a sort of level above, you know, the sort of opera boxes.
Wow.
Very topical, of course.
Perfect for the Carmen event.
It feels like a great, yeah, it is just a great venue. It feels very grand. Whole complex there. I'll take you for a stroll around it tomorrow, when no doubt we hit up the spa. Of course, we're very busy, so maybe we don't get the time.
I'll be busy writing, creating content, doing all those other things that I do. But you'll be putting in a good spa grind.
I think so. It is, sadly, for viewers at home, it is a day off from action here tomorrow. But it's a one-day lull as we ramp up for the final 3 days, which will be straight coverage. Either 3 days of main event, perhaps another cash game, and then the penultimate day of the main event and the final table.
Oh, yeah, and what a crescendo, building to a 300, maybe boot 350, dare I say, first prize in that main event.
Look at this, Zeki building up to the nuts on a very wet board. I just prefer pot-sized bets in these situations. Double flush draw board.
Ahmed could have a fourth card. That is a heart in this situation.
He's definitely got a fourth card. Could be the four of hearts.
Four of hearts would be
that'd be bad news for him.
an interesting one.
It must be a heart. What he's thinking.
Russian.
Zeki gets it through with the nuts once more.
It's been something of a treat for me to watch this high-stakes PLO action, something I'm not used to. Don't really get to cover something like this in the course of my commentary duties over a year. Do you do much of it?
Have done in the past. I was very fortunate to commentate on a super high roller cash game. Speaking of which, of course, Super High Roller Series is returning to North Cyprus in, well, a little over a month, David.
So tell me now, the Merit Poker Cash Game Festival running alongside that in the ballroom we talked about a moment ago, how much of that cash game festival will be really high stakes? Obviously, in one side of the room, we've got these guys playing 25Ks and upward high rollers. Does that mean the cash games are huge as well?
It'll be a mix, a big blend of cash games. Yeah, most of the Triton players, when they play the cash games these days, tend to be the short deck. So I don't think you'll see too many of those Triton players venturing into the cash games. I think they're more of the usual Merit crowd. There'll be some. I have no doubt. Those tournaments attract some other people to come in as well. Maybe they'll play, you know, some of the less regular Triton players will perhaps play some of the tournaments, some of the cash. But for the most part, when the Triton boys play cash, it's a little rich for pretty much anyone's blood but the Triton boys. He's talking some 1K, 2K, some short deck.
Yeah.
Get spicy.
Do you incorporate a bit of that onto the live stream?
When we can. When time allows, yeah. Usually get some. Last time we were here, we had a 1K, 2K NL streams. Some characters in the mix. Some old schoolers. Likes of Tony G was in there.
Ben senden üstten bir şey bekliyordum da. Üstten? Daha üstten.
Solem with Ace, King, Queen, Jack. That's a nice one. The four biggest cards in the deck.
He's a little bit tamer these days, Tony G. I still sense the odd person on their bicycle, but it's not quite what it used to be.
He gets out there. He's got the chat still. He went for a lull, I guess, when he was a political figure, should we say, and had to tame things down a little bit. But now he's come out the far side of that. He's, I think, back up to speed. Both players here with top pair, but Bogdan's inferior starting hand has improved by the virtue of the fact he has a gut shot on this board.
So fellow MEPs weren't being told to get on their bicycles then?
I don't think so.
No.
I think you have to be careful, he said to Russians. Yeah, Bogdan. The one in position facing this action. Enough hand to continue with. Top pair in a gut shot. It's not a massive hand, David, but it's enough on a rainbow board against a range that kind of... Oh, hello. Is he taking it upstairs?
Yeah, I was taking it upstairs with the gutter.
Wow.
And top. A little surprised by this, I must say.
This is fun, though. He just thinks his opponent has a lot of one-player hands. Popping it up out the small, very solid players. So he's thinking these kind of hands, the big rundowns. Ace, king, queen, jack. Probably some aces that don't want to carry on in this spot. Very nicely done from Bogdan. It's weird. It's
mergy.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's very much understanding not just your hand, but your opponent's range there, and thinking, hey, look, if I am up against it, my gut shot's not worth that much anyway. I might as well raise here, deny him all that equity, hitting a queen or a jack. And very well done by Bogdan. I like that. I didn't see it coming. But it all makes a lot of sense. I like the fact he's worn blue as well, to blend in with the merit blue. We had the players wearing black and red to blend in for Carmen.
Have you watched Carmen yet? You've had a few nights now.
Got a day
Go
off
on
tomorrow.
YouTube. There we go. YouTube tomorrow.
I've got a day off.
There was a very good London performance of it in the last couple of years. I think they did a video of that one. Check it out. Beautiful aria, of course. Habaneros. Talking about that.
You will.
And of course, the stream on my own. Regardless of who was in the booth with me, I received blank looks.
Yeah, the Philistines you're forced to talk art with must really hurt you. You get your few minutes a day talking movies with us, I suppose that.
Little do you know how much cycling is in Carmen. That's going to be the real treat when you realise. There's this whole cycling subplot.
Okay, all right. I
They
mean,
do go up the mountains at one point, so that is true.
I mean, you didn't have me at flesh, but you've got me at cycling. Anyway,
some thigh slapping.
Ace 4-6 board. Sees Rafa with top and bottom plus a gut shot.
Yeah, speaking of slapping, Rafa has been slapped in the face by the deck here.
Not a word uttered at this table. It's all business.
How long could you sleep tonight? How many hours?
Tonight?
That may be explaining it.
I'm planning to sleep how many hours?
No,
or I slept?
last night.
Yeah, last night I slept 3 or 4 hours.
Plenty.
Do I look tired?
You're so quiet.
Yeah, I am tired.
Here we go. That'll be the reason, as I say, for the subdued nature of the players at this table, David. They've been burning
My friend
the
left.
candle at both ends.
No fun anymore. Lutas.
Without Lutas.
He wrote to me.
Yeah.
He said, no look all in for me, please.
Yeah.
And out of turn blind raise announced from
Wow.
City.
Yes, thank you. How you should look.
Salim getting a little bit looser.
Oh, and Rafa with the double suited. Oh no, sorry, it's not double suited aces. Single suited aces with the 3 hearts.
The 08 nuts. He's got the wrong game for that hand. But
Indeed.
wow, nice hand for Bogdan to close the action here. The Queen 10 9 8 double. So we go 3 ways. The pre-flop razor with by far the most inferior hand.
Well, not anymore.
until then, he's got diamonds to go with it. Bogdan with the top pair gut shot and diamonds. And Rafa with the bare ace in the same suit. They've all got interest in this one. I wonder if Bogdan ever decides to lead here. Does. Like it. It's a board that Salim's going to be checking back at quite a high frequency, so wants to put pressure on those overpairs that can't stick around, and of course he's a favourite against them in this game.
And is this an interesting spot now for Salim? Because obviously people won't be expecting him to have top set on the board such as this one, having come in for the raise pre-flop.
Pardon me, I've misread the board. I thought it was 2 diamonds. 8, 6 deuce rainbow. Wow, yeah, this is definitely a spot that, again, I said earlier about just flatting.
Just flatting, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, he's gone the other way. Pardon me, apologies. I misread that board as 8, 6 of diamonds, when, of course, that would be impossible given that Salim has 8 with a diamond.
I forgive you, James.
It kind of makes Bogdan's lead even a little bit funkier.
He's not seeing it.
Yeah, I definitely would have wanted to see a turn here. Maybe felt as though there wouldn't be too many raises incoming, so it wouldn't make a difference. Give himself a chance to win it, or maybe he just gets called in one spot. Can proceed on some diamonds. Obviously looking for a 7.
Yeah, got a myriad of backdoors, you say. Backdoor clubs, backdoor diamonds. Top pair, all over cards. A gut shot draw.
Get some.
He puts his opponent on.
This would be a very interesting one, a little bit deeper. One feels now like...
Well, you say that, but...
You think it's still tempting?
It's not a clear fold. You can make an argument for continuing.
You think he's putting Salim on like aces maybe?
Yeah.
He's just trying to shut it down?
The big 1 pair hands he's got great equity against, because he's got those 2 backdoor flush draws.
Basically flipping against those. You'll hate this
All in.
news.
Button game. There's more.
So huge pot here, $67,000 in the middle.
You know, do you have a super wrap? That's not what you want to hear when you're the one with the top pair. Very bad shape. Just a gut shot. $67,000 out of nowhere. Blink and you miss it. The chips fly fast in this game. They are going to run it twice. 4 chances to catch one of those walking sticks.
5,000?
Well, some additional.
9-10 working for him now.
And the queen.
And
now,
the queen.
he should turn to him and say, now I have a super wrap. That's a very bad card
That's
to
really
see, of course.
bad. He's lost his jack now.
Yeah. Worse than a brick. No. A 10, a jack, a 7.
Lost 2 jacks.
And a hold for Salim.
If you could just put one of those cards down and push one of them up, it would have been a very nice scenario. As it is, Salim holding with top set against top pair.
Big pot there for Bogdan.
Yeah.
To be throwing over 32k in that situation just kind of came out of nowhere, like you said.
Yeah. I don't think you expected Salim to have a set of 8s.
Yeah, I think
Doesn't really great with 6s, 8s, or deuces. Kind of thinks he's up against maybe an overpair with a gut shot. Maybe even just something quite naked. It's the 2 backdoor flush draws that I think tipped him over the edge there.
Yeah.
Worth another couple of extra outs.
Oh, certainly is. Worth a lot.
And of course, we saw a lot of cards give him a backdoor improvement.
Okay. Don't touch.
He'll give me when his chips come.
So I think in this situation, is it Bogdan just wants to hang on to the small denominations and...
Yeah, so he's just called for more chips. The dealer's a little confused in the situation, but it's a case of Bogdan owes sort of 10k that he'll be handing over in a moment as soon as the chips arrive. Kind of normal in cash games.
Kind of 9,000. It's fine.
Just keeps the game moving for those who are unfamiliar with the mechanics of these kind of games. So.
Yeah, Bogdan with 9k back, so 9k will be making its way across the felt in a couple of moments' time. And even though the chips aren't on the table, they're in play. They're in play.
They're called for. They'll be here momentarily.
Bakıyorum, set bir sola bakıyorum, set bir sağa bakıyorum, set
Huge pot going against this man. He's had a bit of a rough time with that. That set of jacks, losing to the flop top pair. Now, he flops top pair and runs into top set.
Nasıl Ahmet?
Ben çok emek verdim.
Bir haftadır burada
evet, gel otur masaya.
Parçalanıyoruz.
Akşama da gidersin herhalde sabaha karşı.
When did you arrive, Sinan?
Today.
Yeah, but when? How many hours? How many hours are you doing now?
Well, maybe the
We started 4, he came at 3.
bigger pots are loosening up the lips.
Fine, right? For
Yeah, okay, 200 is fine, but
Ahmed straddling with king, double, queen, jack. It's a nice scenario. Raphael with kind of a trappy looking hand. They look so much better than they are. And he just kicks it into the muck.
Yeah, maybe in later position.
Yeah, later position. If you maybe get a heads up. Fine. And here we go.
That's too much.
Rafa. Bad aces. Rainbow aces. Popping it up. Bogdan in the small with, well, not great kings. But
800.
Yeah, the kind of kings that you might just flat here.
200, protecting the 200.
yeah, but the way he just lost those hands, you wouldn't be surprised to see him deviate. Here come those reinforcements. He falls 1500. And Ahmed,
Flip yapalım, bunu yapmayalım ya da ikisini
with a decision here, there's definitely an argument for three betting.
Flip yapalım hem de onu
But I think he's won that big part. He's so up. He's probably thinking, I'm just going to coast this, play lower variance style, perhaps.
Vallı hep şeyden
I think
kazanıyor.
he has to play pot.
O büyük oldu, orası büyüyünce. Neyse bugün.
Yeah.
Well, he's going big here.
I like it. I can
Taking
say
it
this hand's
upstairs.
so good against a button raise and a blind peel, but Rafa, now a decision with rainbow aces.
You can pitch the kings as Bogdan
Yeah.
pretty easily in this situation. Obviously, we're likely to see another raise here, but
Yeah. This is it. Bogdan's king's going the muck. And Ahmed's got, even though you're kind of pretty sure you're up against aces, this is
No showdown.
not a terrible hand to go with. Obviously not great when you know Bogdan's got two kings, but
Şeker komasında ya.
you see you gain direct price
Bir de şimdi hemen 1600 attı
against
flop verelim.
aces that do have some connectivity to his hand.
Or am I stupid? I'm stupid, yes. I'm sorry.
only 14k behind.
I only want to defend this, so.
Yeah.
And I have a hand.
Yeah. These kind of big pair hands just
He
don't
can
play
let
that
this one
well.
go.
The 4-bet pots. Yeah. Now you much rather have the unpaired hand.
I think he can let this one go.
We would have seen this one.
King, queen, jack 10, different story.
Yeah.
King, queen, jack. Only one suit.
Especially
Have a monster.
when people are winning in PLO games, they seem to find the marginal folds. When
I
they're,
can imagine.
You saw
when they're
I would
losing,
have
they find the
raised
marginal
3,100
calls.
as well.
Yeah. I think I should fold.
The kings?
I think I should fold.
I like to fold.
You don't have kings.
Of course.
I have one king.
You had doubles.
Do you have kings?
One
One
king.
Okay.
Huh?
Ah, did I just spy with my little
I
eye
have one, just one king.
some chips on the button?
Good fold.
Hang on a second. Are we playing the small blind game?
Ooh. You have to win a hand out of the small blind to get it?
Yeah.
Or 9. oyunda tek
I don't remember talk of this, but maybe. Is that just a one-off number of chips, or do more chips go on to that?
Every yeah, every time, every hand.
So whoever's on the button puts it on there.
But yeah, I guess small blind on the button puts it on there, the 200, I guess. Here we go.
You started.
Let's see.
Ah, yeah. It was he started before.
Yeah, maybe the button's posting it, but whoever's posting anyway, they're taking it in turns posting. Yeah, I can see some chips on the button. So the small blind has to win the pot to take the bounty that's on the button. All right. I like it. Anything that juices up the game. And here is the man who can win it. The Ace King 7-4 double suited. Well, that's a pretty good hand to have.
Small blind, huh?
Oh,
You got me.
You don't get to do it unnoticed.
And look at this. Only one man left to defend for the table, and the table's quite happy with the man they've selected to defend for them, I imagine.
The man who may well be the hardest to bluff.
I know Zeki will defend. I trust Zeki.
I mean, the bounce is quite low at the moment, just 400 on the
Defend
puck.
button, please.
$4,200 in the pot. That's a little bit more relevant. As we see an Ace Jack 10 flop. This is wet. 2 clubs. We've got the King High clubs versus the Queen High clubs. We've got top and bottom with a gut shot, and top pair with a gut shot. It's spicy.
Very spicy.
And
And very quickly, I think that extra 400 is not going to mean too much.
No, and he's bet very small here. 14 into 42. Kind of makes sense. He gets to have a lot of this board. His opponent doesn't, but with that raise sizing...
I think he's just popped it up for the minimum.
He's taken up to 3,200. I kind of like this from Zeki. You're not going to get 3-bet even if the man's got the aces. He only 3-bets with King, Queen, and you kind of take control of the pot here with top and bottom and that Queen High flush draw. Zeki could certainly have King, Queen.
Oh.
Wow!
Well, you...
Thank you with a blocker to the nuts.
I said raise.
Okay.
Well, well, well.
You say 10,000.
See, Zeki's thinking he's only toast if he's up against King Queen with the King High clubs. So he's drawing live against a set of aces. Drawing very live against the hand he's up against.
Is he putting his opponent on King Queen though?
Yeah, but then he's going to think his Queen High clubs are good. His aces up can pair up. So either way, he's continuing.
So just really fearing the King Queen with the King of Clubs.
Yeah.
Flush draw as well.
It's the only bad shape you can be in. As we see here, he is the small favourite. He's just
wow!
Rifles it in. Monstrous pot.
Wow, wow, wow.
Again, a monstrous pot.
King flush.
And we have our second biggest pot of the night.
Ace. Ace 4.
$73,000 is found its way in the
neither
middle.
man has the nuts.
Yeah. 2 pair v top pair. Each with a blocker, each with a draw. It is near enough a flip.
What a hand.
2 uč. 2, 3. 2 razapka, ne? Yes.
2 times it's been agreed. Having been looking for clubs. Got 4 pulls at it, not the card he was looking for. Queen or a club. Aces up, no use.
So far, so good for Zeki.
Yeah. You can sit down now. You kind of, worst case, get your money back. Now free rolling. Bangvir with a unlikely runner potential here.
Yeah, another 7. Would win it for Bengvir.
Well, well, well.
Wow, he holds.
4 bricks again.
And that kind of got out of hand. It escalated very, very quickly.
There's a lot. And there was a joke about the small blind, you know, they put the small blind game on, the guy comes and stacks off from the small. No one's made the joke yet. I mean, they're nicer people than me, David.
The joke being, well, I guess the small blind game is still in play.
I'd just be like, yeah, like, oh, all that to win 400, eh? You know.
What a ginormous hand with neither player holding the nuts.
Huge pot, like you say, for no one having it.
Some heavy eyes out there. These guys have been battling away all week here in the Merit Crystal Cove Hotel. Biggest game in the room.
it's not, I'd be surprised. 80k pot as we look down at a very big hand for Salim in the straddle. He's king, queen, 9, double suited. A double straddle
Double
from
straddle's
Zeki.
on.
Getting up to his 100k stack.
Wow, and I was talking about a 100k pot. We could see 150, 160k pot now.
Bogged down on the button. I like it. He does have some limps. Just going to limp with a very bad suited ace pair combo, but he wants to try and see some flops. You're not going to see this one for cheap. Salim, is that monstrous holding?
Yeah, very likely to bump this up here to
200'ü koy da Zeki.
4k or so.
Güzel bu taktik.
Zeki just pulled his straddle back.
Vallahi iyiymiş ya.
I don't think that's allowed.
Kaçlı oynuyorsun?
110.
3.5k to go from Salim.
100 yok.
Bogdan
80.
makes the call.
Getting a little sticky.
He's a little shorter, Bogdan. Already stack to pot ratio, just 2. Hoping to get lucky here. You see the equity's running close again.
Yeah, equity's run close, but his hand's pretty tough to play post, unless that happens. Although,
makes life a little easier.
Nut spades against a set.
Yeah, I think we're getting in again here for another, I don't know, 40k pot. Wow, they're just coming thick and fast.
Yeah, I think Salim with no pair just wants to bet here. Wants to maximise the pot equity. He does, just bets pot. Bogdan, of course, going to go with this. And we're going to play another big pot. Just a raw flush draw, though. Backdoor clubs, of course. Bogdan won't mind this spot. Let's see, nearly a 3-1 favourite. Not often you get that in this game.
What action we're witnessing here?
Well, here comes a club. Double flush draw. Black cards for one, red cards for the other. Breathes a sigh.
I avoided top of the deck. I avoided top of the deck.
That one a much more pleasing turn card. And fills up. David gets back.
We just don't see chop pots.
Yeah, it's weird running it twice.
Multiple runners.
Their scoop, but he gets back most of the money he lost to Salim the last orbit. So perhaps a little bit of, well, if not justice, parity between the two.
Bugün setler hold ediyor ya.
Hep renk çekiliyor. Renk çıkmıyor.
The cauldron is boiling up here. At the Crystal Cove. As the pots are getting bigger and bigger. The pain is getting deeper and deeper.
How much you play?
Yeah, we haven't seen that elusive 6-figure pot, but we've seen some 40k, some 60k, some 90k pots. It's been okay. An acceptable amount of action.
We're knocking on the door.
This is the last level where we're going to play the main event and the information for the mixed max player. 10 o'clock, we're going to start here in this room. The tournament mixed max. Mixed max means
CK guys just
means
spreading, right?
that we're going to start tonight with a 9-handed tournament by 9-handed. Tomorrow we go down to 7-handed. The final day will be 6-handed. So once again, if you have already your package, the mixed max player, your chips will be played from the start, which means 10 p.m., which is the last
Sinek de var. Sineğe de döndü.
scheduled for today.
Vector the second match, yeah.
Zeki with the straddle.
Too easy.
Those chips on the button are building up, David.
Too easy.
Small blind obviously completing here with Jack 6-3-3.
Not yet. 8.
Ya hiç topu yok ya. Baksana.
Aha! Raphael wins the pot from the small, does he not? He does. He scooped up the bounty.
Huh?
Are you upset?
Yeah, a little. I already hope for a bigger one when it comes to me.
Have we lost a player?
Well, Bengovir obviously didn't reload
No
after
reload.
that. Big pot. Rafa in the straddle, Jack 7, 3 deuce. That's not the hand you want to look down at when you've straddled, David, let me tell you. As a man who's looked down at some spanners in the straddle in my time, not the best feeling, especially when the small blind gets in the mix with the ace-9 at 7-5, playing the small blind game. Zeki with a pretty gassy looking king 9-7-4, but as the dynamic changes playing this game, gets it through, takes the bonus, and then posts the bonus.
Yeah.
So.
Sen pot şeyin üstündekileri üstüne koydun mu sen? Ha, kalsın. 600 vardı. Sen koydun mu?
Ne koyuyoruz? Yok ne bu?
Herkes butonda olan 200 koyuyor, sadece small blind kazanabiliyor öyle.
Ne kazandın?
Sen yanlışlıkla kazandın vallahi, helal olsun. Kazandın ama geri koydun. Necip.
Yani şu anki hakkını koydum. Şu an sorun yok.
Aynen.
Yeni mi? Sağ ol.
Yeah,
sure.
It's finished.
Players in the main event will stop the clock, finish your in your own dealer, and deal the last 3 hands.
Main event action in the background, coming towards the end of day 1B by the sounds of it.
Yeah, and with that, the mix max will begin 9-handed play today, 7-handed tomorrow, and 6-handed for their final day. They can play concurrently with the main event.
Yeah.
But you got to be a proper DGen and go 9-hand day.
Win both, huh?
Dealer, make sure players will put the right registration ticket inside their bag. Once again, finish your in your row, and the last 3 hands main event.
Raphael popping up from the cutoff, 9-6-5. Zeki pinning from the small blind, pardon me, and I reckon nothing to do with the small blind game. He was in regardless. 2 10s for Rafa on this ace-king-queen board. Gives him some incentive to bluff, but he'll check it for now. Raphael. 6 high diamonds as the opener, also electing to check back, and a deuce on the turn gives Rafa a little extra interest with that deuce. Is he trying to bluff with the blockers? Certainly looks like it. Yeah. Should get it done, unless Zeki's got anything in his mind holding a single blocker.
9 high.
Bogdan, every new dealer is a flip.
I don't want to flip. You can flip.
Ah, you don't.
Ha, oynamadı.
Türkiye'nin mesela nasıl aldık hemen geri aldık.
Hemen gaza geliyorsun.
Trying to induce flipping. Have a dealer change.
Değil mi? Ne gerek var? Çek eşeği gölgeye.
Aynen abi. At 200.
Bir flop
Flop gör yani.
Çek kol.
Ha. Turn'ı da yapıştırırım. Yani ben zaten kaybedeyim.
Attempter in late position. We'll have to see if Ahmed will proceed with the ace-king 4-3-1 suit.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Parayı kaybedersem de çocuk.
Non-straddled. Always nice when the big stack's not straddling, David.
Oh.
Yeah. You shoot him some glances. Hey, big winner. You want to straddle? No? Okay.
Zeki looking to get frisky on the button here.
Onu da kullanarak.
Just a little
I clicked it.
tiddler of a 3-bet.
Yeah.
Let's get clicky.
A foot massage, as I believe is the appropriate nomenclature.
Nice. Might have a couple of them tomorrow to fill the day. Beautiful spa. Beautiful spas.
One for each foot.
Yeah, well, there's more spas than I have feet here. That's the problem. As we see 7 4-2s roll off.
Action board.
3 spas. One located here at Crystal Cove, one in the Diamond, one in the Royal. Of course, the poor souls in the Royal Premium have to walk all the way to the Royal if they want a massage, David. It's some injustice, I tell you.
Indeed. Speaking of poor souls, Zeki with just 12% equity here, having 3-bet on the button. Well, Ahmed has a lot of this.
Yeah, he has a lot of it, but he's got very deep stacks, so I don't see us really wanting to continue anyway, but calling.
Are there any Carnage cards out there?
You're just always looking for Carnage, aren't you? I can think of one. 5 will certainly see some more action, although it's not like either player will have the nuts. Look at this, Ahmed ahead with the better draw. But he does not have the betting lead. And he's not going to take it over here either.
Yeah, of course.
Queen of Diamonds.
This is a good spot for Zeki to continue his story. He's obviously close to airballing now.
Your opponent has a lot of one-pair hands that check call flop with some sort of gut shot, so a big bet here does make a lot of them fold, but your opponent also has a lot of one-pair with nut flush draw hands here that are obviously never folding. So it's like he is going to carry it on. I like it. I mean, Zeki's just he's aggressive.
And we know Ahmed not going anywhere.
Well, it's pretty grim, right?
But it's kind of like you'd like to be in position.
Yeah, he's bet pot, and you're like, if I'm calling here, I'm just calling with a naked flush draw near enough. It's got a gut shot, non-nut gut shot, and a pair. But as we can see, Zeki is very much capable of blasting off here with next to no equity like he is here.
Maybe just looking to lock up.
Well,
a good night's work.
I don't blame him if he folds this here. I mean, well, you're just calling to hit a club and then hopefully get paid off. I mean,
yes, that's what I'm doing.
Calling to try and hit a 5 and then hope he doesn't have a wrap. Calling to hit a king and hope he doesn't have you beat already. I'm not surprised to see that fold. Obviously, it's grim when you see Zeki's as wide as this and your 4's ahead and you got the better draws.
Credit to Zeki there, recognizing how he could take advantage of a changing board texture. And as James says there, he is an aggressive player who will find those bets.
Bluff mı?
Evet, sen bluff yapıyordun.
Ne zaman? Şimdiden mi?
Is he just smiling and saying I bluffed you? A bit rude.
Nasıl izledin o?
Orada kamera şey var.
Any news?
Kameradan izledim.
Orada yok ya. Yarım saat sonra.
Bluff. Aklımda gördüm. Bluff.
Jeremy coming over, giving them some information. I think they're looking for some fresh blood, David. Maybe you need to step out there, play a bit 100, 200 as you get ready for the Cash Game Festival coming up here in May.
I'll short stack it if they let me.
How short are we talking?
2 bigs?
I think they're going to say no. Try that. Try your luck in those cash games here in May alongside the Triton Super High Roller Series. Be a buzzing room in the Diamond.
Once again, dealers will make sure every player will insert his white registration ticket inside the bag. And dealers, once that we've done,
these series here are fantastic to come and play.
Table 12, all the bags.
Carmen series that we're in the midst of. Those main events, just crazy numbers. And crazy action, David. The number of re-entries we've had each day. I mean, how are people getting through these stacks so quickly?
They hate money.
Right. Fair enough. Simple as that. Zeki, double suited queens.
For the incoming 10 p.m. Mixed Max tournament, please all the players interested in avoiding the registration come over
Pops
to
it
the
up. Ahmed calling with King 789, one suit. These two do battle once more.
main poker room.
Zeki is now over 100k in front of him.
This
I know he's bought a fair few of them, but
this could be interesting as well.
yeah, flops a set. Unfortunately for him, I'm gonna get 0 action.
Her el blöf yapıyorsun ya.
Always interesting when the two big stacks collide.
Sineğin var mıydı?
Always potential for carnage.
Definitely ebbing and flowing, and a momentary lull. This PLO. That Hold'em, I feel like once it goes into a lull, it never comes out. PLO. We sort of mentioned it in a lull a moment ago, and next thing you know, you've got an 80k pot.
Benden kim 400 koydu az önce ya oraya? Tur straddle mı vardı? Ya inanılmaz.
Evet.
From devam ediyor mu?
Round straddle goes on?
I don't know.
It was round straddle or what?
Finish.
Finish.
Well, you can start a one. You can
Finish.
start a new one.
Finish.
If you want. No?
Finish.
You can always straddle.
Next dealer, with next dealer maybe.
Next life.
After flip.
Ten, 10, 8, 6 for Zeki. He's got all the suits covered there, David, which is, you know, nice for bluff potentials. Not so nice for turning over a flush.
Ahmed just flatting the King 5-5.
Yeah, just when you're playing deep like this, 3-bet from the small blind, having Zeki be able to call you and then playing out of position is just terrible. So you just have to flat a lot more. This is what makes kind of the really deep PLO games fun, all these little dynamics. He has the blockers, has the king of spades and the fives. Blocking straights, blocking flushes. And actually, more importantly perhaps, has the best hand.
That should get the job done.
Cannot.
I think I deserve it. Yeah.
It's all about stopping the small blind winning.
That's all that matters.
Şu board'da set yaptığına mı üzülüyorsun?
İlk kez set yaptım. Orada da girme.
Demek ki girmemen lazım. Oğlum, boşa vurduğumu gördün mü sen?
I think the small blind's won half the pot since this game started.
Yeah. Yeah, no, we haven't had a chance for that little bounty pool to build up yet.
Yeah, that's kind of the fun thing is it does a couple of orbits around and now there's 15 blinds on there. All starts going a bit bizarre. Bogdan, Queen, Queen, Jack 8 in the cutoff. Over that straddle. Straddle of a not too poor a hand. Ace, King, 10-4 with a suited king.
Zeki hasn't seen a hand he didn't like for quite some time.
Yeah, it's been a couple of years. I like it. I mean, it's one thing to give a lot of action, but he blasts away. He makes it very difficult to play against. I mean, it's a bit easy if you've got a hand, but it's hard when you don't have a hand because he just never relents. His Bogdan flops top, bottom, a gut shot, and of course blockers to the nuts. He's going to check it back.
Queen would be an interesting card.
Zeki does have a 10. There's a gut shot going high. Just found a 4, so even against some two-pair hands like the ones up against, he now has a lot more equity. Looking for an ace or a king and comes out betting. And see Bogdan, like some of these others, just going on the strategy of you just check in the pot against Zeki and hold on for dear life. That's what he'll do here. Obviously, he's got a lot of hand.
Yeah, and the right kind of blockers, as you mentioned.
Well, that's a wet card.
Yeah, Zeki could represent.
He has a lone 10, has no spade. Kind of a little difficult when your opponents check back flop and then call turn. They do get to have quite a few spade combos.
No reason to bet for Bogdan there.
Yeah.
Ace, sorry.
Bogdan does check it back. Just happy to take that one. He was obviously still losing to a lot of straights. All the flushes. Big change in the back of the room. Main event bagging up. They're all hopping on over to that mix max. Very unique situation. Rafa in the straddle. Ace Queen 8-2. Double suited. Although the bad double suited. Silly. King Jack 10-8 from the small up in the small blind game. So it looks like he's reaching for a yellow chip. He's actually pretty got the worst seat for the small blind game. Zeki behind. He's not going to get many through. Yeah, I think it's really hard to win any small blind pots when this man's always going to stick around behind you. And quite often he's going to do stuff like this with the ace 9-7-3. Because he wants to play for a little bit more. Selim, of course, against his man, continues. Seven deuce. This flop top pair, gut shot with the jack 8. 9 would nut him up. Very playable hand to continue with. Zeki second pair, but no immediate draw. Of course, it doesn't usually slow him down. He is a nightmare to play against. He starts catching hands. He's going to wipe this table out. It's going to get awkward for Selim in a pot like this. It's fine calling here, but all of a sudden that 50k that you've got in your stack is all in play if Zeki really forces the issue. Well, ace on the turn. Zeki improving to aces up, completes the rainbow board. He's now going to feel very comfortable about this hand being ahead. And of course, has a rage advantage on this card as played. Selim, though, picking up a gut shot draw. Would love to see this go check, check, but that won't be happening. I say, it's not fair when Zeki gets the hands. 17,600 in the middle. So he's going for about half of that. Makes sense. No flush draws. Minimal straight draws, most of which can't call this bet. Selim's hand just on the, just slightly too weak to continue. One would imagine. Sure, the king and the jack can be good some of the time against a bluff. Against just a bare one pair ace. But again, such poor visibility on the river against a man who's so aggressive and so liberal with his starting hand selection. He's thinking long and hard about it, David. He doesn't want to let this go just yet. He's so suspicious of his opponent. You can see here, he's just in very, very bad shape.
Yeah, this would be heroic.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be that surprising, I think, just given what we've seen from Zeki. I think he just wants to get a piece of him. Like I say, it's yeah, he does fold. Okay, good.
Open, please.
It would have been very hard. This is the thing. Zeki's, you know, people look at this going, oh, Zeki's giving a lot of action, firing away, but he's very, very tough to play against because you get in these very weak holdings and you want to stick around. So when he does get a hand, he can just wipe you out. There's a man who found it out earlier when he had his jacks full, paid off ace king. But there's a man, of course, who found the right side of it with top set against the combo draw.
Enter. Most dangerous spot. Small blind. Zeki.
Bogdan, very, very, very nice looking hand here. Playing a six-handed PLO game, ace-queen, 10-4. Double suited the right way.
Sorunda doper oldu.
Doper oldum.
Ben oldum doper. River'de full oldu.
Zeki the man going for the bounty in the small blind, but King, Jack, 7 deuce, rainbow. Will even Zeki be able to play this hand? Perhaps with the small blind bounty in play. He's getting a $600 overload. No, not. Oh, wow, he went to fold. Then he's realized the scenario. He is in the small blind.
6. I should invest 7.
This is brilliant.
6. Okay.
Okay.
Wow, he went to fold the hand, was halfway through folding. Realized the 600 on there. Calls with King Jack 7 deuce. Rafa now overcalling. Knowing he's up against a bag of spanners in the small. Bogdan's in a dream scenario here. The loosest of action. And wow, what a flop he's found as well.
I will not go.
This is now, will not go.
Anyway.
Well, Zeki can't represent anything.
I swear I thought his hand was King Jack 7 deuce rainbow. Either way, it's a garbage hand.
But they have to defend.
Thank you.
Neyle atmış? What did you have?
8-2, 10-3.
I'm going mad though. I had to even recheck the hand on YouTube to make the graphics didn't change during it. No, they hadn't. I was just wrong. Wrong and delirious. Haven't had enough time in the spa. That's the issue. I'll have to come back maybe in August to have another blast in the lovely spa. That's when the Merit Poker Classic will be taking place in the Diamond Hotel and Spa. David, 5 milli in the pot for that one.
Yeah, I don't know what portion of that 5 milli is going towards the main event. It's normally a 1.5 million guarantee main event when we have a 3.5 million guarantee across the festival. So I reckon they might be getting brave and making it 2 million.
2 mil. Makes sense to me. I mean, as long as I don't have to actually guarantee it, it makes sense.
Well, I think you have.
Oh.
You've actually guaranteed more because you've guaranteed 10 million over this festival.
Christ,
and fortunately, I did have a look over your shoulder there when you opened up your bank app, and I know you've got the money, so it's fine.
Okay.
Vietnamese dong. Yeah.
I was what it was in. I didn't know what that symbol meant.
No.
Oh, please, no.
So Bogdan.
You have a lot of dong?
Big amount of dong.
Ha, çıktı mı zara?
Rafa raising from the small.
Zarar çıktı.
Speaking of dong, this is a bit of a ding-dong battle.
100 bin.
Chasing the small blind. Bounty, we see ace 4-4. Oh, Rafa's bet's going to take this down and get him that bounty.
did I have you worried there when I said
Adam
speaking
zarar
of Dom?
verdiği potta ikiye katlanıyor. Güm diye
You must have been
artıyor,
wondering what.
artıyor,
You've worked with Ali Najad. You must have been wondering what segue was about to come up on you.
For how much?
You're going to be curious what was about to come out of your mouth, that's for sure. Well,
we keep pulling out. I don't know. Are these guys
David, I did gather
going to
that-
play? I think they're counting off their stacks.
Yeah, what's happened here, I think, is they decided they were playing until the small blind game was won. It was just one there.
Ah, okay.
Which means the game is finishing. But they're not going to finish just yet.
Let's don't open any
One
card.
big flip.
And then open
One
by
big
one.
flip. 2K, I believe.
Yeah. Starting from small blind until one beats the other. Yeah.
Expose
Bakmıyoruz değil mi hocam?
till you're ahead.
Speaking of Dom.
Exactly. Story for life there.
1,900
Well, the segues write themselves tonight.
Bak ne kazanacağım.
Butonu al.
Open board.
O bende abi. Bu bende ya. Hadi oğlum. Biz zaten sadece
So for some sort of
Şu kart 9.
interesting board. For a spade down there. Okay, all right.
You have to open one. Okay, you have to beat the 3.
Okay, no.
10. You have to beat the 10.
10 is very bad.
Go round and round the table.
Jack.
Jack.
You have to beat Jack.
Ah, a jack is something, was it not? Jack 9-9 board.
8 no good. Queen no good.
Uh-oh. No.
Yok yok Jack'i
you have to
geçmen
beat the
lazım.
check.
Jack'i geçmen lazım mı?
King.
No.
Ne lazım bana?
Az. 9.
Neydi yok?
Az ya da 9. Ya da Jack.
Kız. Papaz.
Aynen.
İkili.
Well,
You are out.
already dead.
7.
One of our players. Jack is still ahead.
One more 7. Lucky 7.
Lucky 7 again.
Let's go.
2
7.
sevens. 2 napkins.
Good.
Valla hala güzel şans var.
Very good.
Another hand. Already dead. That jack looking pretty strong,
Alayım şu Jack'i.
David.
Bak ne dedim biliyor musun?
Surely there's an ace
Bu
out there.
buradaydı. Bu da buradaydı. Salak gibi buna tercih ettim tabii de. Bu 9 dedim. Sonra bunu yaparken bunun 9
I
olduğunu
don't think it's
hissettim.
good if you lose the flip early because you beat the rest of the cash
Bu
desk.
nasıl bir iş ya?
It can be a laborious task.
Ya bu nedir
A
ya?
game this big.
One information for the dealer.
He's 10 over 9.
Oh yeah, baby. Now I have a chance.
He has exposed the 9. The man running best found the 9.
I feel like this is your favourite part of the evening.
I'm really getting to it, aren't I? I'm not the best flipper. My career is mixed.
Yeah.
I think everyone says that though.
Yeah.
Jack 9.
Nasıl aldın ya?
Just an ace or a 9. I believe. Hey, ace for a jack, pardon me.
Şip.
And an anticlimactic finish.
Yeah. Sell him. 9s for the jacks. Gets back the money he lost in the last play he played against Zeki, although he was close to losing more because he was about to get very, very curious, David is. Well, I'm very sad. It's the end of our 100-200 PLO.
I'm a little bit sad as well. I was hoping the action would continue for a bit longer. Plenty of big pots, plenty of loosey-goosey play, shall we say. Ahmed, I think our big winner.
Yeah.
Zeki, I think our comeback king, maybe.
Yeah, it's funny. I thought he was about to blast off into outer space, but he managed to catch a bit of gravity and bring himself back down into...
Question for you.
Oh.
We got a glimpse there, a little taste into the world of the biggest game in the room here at Merit. The question I want to ask is, how does the information garnered from this stream affect the players going forward, or can they take anything from it? Do you think people were bringing a different sort of game knowing it was on show?
I'm always curious with that, and I think for the most part people sometimes have these great intentions, oh, I'm going to play slightly differently with this, but then you end up sitting there, you look at the cards, you kind of quickly forget the cameras are there, as crazy as that sounds, and you slide into your normal play, for the most part.
Yeah. And with that in mind, do you think anyone got something from that, maybe? Or do you think they already had the patterns nailed down?
If they all play each other quite regularly, which they clearly do, I don't think you're going to learn too much. I don't think they would have seen anything too out of line from each other. I think they all know Zeki can just pound the pressure on with any hand. And maybe some of the traps that some of the players were putting on. Obviously, we see Albert check the set of queens.
Yeah, there was a bit of deftness there.
Yeah, that might be something of note. Although I did get to showdown because he ended up bluffing with the best hand, which is perhaps the best hand of the evening.
Oh, it certainly was. Well, look, we got a great treat there getting to see what the biggest game in the room looks like. We might have them back at some point in the future. We hope so. It was a little change of pace. But what isn't a change of pace, actually much more our usual offering, is going to be the main event day 2. We're taking the day off tomorrow, but Friday, 1 p.m. I think local time, something around that, we're going to bring you main event day 2 coverage. I have a little bit of information coming in on the wire. Day 1A was obviously yesterday, and from 1A, Jack Sinclair, fan favourite, Jack Sinclair, 470k. Recep Aydemir, of course, familiar face, 554k. But Roman Gadzhiev with a preposterously large 821k. Built up over the course of just about 7 or 8 levels of day 1.
Stacks, just knocking someone out every level.
Just taking people out by the roots. 106 players got through the 232 starters in that one. And then just a moment ago, on the tables you didn't see in the room there, 100 players roughly from about 220 through 1B. They include Maxime Chilot, 522k. His fellow Frenchman, Luc Bindel, obviously Malta-based is Luc, 226k. Edward Barsagian's there again.
Wow, Edward V.
He would like to get that moniker away from his name.
Sorry.
But he's got 400k and he's just going to make another deep run. We'll probably see him on another final table. It would be quite the ridiculous thing if he went back to back on our feature tables. But there you go. Mihai Nista, a Romanian player, he's a phenomenal talent. Konstantin Held, one of the Held brothers who, super talented. Those guys... they play the highest stakes out there and, they know what's up. So I think we have a lot to be excited for. But one final name. Mr. Ari Kleiper has made it through.
Ah, the Clipper, the warm-up champion, the fan favourite. Getting away with a poker trip on his anniversary. I don't know how he's done it, but as long as he keeps bringing in the money, I'm sure he'll be allowed to keep doing it in future.
Indeed. Well, look, please do join us Friday. We will be back. I confirm it is 1 o'clock on Friday local time. We would love to see you here for the Carmen series main event, day 2. We will bring you day 3 and final day coverage on Saturday and Sunday as well. Do join us, please.